This curvy powerhouse is the world's strongest hunter, effortlessly clearing one dungeon after another with her hidden shadow assassin class, deadly swordplay, and cloning ability. One day, after finishing another routine dungeon run, she sees a man on television who immediately grabs her attention by crushing a veteran hunter right in the city streets. Terry is blown away by his talent and becomes desperate to meet him face to face for a personal test. And Terry is not someone who takes no for an answer. She tracks him down and makes one seemingly simple request. She wants him to fight her. Shin has not even accepted yet when Terry draws her lethal daggers, making it clear she plans to go all out from the first second. Shin answers by drawing his massive sword and taking his stance. He moves at exactly the right moment, because Terry vanishes without warning and nearly catches him with a surprise strike from behind. And that was only Terry's opening move. She launches herself skyward and vanishes inside a storm of rapid attacks. Shin simply shuts his eyes, convincing Terry's friend that he has lost his mind. But he is actually reading her next move and blocks the attack, forcing her to retreat while struggling to stay upright. Terry is genuinely impressed now. Nobody has ever stopped 2 of her attacks in a row, though she still has plenty of tricks left. Terry activates her real shadow form, surrounding Shin with clones that strike at him from every direction. Even the army of clones cannot touch him, as Shin calmly turns aside every single attack. Without warning, Shin releases a massive aura, sees straight through the duplicates, and identifies the real Terry, charges through the copies, and launches the stunned girl away before she can even react. Thrown into the sky, Terry still refuses to surrender. She activates her shadow aura and prepares a technique she has never used on a living opponent. Shin responds by igniting his fire aura and charging up a technique of his own. 2 fighters collide like falling meteors, creating explosions bright enough to shake the entire city skyline. Eventually, Terry is defeated and lies beneath Shin as his blade stops just a few inches from her face. Instead of panicking, she smiles and admits that Shin surpassed every expectation she had right to the finish. Shin has now beaten the strongest hunter alive, yet his previous life was spent as a complete failure. He possessed one extraordinary ability. By consuming artifacts, he could permanently gain their skills and increase his stats. The problem was that this supposedly amazing power was useless, because Shin had no idea how an artifact was meant to be eaten. He experimented with every method imaginable, from frying artifacts in a pan to biting into them directly, and none of it worked. As a result, he spent years as an average awakener, stuck clearing nothing but low-level dungeons. When he finally discovered the secret to consuming artifacts, he had already turned 40 and fallen far behind everyone his age. Then, after clearing a dungeon one day, Shin discovers a mysterious book whose consumption grants him the power to return to the past. The very next instant, Shin awakens inside the apartment he lived in during his younger years. The moment he understands that he has gone back in time, he grabs the only artifact in the apartment, a low-ranked poisonous dagger, and begins consuming it. His system announces that he is entering the gap of consciousness. This gap of consciousness is essentially the special space where artifact consumption takes place. Shin is nervous as always, since entering this place feels like opening a surprise menu with no idea what will be served. A moment later, he finds an entire chicken roasting inside a pan. The pan is eventually set before him, and the system confirms that the dagger's absorption preparation is complete. Shin stares at the rotisserie-style barbecue chicken, nicely coated in olive oil. He is relieved that the dagger has turned into a normal-looking meal instead of some bizarre dish. Shin digs in, already deciding that he would happily consume artifacts forever if they always came prepared this way. Just like that, the absorption process starts. The dagger permanently grants him 2 additional agility points. On top of that, he unlocks a new ability called Demon's Bash. The system then warns him that the artifact will vanish forever once its absorption is complete. The process ends, and Shin returns to his apartment. He feels a little bad about losing the dagger, but reminds himself that he would never have used the weapon anyway. What matters is that he obtained the ability he was after. Now there is no reason for him to stay home. Meanwhile, inside Dungeon 85, a member of Team Yoon approaches the squad leader. Yoon asks why the porter group's leader has come to see him. Porter leader explains that one of his porters has quit. That member was none other than our newcomer hero, Shin. Yoon tries to comfort him, saying there is no need to worry about Shin because the young man is becoming a player. Porter leader is completely stunned by this announcement. Yoon reveals that he personally approved the decision and asks whether the porter leader objects. Leader points out that Shin only awakened recently and has not even graduated from the player academy. Yoon has never brought someone as inexperienced as Shin into his squad before. Also worries that adding Shin could disrupt the team's work distribution. Yoon firmly reminds the leader that managing the squad and its contribution system is his responsibility. Yoon's sharp response catches the porter leader off guard, and he immediately apologizes. After the man leaves, Yoon's subordinate praises him for putting the porter in his place, but wonders why he made such an unusual exception for Shin. Yoon laughs and admits that Shin is simply there to serve as a sacrifice. Whenever someone has to be thrown away, Shin will be the one to die. His death would conveniently silence the porters as well. Besides, Yoon assumes a level 1 player like Shin will not survive long enough to continue. Subordinate immediately understands the plan. Just then, Shin arrives, greets everyone and introduces himself. The porters respond with nothing but hostile stares. Shin feels awkward beneath all those hostile looks, though he thinks they could at least try to hide their hatred better. Yun returns the greeting with a joke, saying he had assumed Shin would be late on his very first day as a player. Yun then notices that Shin is carrying a greatsword. Shin awkwardly explains that he learned by watching countless videos about longsword techniques. Yun points out that the longsword is one of the most difficult weapons to handle. Shin insists that he can at least defend himself and asks Yun to place some trust in him. Yun eagerly throws an arm around Shin and declares that the rookie has the same fighting spirit he does. With a loud shout, he orders the team to begin the dungeon raid. The team enters the dungeon, and Yun tells Shin to remain near the entrance after stepping inside. The others casually discuss how many monsters they expect to take down. Yun, however, continues watching Shin with a calculating look. He secretly mocks Shin for believing that YouTube videos count as sword training. Yun assumes Shin has grown overconfident simply because he awakened and received player status. As far as Yun is concerned, the rookie is practically asking to die. Either way, Shin's attitude works perfectly for Yun's scheme, since this orc dungeon is notorious for becoming a graveyard for beginners. Yun flashes a sinister grin, certain that Shin will soon learn where he truly belongs. That confidence disappears later, when Yun discovers piles of orc corpses slain by Shin, leaving him to wonder who this rookie really is. Orcs are the familiar fictional monsters that appear throughout fantasy worlds. People usually consider them weak. When placed beside legendary creatures such as dragons, they are commonly viewed as mindless, chaotic, and naturally inferior beings. Reputation causes beginners to underestimate them, and charge in believing an easy victory is guaranteed. One rookie makes exactly that mistake, rushing an orc while assuming its combat style will be basic. The next second, the orc catches him with ease. An average orc stands 250 centimeters tall and weighs around 180 kilograms. That enormous physical difference is what gives orcs their biggest advantage against humans. For this reason, orcs have earned the terrifying nickname, the Wall of Lament. Back in the dungeon, Yun leads his squad deeper inside. One senior player warns Shin that being a newcomer will not earn him special treatment. Meanwhile, the porter leader continues resenting Shin for becoming a player right after awakening. Shin politely promises to give his best, but the senior answers with nothing more than a dismissive scoff. Shin then asks whether he may fight on the front line by himself, leaving the senior briefly speechless. Before he can respond, he notices an orc standing behind the group. Excited to experience his first battle, Shin gets ready to attack, but the senior player suddenly knocks the orc back with his shield. He angrily scolds Shin for carrying a sword despite moving so slowly. The senior tells Shin to stay out of the way and prove his abilities instead of pretending to help. Shin quietly lets him finish ranting, then calmly tells him to look forward. Still swearing, the senior attacks, only to freeze in shock when the orc starts overpowering him. Yun steps in at the last possible moment and somehow manages to force the orc backward. Furious, Yun yells at Shin and the others, reminding them that this is a dungeon raid, not a picnic. Everyone apologizes and marvels at Yoon's impressive strength. Yoon orders the others to keep their distance while he takes responsibility for the orc. The orc rushes him, but Yoon blocks its blow and drives his weapon straight into its heart. The team celebrates early, hoping the orc has finally been killed, but the orc merely grins, lifts its axe, and swings at Yoon once more. Yoon narrowly avoids the blow, while Shin observes the entire exchange without the slightest panic. Shin assumes Yoon is the strongest player present, but the truth is that Yoon is only level 50 and cannot land a clean hit on the orc. Yoon makes another attempt and finally manages to pierce the orc. The orc collapses, making the team think the battle is finally over. The squad is impressed that Yoon managed to bring down an orc without help. Yoon orders the team forward, but stops mid-command when a huge horde of orcs suddenly rushes toward them. The approaching horde sends everyone into panic, and they immediately look to Yun for instructions. Knowing he barely handled one orc and now faces an entire army, Yun recommends retreating to protect the squad. Shin shocks everyone by volunteering to face the orc horde himself. The rest of the team assumes the rookie has completely lost his mind. Yun tries to talk sense into him, warning that excitement over his awakening is no excuse to throw caution away. Shin ignores the warning and charges straight toward the orcs. The team shouts after him, warning that he is running directly toward his own death. Instead, Shin delivers one clean, lightning-fast slash that cleaves an orc in half. The entire team is stunned that a complete beginner has just killed a high-level orc. Shin, meanwhile, wonders why his usual clean strike against a line of orcs did not activate, realizing his level 1 status may be limiting him. Enraged by their fallen companion, the remaining orcs rush straight at Shin. Shin does not even flinch. He may be a level 1 player now, but his arsenal contains years of battle experience. He raises his sword, fully prepared to face every one of them. Shin cuts through the orcs one after another. When one orc strikes at him, Shin casually evades and shatters its mask with a single swing. He casually remarks that he had already killed plenty of orcs back when he was younger. Spectators can barely process what they are seeing and begin wondering whether this is truly the same Shin they knew. At last, Shin reaches the final challenge, the dungeon's armored orc boss. The armored orc lets out a furious roar and charges in, determined to end Shin. Shin meets the charge head-on, and sword collides violently with axe. Watching the exchange, Yun shouts that Shin's attacks will never break through. The armored orc's hide is simply too thick to pierce normally. The orc fixes Shin with a strange, confident gleam in its eyes. Shin assumes the creature is merely trying to look intimidating. That is when Shin decides to activate his newly obtained skill, Demon's Bash. As the orc rests its weapon against Shin's shoulder, Shin smiles and calmly tells it not to move. The orc roars, but Demon's Bash freezes it in place for a brief moment. Before it can recover, Shin knocks the armored giant flat onto the ground. Yun and the rest of his squad stand frozen, completely unable to believe their eyes. The impossible scene before them is the work of a player who awakened only 3 days earlier. Yun focuses on Shin's hindrance ability, the skill known as Demon's Bash. He knows that even elite players can maintain the skill for barely 1.5 seconds. Yet Shin is already dominating with a greatsword, while insisting that he learned everything from YouTube videos. Yoon silently decides that he absolutely needs to know which videos Shin watched. He is especially stunned by the fact that Shin used hindrance on a fully armored orc and actually made it work. At the same time, Shin gains a level. He also earns an F-rank title called Fearless Immature Puppy. The title rewards him with 5 additional points in evasion. Shin is not too excited about the level increase, but he is more than happy to collect extra evasion points. He also receives a free stat point that can be invested into any attribute he chooses. Shin already knows exactly where that point is going. Life taught him, much later than it should have, that luck is the most valuable stat of all. Shin invests the point into luck, knowing it will improve his skills and raise the odds of receiving rare artifact drops. For him, this is essential. The system confirms the increase, and Yun immediately asks whether Shin is really who he claims to be before demanding to know where he learned hindrance. Shin cannot reveal that he came from the future and retained his former life's abilities, so he lies and says the skill appeared when he awakened. Yun is not fooled for even a second. The explanation makes no sense to him. Looking over Shin's sword, Yun suggests that the rookie may simply have stumbled upon a diamond rank artifact, or something even rarer. Shin holds the sword out and tells Yun to examine it personally. Yun accepts the weapon and takes it from him. He examines every inch of it. The blade turns out to be a worn-out greatsword with nothing special about it. Yun cannot believe that such an ordinary weapon produced those results, meaning Shin's skill must be genuine. He curses quietly, bitter that 2 years as a player and reaching level 50 still have not earned him anything comparable to hindrance. And as if that were not irritating enough, he now has to split his earnings with Shin. A teammate interrupts his thoughts with urgent news. The dungeon's middle boss has awakened. With an irritated look, Yun orders everyone to move. He reluctantly thanks Shin for clearing the minions, then warns him not to act recklessly again, because the upcoming demon orc is far beyond his ability to defeat. Shin only smirks, remembering the true purpose behind joining this party after his return to the past. Turns to Yun and provokes him, asking whether he is afraid that Shin might defeat the demon orc alone and take the artifact for himself. To chuckle, Shin points out that such a reward would be fair since payment is divided according to everyone's contribution. The artifact he has in mind is the Crimson Stone, a reward that appears only after the demon orc is defeated. The problem is that nobody can predict whether the Crimson Stone will actually drop. They only find out after the battle, since the artifact appears extremely rarely. Shin, however, knows for certain that this specific demon orc will drop one. In his previous life, Shin's team was unable to bring down the demon orc. A different team eventually defeated it and claimed the Crimson Stone. Shin could only sit there in defeat, as the victorious team celebrated their leader for obtaining the Crimson Stone, an artifact worth an enormous fortune. What fascinated Shin even more was the artifact's unique delay ability. From that moment onward, Shin became obsessed with obtaining it. Now that he has returned to the present, delay is the one ability Shin wants more than anything. Shin asks the team leader to confirm whether rewards are truly based on each member's contribution. If that is the rule, then there should be no objection to Shin claiming the reward by defeating the demon orc alone. Yun falls silent for a brief moment. Shin knows this challenge may earn him a terrible reputation as an arrogant beginner, but he wants the delay skill badly enough to accept the consequences. Already knows the team is never going to treat him like a serious threat. And sure enough, one of the players immediately asks Shin whether he has lost his mind. Apparently, beating a few orcs has already convinced him that he is some legendary big shot. Shin tries to settle everyone down, but Yoon cuts in and tells him to do whatever he wants. The team is stunned by that decision, until Yoon adds one rule. Shin may fight the demon orc, but only after Yoon fails to defeat it himself. Shin practically lights up at the offer, announces that he will leave the fight to them, and steps aside. Yoon repeats that he can do as he pleases before moving forward with his minions behind him. As he advances, Yoon dismisses Shin as an overconfident idiot who thinks one powerful skill makes him important. The moment Yoon opens the door, he is fully committed to clearing the dungeon and proving Shin wrong. His goal is to show that years of experience can beat a flashy skill. The door swings open. The system announces that he has reached the middle boss chamber. Waiting inside is a terrifying middle boss known as the bloodthirsty demon orc. Yoon immediately commands the team to get ready for combat. Remembering the information he bought, Yoon believes this boss should be relatively easy to bring down. He arranges the players around the monster and tells them to strike it from behind. Yoon mocks the idea that Shin could possibly take down the demon orc by himself. Refusing to let Shin steal the spotlight, Yoon charges first and declares that he will lead the attack. A few seconds later, the supposedly easy boss sends him crashing down with a bleeding wound on his head. Dazed and confused, Yoon struggles back to his feet, still trying to understand how he got hit so badly. From the sidelines, Shin realizes he expected them to retreat, yet they somehow chose to charge straight into the demon orc like complete amateurs. That mistake also reminds him that their previous defeat happened in precisely the same way. The rest of Yoon's team turns toward him, desperate for their next order. One player bluntly warns that continuing this assault will get them all killed. Staring at the monster, Yoon remembers the earlier orc that was far stronger than the reports had suggested. He curses himself for trusting the unreliable information he bought at the market. Yoon finally faces his team and orders everyone to pull back temporarily. Spotting Shin's cheerful grin only makes the team even more annoyed. One of the players openly asks what is wrong with him. Yoon repeats the retreat order and explains that the demon orc's poor eyesight gives them a chance to slip away from its side. The entire team is relieved to hear that command. Yoon looks at Shin and warns him that his death will be his own responsibility. Shin tightens his grip on his sword and calmly assures Yoon that dying is not on his schedule. Shin now faces the roaring demon orc as it storms toward him, but he is already prepared for the impact. Numbers alone make victory look impossible, because the gap between their stats is enormous. Fortunately, his greatest weapon is not a statistic. It is everything he learned in his previous life. Shin makes the first move and strikes at the demon orc. Behind him, Yoon's team freezes at the sharp metallic crash and realizes Shin has actually knocked the boss's axe aside. Shin jokingly complains about his aching hand, pretending that deflecting the attack is the only thing he can manage. His attention then shifts to the crimson stone he has obtained. The stone can grant him delay, a skill that could work perfectly alongside Demon Bash. By adding delay, the 2-second stun from Demon Bash might become far more powerful. And since his signature ability is Devour Artifact, Shin is confident it can merge these effects together. That gives him a dangerous idea. Combine Demon Bash with an effect that extends stuns and keep the enemy locked down almost endlessly. He understands that delay is the crucial piece needed to make the combo work. Shin provokes the demon orc and tells it to attack him. The enraged boss swings at him, yet Shin is satisfied because everything is developing as planned. So far, this stage of the strategy is going perfectly. More importantly, he has begun to identify the demon orc's opening. Shin slips out of the way, leaving the monster's axe buried in the floor. He wastes no time and triggers Demon Bash, freezing the demon orc in place for 2 seconds. Yoon is stunned himself when he sees that Shin's ability works even against a middle boss. Shin taunts the monster, joking that orcs are famous for predictable moves, though this one is apparently meant to be a boss. His confidence vanishes when the demon orc suddenly breaks the stun and swings at him again. The blow nearly catches him, but Shin barely stops it with his sword. Shin recalls that the demon orc can regenerate, allowing it to cancel Demon Bash and recover from the stun. That leaves Shin with a 15-second cooldown before Demon Bash is available again, and this setback proves why obtaining delay is so important. For now, however, Shin has no option except winning without that skill, so he raises his sword and rushes directly into the demon orc's attack range. Yoon keeps watching, but one of his subordinates urges him to retreat since Shin does not appear to be gaining the upper hand either. Yoon cannot understand Shin's calm expression, especially when his stun has failed, and the difference between their stats is massive. For the first time, Yoon seriously questions whether Shin is truly a beginner. While turning aside another attack, Shin remembers facing a similar problem during his previous life. When an opponent is overwhelmingly stronger, trying to destroy the entire body is pointless. The answer is to concentrate on a single precise spot. Shin now plans to turn the orc's own power into an opening for his attack. He follows through with one decisive slash, cutting through the demon orc as the system congratulates him. Victory grants him 2 level-ups, along with the E-rank title, Demon Hunter. That title boosts his regeneration speed to 5 times its normal rate. Checking the system, Shin feels satisfied with both titles and appreciates yet another advantage of playing solo. When he turns toward Yoon and the others, the entire group is left speechless. Shin notices the awkward silence and instantly comes up with a way to break it. He suddenly puts on a dramatic act and yells that he nearly lost his life. Shin then gives Yoon the credit, claiming the leader had already weakened the demon orc enough for him to finish it. The blonde player immediately asks Yoon when exactly he managed to hurt the demon orc. Yoon is initially too confused to follow Shin's act, but Shin knows Yoon is smart enough to accept this excuse and save face in front of his teammates. One glance at the Crimson Stone reminds Yoon that he still has a promise to honor. He faces the team and announces that the middle boss is down, so their next task is preparing for the final one. The others immediately follow his instructions. Later, as they climb the stairs, the players insist that a newcomer like Shin has no chance of soloing the boss. One player wishes they had a stun skill too, but another reminds him that it would stop working once they left the dungeon. Meanwhile, Shin grins at the Crimson Stone because it is finally time to use it. The system identifies the silver artifact as a crystallized object that strengthens tenacity and endurance. To devour it, Shin enters the gap of unconsciousness, where the system serves him the master chef's special dish, bibim naengmyeon with meat jelly. The strange combination tastes surprisingly good, leaving him convinced that luck is finally on his side. Notification soon confirms that his body is prepared to absorb the Crimson Stone. The moment Shin takes a bite, the absorption process starts. Because he is silver rank, the artifact begins with a 20% absorption rate. His strength and health each rise by 2 points, while a new effect called Delay joins his abilities. Delay allows him to place a timed effect on whichever skill he selects. The unfamiliar effect makes him a little uneasy, but he immediately links it with Demon Bash. The system confirms that the new effect has been successfully attached. Casting Demon Bash before the first stun ends will force the enemy into another stun immediately. Third use has a 90% chance to stun again, the fourth drops to 60%, and the fifth falls to 30%. Upon returning to consciousness, Shin is thrilled with the result. Once thought a guaranteed 4-second stun was merely an idea, but now he has confirmed that it actually works. At that moment, Yoon walks over and starts talking to him. Yoon tells him that the next room is the boss chamber, where an orc berserker is waiting. Shin offers to help, but Yoon unexpectedly turns him down. Yoon explains that refusing to use a fighter with Shin's abilities would be irresponsible for a team leader. He seals the proposal with a firm handshake and formally asks Shin to work with them. Argui accepts the deal, though he refuses to alter his original conditions. Yoon agrees to those terms. Player then announces that everyone is prepared to move on. Yoon nods and reminds them not to let their guard down. Argui notices the blonde player's dark expression and wonders what is bothering him. To keep spirits high, Yoon tells the team they're almost finished and suggests celebrating with drinks afterward. At Dungeon 85, they reach the final boss room, where the orc berserker appears massive and terrifying, its face hidden behind wild hair and huge fangs. Yoon offers to enter first, but Shin steps forward and insists they go in together. His confidence leaves everyone stunned. Before anyone can argue, he charges ahead, remembering that orc berserkers are less resistant to skills than demon orcs. If he keeps his attacks precise and composed, stunning it should be possible. Orc berserker suddenly charges at him. As the monster rushes in, Shin briefly wonders whether those fearless words really came from him. Fear controlled every part of him when he was young. As an adult, he had been reduced to nothing but a struggle to survive. Shin has decided that he will never return to that helpless existence. He has to become someone different, and this battle is where he will prove it. With the entire team watching, Shin releases one overwhelming slash that almost cuts the boss in two. Yoon can only stare in disbelief and call Shin a monster. Shin calmly announces that the enemy will remain stunned for 4 seconds. He immediately activates Demon Bash. Shin orders the others to rush forward and use every attack at their disposal. A storm of attacks crashes into the stunned orc berserker, leaving it twisting in pain. In the end, the orc berserker falls, officially clearing Dungeon 85. Shield-bearing player comments that the dungeon turned out to be surprisingly easy. Another player says the stun effect is what made the victory possible. Behind them, the porters whisper about Shin and wonder whether someone has already become his personal porter. One porter prepares to approach him, but another objects because he wants the opportunity for himself. The system then announces another level up and awards him the D-rank title, Overwhelming Power. Title increases the duration of every status effect he applies by 10%. Shin marvels at how quickly he is gathering titles, something he never managed to do in his previous life. Even so, his progress still looks insignificant beside the achievements of one particular man. That man is Du Kyung-soo, the Ghost Blade, the complete sword, and Korea's greatest swordsman. Only 2 years after the player era began, Du Kyung-soo had already broken past level 500. In Shin's former life, Du Kyung-soo stood far beyond his reach, but this time Shin plans to close the gap. And if possible, he intends to overtake him completely. Driven by that ambition, Shin simply stretches and prepares for the road ahead. Yoon walks over, congratulates Shin for his performance, and gives him a reward item. Shin accepts the item but asks, surprised, why Yoon is giving it to him. Yoon says Shin practically carried the whole team, while the bronze rank artifact was too ordinary for him to keep. True to his blunt nature, Yoon jokes that he would never have handed it over if it had been genuinely valuable. Privately, however, Yoon realizes Shin has already outgrown them and probably will not remain with the team much longer. That thought hurts more than he wants to admit. Watching from afar, the blonde player burns with jealousy as he sees the two men talking. After standing loyally beside Yoon for years, he now feels completely replaced. In his eyes, Shin is nothing but a lucky newcomer who happened to get noticed. Consumed by resentment, he pulls out his phone and mutters that Yoon and Shin should die side by side. Then he places a call to someone. The following morning, back at his apartment in Jamseldong, Songpa district, Shin is feeling quite satisfied. Most porters make only $200 a day, but Shin now has 6 million sitting in his bank account. Yoon had clearly paid him more than twice the usual amount and even added an extra item. The bonus is a bronze artifact called the Berserker Ring, carrying light and strength plus 10 effects. Usually dropped by orc berserkers, the ring enhances the blood rage ability. Using it normally costs 1 mana every second, while reducing the total weight of all equipped artifacts to a single kilogram. Shin finally understands why this powerful-sounding ring is still only bronze rank. For ordinary players, their mana would probably run dry before they could even make a proper sword swing. Thankfully, Shin is anything but ordinary. It took him 50 years in his former life to discover his true potential, but now every lesson from that lifetime works in his favor. Shin knows mana-dependent artifacts usually come with drawbacks, but Devour Artifact erases those drawbacks after consumption. The abilities remain intact, while the mana requirements disappear completely. Thrilled by the discovery, Shin gets ready for yet another of his bizarre artifact-eating mukbangs. Synchronization with the Berserker Ring has already started, and Shin has no intention of worrying about the danger. As far as he is concerned, every ability he gains brings him one step closer to his goal. Meanwhile, at a private club in Seoul's Gangnam district, the yellow-haired player angrily insists that his report about the 4-second stun was true. The man seated opposite him calmly asks whether he is shouting. Player shuts up immediately. The man then asks why any of this should matter to him. Under pressure, the player denies wanting revenge and insists that this is merely a business matter. The man instantly recognizes the lie. The woman beside him leans over and whispers into his ear. The scarred man gives a chilling smile, turns toward the player, and slices his ear. As the player trembles, the scarred man reminds him that they are not people he can order around. He pours alcohol over the injury and declares that the player will pay for what he has done. His voice, his loyalty, every part of him will be taken as payment. All of it will be worth no more than the ear he just lost. Then, as if nothing happened, he coldly asks for more information about Shin. Next day at the Jamshil 4-3 training grounds, Shin sits on the stairs while remembering the disgusting taste of the cold cucumber soup. He hates the flavor, but keeps eating because it is the only food available after returning from the Berserker Ring. His stomach protests at every bite, but Shin stays hopeful, believing that even the darkest tunnel eventually leads to light. Still, he can now spin his greatsword effortlessly and clearly feels the difference in its weight. That change comes from the lightweight effect granted by Devour Artifact. Skill no longer drains mana, and even with its effect reduced by half because of the penalty, every artifact he carries weighs just 100 grams. That passive benefit is enough to convince Shin to keep using the greatsword for the time being. His player profile shows that he has reached level 7 and currently possesses 3 titles. He still has no constellation, but he owns the exclusive Devour Artifact skill and has already consumed 3 artifacts. His current status lists 324 HP, 32 MP, and 307 experience points. Shin knows a constellation's attention is vital for becoming stronger, but each player can bond with only one. That means he cannot afford to make a careless choice. Ideally, he needs a constellation that complements his strongest attribute, luck. Still, Shin realizes his present stats might not be impressive enough to catch a constellation's attention. At the moment, training is the only path available to him. He lines up before 100 training dummies and gets back to strengthening himself. Later, a car races down the road before Shin steps out, so exhausted that standing upright is already a challenge. 3 uninterrupted days of training, followed by a long drive, have completely drained him. Shin feels like the exhaustion might finish him off, but the ordeal did reward him with a new passive skill called ambidextrous sword training. The skill improves his handling of every sword type except daggers and one-handed longswords, making it perfect for someone like Shin. Before long, Shin reaches Dungeon 101, a location reserved exclusively for solo players. Under normal circumstances, entering this dungeon would require months of waiting, but his car lets him get there immediately. The moment he arrives, Shin spots something suspicious. A black car is parked close by, making Shin realize that someone followed him into the forest. He has no idea who they are or what they want, but Shin decides to handle the problem after entering the dungeon. A short while later, several men enter the dungeon behind him. They clearly are not solo players, and the scarred-eye man looks surprised when he hears that the dungeon is restricted to solo users. Shin quietly watches from the side, fully aware that these men entered on purpose. Shin tells them that this dungeon belongs to him, but the men laugh and ask whether he is stupid. He gives them one final warning, promising not to report the trespass if they leave at once. Even then, Shin knows these men are not going to retreat without a fight. Studying the group, Shin notices that they have neither a healer nor a mage among them. They have completely neglected sustainability, a key part of dungeon clearing, and brought only swordsmen plus an archer. Shin immediately identifies them as a crew that preys on fellow players. Everyone knows this gang as the Hyena Pack. The huge man laughs at Shin's confidence, while the archer stays silent, watchful, and ready. Shin recalls that the Players' Association eventually wiped them out through relentless monitoring. One glance at the archer reminds Shin that this is the opponent who causes the most trouble. RG tells them to stop wasting time and get the fight started. He casually points out that a dungeon is the perfect place to dispose of bodies. That remark instantly sets the entire group off. Scarred man proposes finishing Shin quickly, while the big guy boasts that ripping his jaw apart would be effortless. RG remains completely composed and tells them not to drag this out. In fact, he orders the entire group to come at him together. The moment they take him up on that offer, Shin moves. To Shin, a dungeon is where the strongest survive and everyone else gets erased. Monsters hunt him without pause, while players chase artifacts with that same ruthless desperation. Inside a dungeon, rules disappear and death can arrive in an instant. His former life carved that truth into him. In a dungeon, drawing blood is simply another way to stay alive. Keeping that thought close, Shin rushes the group and drops two of them with one lightning-fast attack. Then he dares the survivors to step forward. Survivors fall back to reposition themselves, with the archer ready to provide cover. The archer is stunned that Shin has already taken down Sang-ho, a level 100 player, despite awakening only recently. Shin twirls his blade once before fixing his gaze directly on the archer. The archer panics, unleashes a volley of arrows, and screams that Shin is no human, he's a monster. Shin slices the incoming arrows apart and charges straight through the opening. His greatsword crashes into the archer, sending him down in complete disbelief. Remaining enemies assume Shin has exposed himself by tossing away his weapon, but he is already sprinting toward the blade. Just as Shin reaches the sword, the final two rush him, convinced that this is their chance. At the exact moment their attacks land, a blinding flash washes over them. Once they can see again, Shin is somehow hanging upside down while balanced on his sword's hilt. Two can only stare and conclude that he has completely lost his mind. Shin yanks the blade loose and instantly cuts one of them down. Jant, the scarred fighter, hides behind his fallen ally, but the makeshift shield changes nothing. Shin finishes them both without even pausing. Looking over the aftermath, Shin figures they are probably organ traffickers using forced transplants to exploit the power of mana stones. He understands that their bond is built on greed, not loyalty. This was never a real party. They entered the dungeon purely to make money. Jant warns Shin that understanding them will not keep him alive. Shin does not even flinch, calmly explaining that he was merely curious. Shin triggers Demon Bash, leaving Jant frozen for exactly 4.4 seconds. Jant can barely process what just happened. Minor injuries Jant suffered earlier suddenly become crucial, as the skill exploits every one of them. Shin simply tells him that the fight is finished. With every second, Jant grows more bewildered. Until now, Jant had always played the hunter, befriending newcomers, gaining their confidence, and murdering them afterward. Now fear finally reaches him, and Jant understands what it feels like to become prey. Shin asks whether this is the first time he has ever been afraid. Soon, blood covers the floor. After the battle, Shin cleans his blade and reminds himself never to become comfortable with scenes like this. He doubts any constellation would choose him after what happened, though he insists everything was self-defense. Then he spots the team's abandoned artifacts, gathers them up, and realizes he has collected 8 in total. Since their owners are gone, he decides they are all his now. By now, Shin has reached level 10, bundled in his coat after consuming 11 artifacts. His HP has climbed to 400, while his MP is sitting at 50. With 12 EXP gained, Every stat on his profile receives a major boost. Shin would rather not repeat such extreme circumstances, but the results make the ordeal feel worth it. At least the artifacts have not added any extra weight, which comes as a genuine relief. Based only on his numbers, Shin figures he is already as strong as an ordinary level 50 player. He can hardly believe the speed of his development, calling his growth completely ridiculous. Next, he pulls a special item from his pocket, the recovery ring. The ring removes abnormal status effects instantly for 10 mana, but using it again within 60 seconds costs twice as much. Shin remembers that the large enemy who rushed him earlier was wearing this very ring. That battle had surprised him, and Shin now sees that depending only on his stun move could have cost him dearly. He swears he will never make that mistake again. The ring's mana synchronization begins inside dungeon number 101, specifically along the inner access road. Goblins start appearing on the path, and one senses Shin quietly approaching. He is attempting to earn the coveted Lucky Day title, whose brutal requirement is to eliminate 500 monsters with his eyes closed. The goblins cannot understand what he is doing, but one spots his shining sword and starts drooling at the thought of claiming it. Meanwhile, Shin is more alert than ever and amazed by how sharply he can perceive everything around him. He can detect even the weakest breeze and the smallest sound nearby. Keeping his concentration locked in, Shin reassures himself that he can handle it. With his senses sharpened, he can even hear water droplets echoing through the dungeon. More noises emerge from the darkness, putting him on full combat alert. One goblin rushes him, only to be dropped by a single perfectly placed slash. Blood sprays across the dungeon floor. The violence surprises him for a moment, but he has to admit that the rush of combat feels strangely satisfying. Second attack comes flying in, but Shin detects it at the last moment and knocks it away. He then catches an arrow in midair, leaving the goblin archer frozen in shock. Shin briefly remembers his recent crisis and realizes that the ordeal refined his senses. Those memories are now directing his every instinct. Feeling his confidence surge, Shin provokes the goblins into coming at him. The whole mob surrounds him, yet Shin spins through them like a storm and cuts them apart effortlessly. One head after another hits the ground. His blade quickly becomes drenched in blood. Before long, a single goblin is left, shaking helplessly as it accepts the inevitable. Shin stands ankle-deep in blood, while red drops fall from his sword. The massacre earns Shin a level up and unlocks the D-rank title, Lucky Day. With a satisfied smile, Shin finally takes off the blindfold. Lucky Day immediately adds 20 points to his luck stat and increases it by 0.1 whenever he kills the same type of monster, up to a maximum bonus of 10. That is exactly the kind of reward Shin wanted. This was one of the titles he had been targeting from the beginning. Right then, more goblins appear around the corner and freeze at the sight of their slaughtered allies. Shin's terrifying expression says it all. He sees the newcomers as a perfect chance to farm even more points. His status window updates once again. His luck stat has already climbed by 30 points. The bonus sends Shin into such a rush of happiness that he starts trembling and laughing out loud. Figures a boost this valuable could be worth hundreds of millions, perhaps even reaching $1 billion. Then a red glow suddenly appears behind him. A smile disappears from Shin's face. This encounter has come far earlier than he anticipated. The system announces that 3 constellations have descended. The cleaner of a fallen dimension asks whether Shin wants to spread misfortune, while the pilgrim of grand space is intrigued by his mysterious aura and requests a meeting. Finally, the goddess of luck smiles warmly and reaches a hand toward him. Shin notes how unexpectedly they appeared, then grins and wonders what the constellations thought of his little performance. To his surprise, the goddess of luck starts walking toward him. Facing 3 constellations at once, Shin starts wondering if his confidence has gone too far. Nothing like this ever happened in his previous life, but maybe that is exactly why he needs to trust his instincts now. This moment makes one thing clear. Shin is no longer the hesitant man he used to be. The goddess of luck seems genuinely fascinated by Shin. She says she has never seen a swordsman receive such extraordinary favor from fortune. Shin replies that people have always considered him lucky, though inside he is quietly relieved. Having the constellations notice him gives Shin a sense of reassurance. To him, it feels like confirmation that he is moving in the right direction. Cleaner of a fallen dimension praises the ruthless side Shin keeps hidden, something highly valued by slayers. Shin suspects they are interested because of the speed with which he wiped out the goblins. Meanwhile, the pilgrim of grand space continues studying him without saying a word. Shin cannot figure out why this constellation came, but he remembers rumors that it appears only before players capable of becoming saints. He figures the goddess of luck's presence might be what drew the pilgrim here. Apparently, even the other constellations hold the goddess of luck in high regard. Catching Shin's look, the goddess assures him that she is not demanding an exclusive choice. She promises that even if he selects someone else today, he can still form a contract with her later. Her words bring to mind the legendary archer of miracles, Hashimoto Yuki. Yuki was famous for never missing, and was believed to have received the world's own blessing. His arrows were endless, and every shot he fired seemed to break the laws of reality. Many people called those achievements fake, but Shin knows the real source of Yuki's power was a contract with the goddess of luck. She was the force that made those impossible miracles real. With all three constellations waiting for an answer, Shin says he needs some time to decide. They tell him not to overthink it and to follow his own will. Even so, the decision weighs on him. What if this is his only opportunity and no other constellation ever appears? He thinks back to his previous life, when the only constellation to contact him during his first decade was the late bloomer student. After years of misery, that arrival had seemed like salvation. It gave him hope, but nothing truly changed until he reached 55, and the contract finally enabled his regression. That second chance, Shin remains deeply thankful. However, it also means this could be the only reset he ever receives. Shin tells himself that this decision has to be made with extreme care. With holy power, destruction, and luck in front of him, Shin takes a breath and finally chooses. Then he taps accept. His contract with the goddess of luck is officially sealed. The goddess looks genuinely delighted by his decision. The system reveals that the contract will remain active for 30 years, even after his death. Once the contract is finalized, an entity from another dimension begins observing in silence. 15 friendly constellations show up to congratulate Shin and wish him success. Meanwhile, 3 hostile constellations, still hoping to recruit him, threaten to obstruct his growth. The sudden flood of attention confuses Shin, but he decides not to dwell on it. Shin offers his hand, and the goddess of luck accepts it gracefully while praising his choice. The mana dealer agrees, declaring that Shin has made a smart decision. A moment later, the goddess invites Shin to choose a wish. 4 choices appear before him. The first option makes every attack a guaranteed critical hit. Second instantly activates the abilities of every unique rank artifact or anything above it. The third guarantees artifact drops from mid-bosses and final bosses, while the fourth doubles every stat point gained from leveling up. And if he chooses luck, the doubled increase will also be applied to every point he has already invested. Shin is left speechless. Every single choice is ridiculously overpowered. Goddess looks proud of herself, obviously enjoying Shin's stunned reaction. As Shin considers the guaranteed crits, drops, and doubled stats, he realizes these rewards are the payoff for everything he endured. When the goddess brings up the others, Shin calmly tells the remaining 2 that they are free to go. From now on, he intends to devote his attention completely to the goddess he selected. The pilgrim of grand space nods and promises that their paths will cross again. Cleaner of a fallen dimension is less friendly, warning Shin that next time he will come for his head. Even with the threat hanging in the air, the goddess appears entertained. She praises Shin for holding his ground and assures him that her blessings will help him face whatever comes next. Shin feels that even bigger opportunities are waiting somewhere ahead. Later, in Dungeon 101's final chamber, Shin comes face to face with the monstrous Greed Goblin Lord. The creature looms over Shin, completely feral and consumed by greed. The goddess of luck watches the confrontation nervously. Shin is about to deliver the finishing strike when the boss blocks it with 2 enormous axes. Goblin Lord lets out a thunderous roar, releasing a shockwave that throws Shin back. Shin catches himself with his sword, but the impact still inflicts the overwhelmed status ailment. Fortunately, Shin had already prepared for something like this. Overwhelm is weaker than a stun, but it drains the victim's desire to keep fighting. Shin immediately activates recovery and clears the debuff. The boss strikes again hard enough to crack the floor, only to freeze in confusion when Shin instantly recovers. His defensive skill may not completely paralyze an enemy, but it gives Shin the opening he needs. Now it is time to put his luck to the test. The instant overwhelm disappears, Shin launches his counterattack, cuts into the Goblin Lord's shoulder, and follows up with Demon Bash, stunning the boss for 2 seconds. Watching the countdown, Shin lands another strike at the perfect moment and resets the stun. Then the delay effect activates, extending the stun for even longer. Shin keeps attacking while blood sprays across the chamber. The system reveals that the delay's secondary effect has a 90% activation chance, extending the stun whenever it triggers. Shin is stunned that the same effect has activated successfully for a second time. Shin confronts the suffocating goblin swamp and ends it with 1 clean sweep of his sword. Immediately afterward, Shin completes the dungeon and gains another level. Exhausted from the battle, he still receives a D-rank title as a reward. More than anything, Shin is simply relieved that the ordeal is finally finished. He reflects on the day, remembering how the thugs came after him first, and then the dungeon piled on more trouble. For a moment, he questions whether he has been overdoing it. Goddess of Luck appears and cheerfully points out that Shin must be incredibly lucky to have survived and achieved all this today. Shin thinks most people would credit his success to skill, but the goddess insists that luck is a talent as well and proudly says she is helping someone truly fortunate. Shin notices how quickly her attitude has changed. The goddess, meanwhile, believes his success is mainly thanks to her support. Shin checks his status screen and chooses to invest his next upgrade into luck. But then he notices luck has already crossed 100, making him even happier. That milestone is important because any stat above 100 provides a 10% bonus to related effects. For example, more evasion improves dodging, while higher luck increases the odds of rare loot dropping. Still standing after the fight, Shin turns his attention to the Shield of Goodness. It is a support-type piece of gear that provides a useful 20 defense. The shield once belonged to the goblin warrior Goodness. Still, Shin thinks it hardly matters, because the goddess has already guaranteed the drop for him. He then wonders whether pushing his luck even higher will improve the quality of the loot he discovers. With that thought in mind, he walks over and grabs the shield. The moment he picks it up, his mana begins draining into the item. Without warning, the goddess of luck moves in and grabs hold of Shin. Shin cannot help wondering if this goddess might end up being even more troublesome than the late bloomer student. Near Jamsel Station's quest zone, Shin speaks with a woman standing by the entrance. Shin understands her point, but his mind is already occupied with his own concerns. He apologizes and urges Shin to reconsider what he intends to do. She says she has already witnessed far too many corpses today, but Shin is growing impatient. As sweat runs down his face, Shin reminds himself that retreating is no longer an option. Only 2 hours earlier, Shin had been driving along the Hanam Expressway, uneasy about the goblin shield he had collected. He is simply relieved that he ate nothing more than rice and kimchi before consuming the shield and leaving. While driving, Shin notices the dashboard warning lights suddenly begin blinking. Sudden warnings catch him off guard, making him wonder whether his car is due for replacement. But his concerns soon move beyond the vehicle itself. Shin knows that he also needs to relocate soon. Being stuck at such an unusual ranking level increases the chances of criminals targeting him. Shin has no intention of spending the rest of his life afraid. He would be far safer in a city reserved for players, surrounded by constant security and easy access to whatever artifacts he needs. He decides to check out used equipment as well, hoping to find something affordable that can keep him going for the moment. At the moment, money is the one thing he needs more than anything, and he needs plenty of it. Already knows the only place capable of paying him that much. The arrival of the player era also introduced quests, all of which are managed by the player association. Since everything runs through their system, he is confident he can turn it into a source of income. With that decided, he heads straight for the quest arena. However, the woman at the entrance quickly makes it clear that she has no intention of allowing him inside. She advises him to choose a dungeon suited to his level and questions why a level 17 player is targeting a level 100 zone. Even then, he remains completely composed and confident. Although his level is only 17, he believes a weaker dungeon would be nothing more than a pointless delay. She makes another attempt to change his mind, saying she has heard that kind of confidence before. Instead, she urges him to pick somewhere much safer. That is when he finally understands where she is coming from. Too many people have already lost their lives by overestimating their own strength. Even after hearing that warning, Shin refuses to change his mind. He understands the danger, but deep down he still believes he can handle it. While they are arguing, another girl suddenly appears and asks what is happening. The receptionist dismisses the matter casually, but Shin immediately recognizes the newcomer as Kim Miso from the Eden Guild, an elite A+ player. She is the sniper known as the Marksman of Devastation, and Shin remembers that she was the first player ever to reach level 100 and receive that title. Battle ability is impressive, but her family background is what truly sets her apart. She is the daughter of Kim Yuncheol, the man who runs Shinsung Biotechnics. Shin begins wondering whether she could also be connected to Shin Terry, the renowned shadow assassin, or Cho Jin-ho, one of the country's finest sword players. For a moment, he wonders if all these famous players belong to one guild. And Shin puts the pieces together. Kim is the heir of the largest shareholder behind the Eden Guild, meaning she has experienced the player world from the very top since the beginning. She approaches and greets him, admitting she has never seen him before asking why he wants a level 100 quest. Shin gives the simplest answer possible: he needs money. The bystanders are stunned because Kim started the conversation, and they begin wondering whether Shin has lost his mind. They assume she is merely showing kindness to a low-level beginner, unaware that Shin can hear every whisper. Kim Miso warns him that the quest will be brutal for a player at his level. Shin is already well aware of that fact, knows exactly what people mean when they say that greater danger brings greater rewards. His confidence has nothing to do with any personal dislike toward her. He still remembers being rejected when he once asked to join her team, before traveling back in time. Even so, Shin is not carrying any resentment toward her. Kim then reveals the problem. The quest forbids solo entries, so he cannot take it on by himself. The news hits him like a wall, reminding him that the solo player restriction is still active and will remain for 4 more years. The receptionist bursts out laughing, leaving Shin to awkwardly admit that he must have misunderstood the notice. Then Kim Miso shocks everyone by inviting him to enter the quest alongside her. Shin is left speechless, while the nearby players start murmuring to each other, unsure whether Kim is being serious. Some of them even grow jealous. Shin, however, starts looking for the catch and asks what she really wants in return. Kim says she's simply helping a fellow player with no conditions attached. Shin gives a small laugh and admits that trusting people is difficult for him. She insists there is no secret deal, but adds one warning. If he disappoints her, he must accept the consequences. If he proves her wrong, she will acknowledge it and apologize. Shin finally realizes that she is planning to test him. Kim's influence extends far beyond her abilities as a player. Even the outfits she puts on become valuable simply because she wears them. Anything she says can quickly become the subject of countless news reports. Shin knows that if she ruins his reputation afterward, his entire future as a player could collapse. Yet he refuses to retreat, tells her they should leave immediately, secretly intrigued by how this unusual partnership will unfold. Once Kim reaches the quest arena, she instructs her guard to provide Shin with anything necessary. She soon realizes that most of her guildmates are occupied, leaving her to recruit additional teammates so the quest party reaches the required size. By coincidence, Shin turns out to be a convenient solution. Since the quest requires a minimum number of participants, her attention naturally shifts toward him. Seeing him stuck in conversation with the receptionist is mildly inconvenient for her. His unusual confidence catches her eye, and because she cannot predict how he will respond, her curiosity grows. She asks the receptionist which quest Shin is attempting to enter. The receptionist explains that it is a defense quest, requiring them to eliminate every monster in the area. Kim is surprised that Shin ignored easier fetch and raid missions in favor of such a punishing challenge. Quest only counts as a victory once every monster is defeated, so it normally requires 4 players, including at least one ranged attacker. Shin, however, intends to handle the entire thing alone. To Kim, that sounds less like bravery and more like a suicide mission. Shin suddenly asks whether she is feeling nervous. Kim stares at him in disbelief, so he explains that her silence made him think she was worried. He even offers to wait for a tank or another ranged fighter if she considers the mission too dangerous. Kim assures him that there is no issue and agrees to tackle the quest at his side. Staff informs them that transportation to the quest zone will begin shortly. The receptionist then nervously wishes them luck, especially because Kim is going in with him. Nearby players begin debating whether the pair has any chance of surviving. One spectator dismisses their chances entirely, claiming that a level 17 player cannot possibly survive a level 100 dungeon. Another person suggests that Kim must have a plan, considering she is the youngest player ever to earn an A+ rank. Conversation then shifts to the Player Association's new ranking system. Levels are no longer enough to measure strength, so ranks now depend on 2 factors: the number of dungeons cleared and a player's overall combat instinct. Kim earned her A+ rank because her battle sense is extraordinary. When someone asks what the plus actually means, another player explains that creatures stronger than her still exist. But that is not what interests everyone. Their real focus is the level 17 guy who has just entered a dungeon beside her, because they all consider him unbelievably lucky. Last, Kim and Shin are transported into the defense quest zone. Kim reminds herself that she has to follow through on her earlier promise. She intends to support him seriously if the situation turns dangerous, while secretly hoping the experience teaches him a lesson. However, roughly 30 minutes earlier, Kim had misunderstood his statement and asked him to clarify. Shin had specifically instructed her not to interfere unless he called for assistance. Shin clarifies that she only needs to provide backup, and in exchange, he will give her 5% of the reward, a deal he considers more than fair. Kim immediately rejects that idea, explaining that his offer was never the reason she agreed to help. As far as she is concerned, Shin has no realistic chance of clearing the quest alone. The quest contains at least 300 enemies, after all. Even Kim, despite being level 100, considers it a difficult battle. She watches him carefully, slightly anxious about how he will respond. Shin remains unfazed and simply tells her to keep her eyes on him. Kim finally agrees, but adds her own rule. For every monster Shin fails to kill, her share will increase by 1%. If he lets more than 95 escape, Shin will receive absolutely nothing. A monster suddenly appears before him, announcing itself with a menacing growl. The enemies are wolves. Shin is already prepared to fight. He offers the beast a quick apology before driving his sword through with explosive speed. Shin declares that he will eliminate every one of them on his own. Wolves rush forward, yet Shin stands his ground without hesitation. Kim watches him deliver a crushing blow that sends the wolves down almost instantly. They slam into the ground, while Shin deals with them as though they are harmless pests. He even remarks that their dying cries are surprisingly pleasant to listen to. For the first time, Kim considers that Shin may be more than an arrogant low-level player. His movements contain not a single obvious mistake. His stance makes excellent use of his extended reach, and his movements resemble the style Jinho, one of her guild's warriors, often described. It is an almost flawless balance between attacking and protecting himself. What truly catches her attention is the precision and efficiency behind every move. He conserves his strength while bringing down several enemies with a single slash. Even so, Kim knows the real challenge is still ahead of him. The sheer number of enemies remains a serious problem. Without warning, an enormous pack of wolves surges toward him. Even Shin begins to question whether a level 17 player should be capable of handling enemies like these. Suddenly, Kim senses that something about the scene is wrong. She wonders why none of the monsters are moving at all. Kim is stunned by the possibility that all of them have been immobilized by Shin, perhaps through his demon bash skill. Watching Shin carve through the pack, she becomes certain that he is using a stun-based technique. The effect is obvious to anyone watching carefully. Although Shin is using the ability cautiously, its stun appears to last for roughly 4 seconds. If her estimate is correct, Shin has both the time and strength needed to eliminate the entire pack. Kim can only stare, desperately trying to understand who this mysterious man really is. Shin continues hammering the wolves with powerful strikes as if the entire battle were effortless. He remains alert, tracks every movement, and repeatedly sends the wolves crashing down. If anything, Shin appears to be having fun. Then one particular enemy catches his attention, a black wolf. Creature releases a deep growl, and although Shin has never battled one before, its presence feels strangely familiar. The black wolf suddenly hits Shin with both a stun and a debuff. Shin wonders whether this is the same type of stun he used against the other wolves. Kim is caught off guard as well, but her artifact protects her from the stun. That is when she realizes the black wolf must have activated a stun skill on Shin. She had almost overlooked that possibility. She was beginning to question Shin, but now she considers that he may possess an ability capable of inflicting stun effects. Even so, a player of his level removing a stun so easily is practically unheard of. Then his system announces that recovery has activated, causing the stun to disappear. Shin immediately regains his footing and rushes straight at the beast. Kim can barely believe what she is seeing. His sword position is almost flawless. The stun lasted longer than Kim expected, yet Shin still seems able to remove debuffs despite being only level 17. The black wolf attacks once more, its growl louder and more threatening than before. Shin does not even blink. He simply holds his position with complete calm. Kim begins connecting the clues in her mind. Suddenly, the situation starts to make sense. The stun should have immobilized him, yet Shin is moving normally. Without warning, the black wolf leaps at him once more. For one brief moment, the situation becomes tense. Shin answers with a final devastating blow and brings the beast down. The scene feels impossible, as though Shin was the one stunned, yet he somehow landed the finishing strike. Afterward, Shin looks down at his filthy clothes and decides he might as well enjoy the battle. As she watches everything happen, Kim cannot stop asking herself who Shin really is. Shin eventually wipes out every wolf-type monster in the defense quest. He eliminates 299 enemies, falling short of the required 300 by only 1. The experience lets him level up rapidly, and he enjoys how effortlessly he climbs through the levels. Also receives the D-rank title No Fear, granting immunity to the negative effects caused by wolf-type creatures. Shin now believes Kim may finally be starting to respect his abilities. Kim is visibly impressed, though she keeps her expression guarded. Knowing he still has to prove himself, Shin prepares for the final stage. A gigantic wolf suddenly materializes before him. This is the final boss, the Full Moon Wolf Lord. Shin opens with a powerful attack, remembering that unpredictable strikes are the most effective way to fight this boss. The wolf growls menacingly, but Shin keeps his concentration intact. After surviving 30 years in his previous life, Shin knows the boss's entire move set by heart. Even so, he cannot help feeling a little guilty about attacking the creature. He follows a heavy sword strike by activating Demon Bash. Unfortunately, the boss completely resists the effect. Demon Bash fails to penetrate the boss's resistance. Shin then understands that the creature's overwhelming resistance is simply the advantage of a level 100 boss. Kim continues observing every detail of the fight. She notices that Shin can somehow negate stun effects, and she is equally amazed that he handles the enormous sword as if it were weightless. Shin keeps pressing the attack with everything he has. The wolf evades several attacks before releasing another thunderous growl. Shin immediately commits to another devastating sword strike. Wolf Lord avoids the blow, but Shin has already memorized its seemingly random attack pattern. He knows every tactic the boss can use. Kim begins to see the real source of her irritation. Shin is constantly trying to prove himself specifically to her. Shin responds with a confident smirk, making Kim even more curious about his true identity. As the clash wears on, Shin realizes it is taking far longer than planned. He is running low on impressive moves to reveal and assumes the wolf should be exhausted by now. The wolf charges yet again, leaving Shin baffled by its endless stamina. Shin realizes that his health may run out before the bosses if the fight continues at this pace. Tension grips him as the wolf keeps pressing forward, with the clear intention of killing him. Fortunately, Shin soon identifies the rhythm behind the wolf's attacks. The wolf throws heavy blows as bait, trying to force Shin into countering before following up with a vicious attack. Standing firm with his sword ready, Shin identifies the Wolf Lord's trademark technique, the same move that has defeated countless players in the past. He has not witnessed it firsthand in this life, but he knows the attack is about to happen. The wolf unleashes a roar, and Shin charges forward with his attack. At that exact moment, the wolf releases another growl. Kim is horrified when the wolf's powerful strike connects and sends Shin crashing down. Kim blames herself, calling herself an idiot for letting this happen. Shin had displayed extraordinary power, but she relaxed for one moment, and now he is paying the price. A deep sense of guilt and sympathy washes over her. Then the situation takes an unexpected turn. A flash of light appears before Kim, and the absorbed shield of Cudness crumbles into ashes, disappearing permanently. In return, Shin receives a special effect called Sacrifice. Shin is thrilled to discover that the effect grants him a conditional healing skill, even though the shield itself has been consumed. His next decision is choosing the exact part of his body where the healing should be applied. The skill demands a precise selection from 16 separate body parts. Choosing the rear would normally be safer, but the back is split into 4 sections, making the healing less efficient. Shin decides the front is the better target, and the choice works perfectly. Thanks to Sacrifice, he restores his health completely. He realizes that even a small mistake would have killed him, but instead he tells the wolf that he never expected one effect to solve both of his problems. Demon Bash then activates at level 1. Shin cannot decide whether he is incredibly lucky or terribly unlucky, especially after cutting off the wolf's right arm somehow breaks through its resistance. Shin grips his sword and chooses to press his advantage, ready to see how far his luck can carry him. His stun technique finally succeeds on the 3rd try, and Shin decides that is more than sufficient. At that very moment, Kim reaches him. Shin welcomes her, relieved that she has finally arrived. She scolds him for hiding his healing skill, admitting that she genuinely thought he was finished. She then wonders whether he has lived another life, especially since he knows the he wolp enos Hindi, hila enos Hindi, he ha enos Hindi, he da enos Hindi, he halunt enos Hindi, he ja enos tick s attack patterns so perfectly. He has encountered more players than she can count, yet Shin is the first one who has completely left her puzzled. She starts explaining what Shin feels like to her, but he turns around and asks her to finish what she was saying. With a hint of pressure in her voice, she asks whether he is already a ranker. Shin is caught completely off guard, because he expected her to say that he seemed like someone who had regressed. Still, he realizes that an ordinary player probably would not make such a deep connection. She asks whether he intends to finish the boss, so Shin walks straight up to the Wolf Lord and kills it without hesitation. The victory grants him a C-rank title and unlocks Face-Off, a skill that activates when the target has no allies within 5 meters and raises all his stats by 20%, making Shin wonder whether his very first C-rank title was designed for solo combat. Naturally, Shin is quite happy with the result. Kim notices his reaction and correctly guesses that he has received the title. Surprised, he asks whether she has completed this stage by herself before. She confirms that she did, though she admits her artifact was the reason it was possible. Shin points out that choosing and obtaining the right artifact still requires plenty of skill. She thanks him, but explains that her item cost more than 200 billion won, so comparing her performance with someone carrying an ordinary sword would hardly be fair. She quickly waves that concern away and tells him to try out his new title instead. Shin does not understand what she means at first, until Face-Off suddenly activates. Kim is standing by herself inside the 5-meter range, with nobody else around. But as soon as Shin speaks, the effect shuts off. Kim simply laughs and says she will leave ahead of him to contact her porters, who can gather the loot. Shin thanks her once more. Since the quest rewards include dropped loot and monster parts, Shin realizes that hiring porters is simply the practical choice. After carrying most of the fight, he assumes he must have left a strong impression on her. Before departing, Kim drops one final surprise. She is giving Shin her 5% share of the quest reward. Shin is left speechless. He immediately says that accepting it would not feel right. Kim dismisses his concern, assuring him that she will be fine and does not want him turning her down. She expects them to team up again, so she asks him to treat this as an investment in his future. Shin gets the uncomfortable feeling that lowering his guard around Kim would be a mistake. Even so, he finally turns his attention to the reward he has been waiting for, the Blue Moon Stone. The instant it appears, Shin's face brightens. He is overjoyed to finally possess a platinum rank artifact. Shin, the item is worth at least 1 billion won, making it an incredibly valuable prize. With that much value in his hands, he figures a Seoul apartment might finally be within reach. The goddess of luck immediately claims some credit and asks whether this success has finally made him a believer. Shin refuses to give her the satisfaction. In his mind, his own luck brought him this far, not hers. At that exact moment, the torn-lipped constellation grumbles about how absurdly unfair Shin's luck is. Not long afterward, Shin learns that the player system has proposed removing the goddess of luck. She sends the system's connected constellations a formal request and calls for a vote. As the vote proceeds, another ruling is made. The torn-lipped one is no longer allowed to function as a constellation. Meanwhile, Shin returns his focus to the artifact. Because it is platinum rank, he expects to absorb roughly 40% of its stats. While examining the Blue Moon Stone, Shin discovers its unique lingering effect, which multiplies health recovery and regeneration by 5. In other words, beneath a full moon, fighting canine monsters becomes almost unfairly easy for him. And the mana exchange between Shin and the artifact finally begins. Back in the quest lobby, Shin is now operating at full strength. When Shin moves ahead, a crowd forms around him, whispering about whether he is truly Sanghyan, the player who solo cleared a level 100 dungeon. Few people remain doubtful, while others argue that Kim has no reason to make up a story like that. Kim reminds them that nobody sane would willingly send a level 17 player into a level 100 quest, and she would have prevented it if she had been able to. She also stresses that every member fought with everything they had during the run. Kim then gestures for someone to examine Sanghyan more carefully. That reminder makes Shin remember the worker. He feels slightly ashamed that she had slipped his mind. Before he can dwell on it, someone calls his name. A man introduces himself as Yoon Ju-han, leader of the Guardian Guild's recruitment team. He praises Shin's strength, offers him a place in the guild, and promises that he will receive top-tier treatment. Kim cuts in, saying she has business to discuss with Shin, and politely asks them to give the two of them some space. Surrounding players immediately begin speculating that Eden Guild is trying to recruit him. Shin realizes Kim rescued him from the recruiters, though he cannot figure out her real intentions. As they walk away, his phone announces the reward deposit, and Kim Miso asks whether the quest payment arrived, surprising him with how quickly it came through, crediting the A-rank porters and her own influence, and receiving his thanks after he learns he has been paid 500 million won. But once they switch to a private conversation, Shin grows uneasy and suspects her generosity hides something more. His suspicion is confirmed when Kim gets straight to the point and asks him to join Eden Guild. Kim's offer leaves Shin silent for a moment. He remarks that she sounds less like someone making a proposal and more like someone calmly waiting for his decision. Kim replies that her guild is called Eden for a reason, assuring him that joining will not become a regret. Shin privately admits that pretending this offer surprised him would be a lie. Before the time reversal, Shin had been nothing more than an ordinary member of a minor guild. The guild was far from impressive, yet it gave him a sense of comfort. It was a modest group willing to accept someone like him, a player with no talent and nowhere else to belong. Shin, it had genuinely felt warm and secure. That feeling lasted only until the incident that took his comrades away. Given how rapidly he is developing now, even a guild with excellent support could eventually become a restraint. The moment, he decides that walking his own path is the fastest route to greater strength. Shin respectfully declines the offer. Kim understands his hesitation instantly and guesses that he is considering founding a solo guild. She is remarkably perceptive. Then, almost casually, she reminds him that she is the daughter of a major company's chairman. She explains that, considering his abilities, reaching that conclusion was not difficult. She also emphasizes that, for now, she is the only person aware of his plans. Shin finally realizes that Kim had predicted his decision to go solo from the beginning. Even so, she had been honest about everything, shown genuine interest, and offered a deal that benefited them both. Shin cannot deny that Kim is frighteningly skilled at negotiation. Later, Shin travels to Player Town C near Jamsil Station and meets a woman there. As previously agreed, she confirms the terms: a 100 million won deposit and 5 million won in monthly rent. Shin jokes that her cheerful delivery makes the price sound harmless, even though the numbers are still terrifying. She laughs and assures him that he received a bargain, since plenty of people were interested in the apartment. With that settled, she says goodbye and walks away. Shin wishes her well and watches her leave, still amazed by how quickly everything came together. For a moment, he wonders whether the goddess of fortune deserves some credit for this luck too. Inside his new apartment, Shin gazes through the window and silently absorbs the moment. Hardly any time has gone by, yet his entire world has already changed. The sudden time reversal, the confusion, and the rapid changes around him had all blended into one overwhelming blur. For days, Shin did nothing but struggle to understand his new reality. With no definite answers, he had no idea which direction to take. Then something inside Shin finally changed. A powerful rush began coursing through him, even before he had taken his first real step. It was the restless fire of youth, and it refused to let him remain idle. That was when Shin vowed to live this life differently. Never again as the miserable and powerless man he had once been. From that point onward, opportunities to become stronger began appearing one after another. As they ride in the car, Kim answers a call and begins talking. She is speaking with reporter Park Young-min and remarks that he is still incredibly quick whenever news is involved. Hearing the name, Shin guesses that this is Park from Player magazine. The reporter says he heard Shin accompanied Kim into a quest zone. Kim confirms the report and begins discussing the latest players she has encountered. Before the conversation wanders further, Kim interrupts and tells him to get to the main point. A short while later, they arrive at their destination. Shin thanks Kim for driving him, but she asks him to wait a moment. She explains that her group will soon investigate an unconfirmed gate. The team will have 4 open slots and is limited to players below level 120. Shin is thrilled because this may finally be his chance to enter a gate. Kim cannot resist teasing him about it. She points out that he became eager awfully fast after so coldly rejecting the guild's offer. Shin knows perfectly well why this opportunity excites him. Regular dungeons follow fixed layouts, entrances, exits, traps, and monster patterns, but gates can change without warning. The routes can rearrange during a raid. The monsters may transform halfway through, and the greater danger brings much better rewards. That is simply the reality of the player world. Unconfirmed gates also offer a first clear bonus that guarantees a high-ranked artifact. Shin also realizes that Kim has probably dealt with this type of gate before. Otherwise, there is no way she could have obtained an artifact that negates the Black Wolf stun effect at her current level. Before they part, Kim promises to contact him once more information arrives, and says they will probably be speaking often from now on. He hands Shin her phone and asks him to add his number. Shin looks blankly at the screen, unsure what she wants him to do. Noticing his confusion, Kim quickly explains that she meant for him to switch screens and enter the number himself. She blames the mistake on having too much on her mind. Shin says nothing and simply observes her. Kim genuinely appears to be dealing with several problems at once. And again, these days, what player is not carrying some kind of burden? Shin reflects that he too is hiding a past he can never openly discuss. If people discovered that he had gone back in time, the consequences could be impossible to predict. He cannot help wondering what his former companions are doing at this moment. His thoughts turn to the late-blooming model student, reminding him of the many years they once shared. Deep down, Shin only wishes he could see their faces one more time. Meanwhile, in Eden Guild's VIP room, level 700 player Jo Jinho relaxes as he attempts to make small talk with Kim. He says it has been a while and suggests catching up over coffee, but notices Kim is glued to her phone, waiting for a reply. Kim explains that she is messaging Shin because they are preparing to enter a gate together. Jo is stunned and immediately asks whether Kim has fallen for Shin. Kim waves off the idea and insists that it is not romantic. Jo clearly does not buy her explanation. He remembers that Shin is the player capable of maintaining a stun even longer than Jo himself. On top of that, Shin actually rejected Kim's guild invitation. Kim merely shrugs and tells Jo to focus on his own problems, adding that Shin's swordsmanship was genuinely impressive. Jo laughs, clearly finding the whole situation ridiculous. He jokes that comparing Shin with him is still taking things a little too far. At Jamsil Training Ground 4-3, Shin receives a call from Kim. Shin thanks her for getting in touch. Kim asks whether he has a moment, because she wants to discuss the newly discovered gate. Timing surprises him, but he says he is available. Kim informs him about an unconfirmed gate near Chuni Station on Line 7, roughly 500 meters to the northwest. She adds that everything up to the midpoint checkpoint has been investigated, and she has just forwarded him the details of the deeper sections. Shin asks her to wait while he reviews the information. Kim tells him there is no need to rush. As Shin studies the gate data, he is amazed that an opportunity to use his new skill has appeared almost immediately. He confirms that he has read the information and thanks her for the warning. Kim says the news only reached her moments ago and promises to call him again shortly. Nearby, Yoon waits with an increasingly irritated expression. He cannot believe Shin brought him all the way there only to handle phone calls himself. Shin apologizes and addresses him as captain. Yoon tells him to stop calling him that and jokes that Shin must be famous already. Shin dismisses the comment, insisting that he is nowhere near celebrity status. Seeing Shin's confusion, Yoon realizes he has not checked his phone. When Shin asks what he means, Yoon simply tells him to look at the phone. Shin has made it onto the front page of Player magazine. Stunned, Shin quickly takes out his phone. He never expected to become the center of attention and wonders why nobody warned him in advance. Yoon teases him by asking whether his phone is already exploding with messages. Shin says the situation is not that extreme yet and chooses to concentrate on the task at hand. The magazine issue can wait until later. Yoon then gives Shin a bag containing the items he requested. Shin thanks him, but Yoon immediately clarifies that the bag is not a present. Shin is still expected to pay for it. Yoon explains that they are merely his old artifacts and asks why Shin wants used items instead of purchasing new ones. Smiling, Shin claims that he likes items with history, or perhaps he simply wants to continue Yoon's legacy. Yoon sees through the excuse and asks whether Shin actually expects him to believe it. Still smiling, Shin says it is simply a superstition he happens to follow. But privately, Shin knows that old, unused artifacts generally absorb energy far more efficiently. Suddenly, a woman arrives and apologizes for being late because she had trouble parking. She has come to appraise the artifacts. Shin does not recognize the woman. Yoon explains that she is the appraiser he hired to ensure the exchange remains fair to both parties. He says this with a laugh. After carefully examining the artifacts, the girl looks visibly exhausted. She finally announces that the appraisal is complete. The results confirm that the exchange is fair for both sides. Before finalizing the deal, Yoon asks Shin to evaluate his swordsmanship. Shin awkwardly says he may not be qualified to offer advice yet. Yoon interrupts and tells him to stop pretending to be so modest. After everything they have experienced together, Yoon knows Shin has already surpassed him. Yoon adds that he is not too proud to accept guidance when he needs it. Shin grows uncomfortable, since he had never wanted to be dragged into this kind of situation. For a brief instant, fear begins to take hold. Even so, Shin feels it would be disrespectful to ignore someone sincerely trying to improve. He tells Yoon to act as though Shin is not there and give the demonstration everything he has. Yoon approves of the answer. Shin then turns to the appraiser and advises her to move away from the danger zone. She agrees and takes position behind Shin. The moment she is clear, Yoon unleashes a powerful sword swing. Shin is surprised to see how much Yoon has improved since their previous dungeon expedition. Clearly, Yoon has been training hard. The longer Yoon demonstrates, the more impressed Shin becomes. His technique is clean, and every strike carries serious force. Yoon says that this is not even the full extent of what he can demonstrate. Then Shin spots a flaw and asks whether something is wrong with Yoon's left arm. Yoon is visibly startled and demands to know how Shin noticed. Shin points out that every time Yoon attacks with his right hand, his left shoulder becomes exposed almost instantly. It is almost as if Yoon is overprotecting that side. If overprotecting it is not the reason, then what exactly is causing it? Yoon accepts Shin's observation and reveals that he has developed trauma surrounding his left side. Nearly all the injuries he has suffered in training and dungeon battles came from that very side. He knows it is a weakness, but fixing the habit has remained impossible for him. Shin assures him that the problem is fixable, leaving Yoon completely surprised. According to Shin, overcoming this kind of trauma is far more manageable than most people assume. Rather than covering up your weaknesses, you need to turn them into strengths, starting with everything from your grip to your breathing. Shin admits the adjustment will be painful in the beginning, though it will pay off later. Then tells Yoon to apply extra pressure to the blade using a single finger. Yoon gives it a shot, but complains that it is not so simple because the adjustment actually hurts. Shin tells him to endure it for just a little longer. Yoon clenches his teeth and admits that the pain remains, although he can sense his movement getting better. Shin assures him that things will improve even more from this point onward. Throughout the whole exchange, the appraiser can only stand there and wonder what is wrong with these two. Shin continues fine-tuning Yoon's grip and demonstrates several alternative ways to wield the sword. Yoon has trouble following the instructions, while the appraiser remains utterly confused about what sort of training she is witnessing. Once Captain Yoon's lesson is over, Shin heads off. He is pleased with the deal, despite having to spend 400 million won to secure it. He has no doubt that the advantages these artifacts provide will justify every bit of that expense. Yoon also appears genuinely satisfied with the swordsmanship training. Still, Shin becomes uneasy when he recalls the bizarre expression the appraiser wore during the lesson. He decides that she was probably just exhausted. Shin is eager to absorb the artifacts and discover what abilities they will grant him. He is also impatient for the next gate to open, so he can finally put the skill to use. To pass the time, Shin decides to give Kim a call. Out of nowhere, someone appears in front of the car, forcing Shin to widen his eyes and stomp on the brakes. Shin instantly apologizes and checks whether the person is all right. The man had been standing in Shin's blind spot, which is why he went unnoticed. The stranger clearly has other intentions, claiming that he has been waiting specifically for Shin. Looking down at Shin, he orders him to step out of the vehicle. Shin cannot figure out what this man is after. The man's companion scoffs and says fools like Shin always respond with the same confused reaction. Bulky thug activates his firepower and raises the threat to another level. He warns that if Shin refuses to leave the car, he will burn both the vehicle and its owner. Then Shin finally recognizes the men standing before him. They are Utopia Guild streamer players Choi Youngchul and his cameraman, Cho Seongho. They are notorious for bullying beginners and weaker players, then broadcasting the humiliation to attract viewers. Youngchul plays the main act, while Cho stays behind the camera. Their outrageous content has earned them a dedicated audience that eagerly tunes in for every cruel stunt. Recently, they went too far and committed a grave crime that earned them life sentences. Cho points out that Shin has not moved an inch. Shin, however, feels relieved after realizing they are nothing more than weak bullies, the easiest kind of opponent for him to handle. Even so, Youngchul and Cho remain certain that they are about to win. Youngchul is level 100 with a B rank, while Cho is a level 75 C rank player, so both appear stronger than Shin on paper. Shin sighs wearily and draws his sword, remembering that he originally wanted to test his newly gained power. That does not mean he intends to squander it on two losers like them. In Shin's eyes, they are not even worthy of being called opponents. Unfortunately, pests like these always manage to track him down, leaving Shin with little choice when it comes to Youngchul. He decides to finish the matter as fast as possible. Shin finally exits the car and asks them what they want. Youngchul lies, pretending to be a member of Player Town's security force. He claims several complaints were filed and that he has come to deal with the situation. Youngchul orders Shin to stay calm and follow his instructions. Youngchul narrows his eyes and claims that Shin has angered people simply by possessing such a car. Without even giving him a chance to react, Youngchul kicks the vehicle and tears its door apart. For a brief moment, Shin is left speechless. Youngchul gives him a choice: hand over his belongings and leave, or watch the car get destroyed completely. Nearby, spectators recognize the two pathetic streamers putting on a tough act, but they also spot Shin from Player magazine and wonder whether he is the man who entered the quest area with Kim. As the crowd struggles to remember his name, Youngchul and Cho whisper about rumors that Shin cleared a level 100 quest by himself. Youngchul takes one look at Shin's young face and dismisses the idea that he could clear a level 100 quest. Cho reminds him that Kim was alongside Shin, and she would never praise an unknown newbie without a very good reason. Youngchul bursts out laughing. An idea for his next stream immediately pops into his head. He orders Cho to prepare the camera and chooses a title: Teaching a Newbie a Lesson, Kim Miso Carried Him. Cho excitedly gets the camera rolling, practically glowing with anticipation. Youngchul baits Shin into a one-on-one fight while pretending that he is being generous. Then he proposes a wager. If Shin is defeated, he will have to leave Player Town. Should Shin win, Youngchul and Cho promise to keep their distance from him. Shin's expression hardens while he continues staring at the wrecked car. First, Shin calmly accepts the terms, making Youngchul grin and praise him for acting like a man. A second later, however, Shin's buried anger finally starts showing. He raises the stakes by adding 500 million won and putting his own wrist on the line. Shin coldly tells Youngchul that he can withdraw if the wager scares him. Youngchul's irritation becomes obvious after hearing Shin's audacious demand. Before Youngchul can answer, Cho cuts in, looking nervous. Youngchul turns toward his lackey and impatiently asks what happened. Cho nervously explains that the livestream chat has gone completely wild. Viewers are demanding that Youngchul accept Shin's bet and include the extra 500 million won. Shin calmly presses him, asking whether he will accept or simply admit that he is afraid. Youngchul pauses, unsure of his answer. Wager has suddenly become extremely risky. A violent fight like this could easily get his video demonetized for mature content. On the other hand, this is the perfect opportunity to release his anger while pulling in an enormous audience. Before long, the two are facing each other in front of a crowd gathered at C Plaza in Player Town's building. More spectators arrive, trying to understand the sudden commotion. Several people recognize Youngchul and Cho, muttering that the pair is once again preying on beginners. One guy attempts to show off in front of a girl, only for her to shut him down by mentioning her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Shin and Youngchul activate training mode for the duel. The system creates a barrier that prevents their battle from causing actual damage outside the arena. Youngchul smirks as he reminds Shin exactly what they have wagered. The winner gets 500 million won, while the loser's wrist will be broken. Youngchul promises to honor the agreement, then mockingly reminds Shin that he can still quit before he ends up begging for mercy. Cho confirms that training mode is ready and gives both fighters permission to start. Youngchul arrogantly begins to say that he never takes a round lightly, but Shin cuts him off before he can finish. Shin is already moving, launching himself into the air as a powerful aura wraps around his glowing sword. With blazing eyes, Shin growls that he is not here to play either, and if Youngchul begs later, mercy will not be on the table. As the battle streams live, Kim watches the screen from another location with a stunned expression. Kim stares at the broadcast in shock, struggling to understand the scene unfolding before her. After taking a closer look, she suspects that Shin's opponent is Youngchul from the Utopia Guild. Although Youngchul is a B-rank player, Kim has heard that his reckless attitude comes from having a guildmaster uncle. Even so, she cannot understand why a player like him is battling Shin here. At that moment, Kim's sister Shin Terry arrives and notices how tense she looks. Curious, Terry asks whether something strange has happened. One glance at the screen is enough for Terry to recognize the fighter on display. She remembers that this is the same Shin whom her sister is always trying to recruit. Kim identifies him as Shin Sung-Hyan and admits she cannot understand why he is appearing on such a trashy livestream. Terry, however, focuses on the remarkable accuracy behind Shin's movements. Back in the arena, the fight between Youngchul and Shin becomes even more intense. Youngchul throws vulgar insults at Shin, accusing him of fighting unfairly. Shin answers by gripping his sword tightly and unleashing a brutal strike at Youngchul. Shin rushes forward with deadly purpose, but Youngchul plants his feet and refuses to give ground. Another powerful attack from Shin captures the audience's attention and earns their growing admiration. Finally, Shin connects with a fight-ending strike. Shin realizes that, for the first time since rewinding time, his body is obeying his every command perfectly. Every movement now flows smoothly, proving just how much he has grown. 3 hours earlier, Shin thanks the appraiser for wrapping up the deal so quickly. He modestly replies that both sides played an equal part in making it happen. Di Kyung laughs and suggests celebrating over drinks, offering to pay wherever they decide to go. Shin politely turns him down, explaining that he already has something scheduled. Di Kyung becomes irritated, completely misunderstanding the reason for Shin's refusal. He wonders if he demanded too much and even offers to give back a portion of what was agreed upon. Shin reassures him that it is only a matter of timing and apologizes once again. Di Kyung accepts the explanation and casually suggests that he and the appraiser go drinking without Shin. Suddenly, the appraiser remembers an important event that she absolutely cannot skip. She quickly apologizes and rushes off, saying the event matters more than a drink. Di Kyung tries calling her back, but she is already gone. Later on, Shin quietly sits on a bench with the prize he won from an earlier bet in his hands. The reward is a bronze rank item, which Shin examines with care. Its starting absorption rate is only 10%, but Shin remembers that prolonged use increases how much of the item's power can be absorbed. Thanks to that, the item's final absorption rate has climbed all the way to 90%. Even Shin is honestly shocked by the outcome. Soon afterward, the goddess of luck appears and takes credit, saying her blessing is the reason Shin enjoys such incredible benefits. Arjun realizes that normally, he could extract only a tiny portion, about 10% of the item's original attributes. This makes him understand how dramatically proper equipment usage can change the result. Changing the topic, Shin finally asks about something he has been wondering. Because she is as famous as a constellation, Shin asks whether she has ever met one called the late bloomer model student. Goddess immediately starts sulking, complaining that Shin should focus on her instead of worrying about other celestial beings. Although she scolds him, Shin calmly explains that he is not trying to ignore her. That constellation is deeply important to him, though he can understand why she would feel hurt. Shin lowers his head and silently accepts her displeasure. Eventually, the goddess allows him to lift his head. Feeling unusually generous, she promises to look into that constellation for him. Shin gratefully thanks her for the favor. With the issue settled, Shin decides to reward himself with a proper meal. Touching the artifact firmly, Shin begins synchronizing his mana with 5 separate artifacts. As energy starts circulating, he gets ready to eat and improve his physical abilities. Manifested dishes turn out to be 5 of the most beloved meals among men, leaving Shin both shocked and delighted. Although an older warrior once owned these artifacts, the meals they create are perfectly suited to Shin's younger taste as well. To Shin's surprise, every artifact boasts an incredible 90% absorption rate. He starts imagining how powerful he will be once he finishes consuming everything before him. Possibilities are almost impossible to comprehend. Soon after the face-off title activates, Shin realizes that he is the only person standing within 5 meters of the marked target. Once the skill takes effect, Youngchul is designated as the isolated opponent. Shin tests the ability's effect and decides that it feels disappointingly weak. In the middle of the battle, Shin steadies himself with his weapon ready, prepared to take Youngchul down. Watching from a distance, Kim Miso quietly tells Shin to be careful, while Terry reassures her that he can probably avoid any threat. Lifting his sword, Shin reminds himself that he is claiming both the 500 million won and Youngchul's wrist. As he concentrates on his smooth movements and flowing energy, Shin's determination to win the bet only grows stronger. Unfortunately, Youngchul and Cho appear to have prepared a trap, and Shin steps straight into it. The instant Shin touches the concealed trigger, the trap springs shut and immobilizes him. Youngchul flashes a sinister grin, convinced that the fight has ended. He proudly raises his middle finger at Shin and announces that he has won. Youngchul's forced freezing successfully traps Shin, as ice spreads across his body and cages him in place. Kim and Terry are both stunned by Youngchul's sudden move. Kim already understands Shin's abilities, so she lets out a knowing chuckle. She confidently tells Terry not to underestimate her ability to read players, reminding her that Shin can remove status ailments. She then urges her sister to take a closer look at the hidden gem she spotted in Shin while watching the screen. Before she can finish, Kim notices that the igloo Youngchul created is completely empty. The bulky villain is equally confused, since his freezing skill is still active, and Shin should not be able to escape unless he possesses status ailment removal. Unfortunately for the arrogant player, Shin has exactly that skill. Shin suddenly appears in the air behind Youngchul, with his sword prepared to strike. A moment later, Shin lands on his opponent with the sword's tip pressed against Youngchul's back. Youngchul reacts quickly by activating training mode, preventing Shin's sword from causing real damage. Commentators argue over what happened, until one viewer correctly guesses that Shin used status ailment removal to escape. Viewer's comment catches Cho's attention, pointing out that Shin looks different. Cho also notices the sudden shift in Shin's aura. Neither of them can identify what has changed inside Shin. Terry, however, already has an answer. He tells Kim that Shin may have awakened a new ability, possibly transcendence or psychedelic. The blackness in Shin's eyes leads Terry to conclude that it is probably psychedelic. The ability is incredibly powerful, but its drawback is severe. Any damage taken causes extreme exhaustion. Terry points out how confidently Shin has declared that he will defeat his enemy without taking a single injury. Kim is not convinced by that explanation. She reminds Terry that Shin never used this ability during their dungeon expedition. Terry considers two possible explanations. The first is that Shin simply had no reason to use it at the time. Second possibility shocks Kim. Shin may have awakened the ability only moments ago. Meanwhile, while examining Shin's artifacts, the appraiser notices the Crimson Meditation bracelet, whose hidden skill has already been tested. That bracelet contains the psychedelic skill. The appraiser nervously believes that Shin has only a small chance of manifesting the bracelet's hidden power. If Shin absorbed the skill so quickly, then he must possess at least the goddess of luck's blessing. Without her knowing it, Shin truly does have that blessing, and he has successfully absorbed psychedelic. Skill forces Shin into an awakened state and lets him recover HP for 100 seconds. Once awakened, the skill also boosts his other abilities, but taking even a single hit leaves him severely exhausted. With a sinister glint in his eyes, Shin asks Youngchul if he wants another round, reminding him that training mode is still active. Humiliated by that crushing loss, Youngchul responds with a furious stream of abuses. He finally realizes that he badly misjudged Shin and decides to stop treating him like some inexperienced rookie. His next move is simple: create as much space between himself and Shin as possible. Once he is safely away, he starts blaming his blonde subordinate for arranging the fight without realizing how powerful Shin actually was. The lackey nervously looks away, while furious Youngchul curses him in his head, until Shin's powerful hand suddenly clamps onto his face. Shin drives his head into the floor hard enough to crack it, then mocks him by saying training mode is the only reason Youngchul is still alive. Panicking, Youngchul promises to honor the deal, accept his defeat, and send the prize money straight to Shin's account. Unfortunately for him, Shin has no intention of stopping there. The fight technically finished, Shin decides it is time to settle a more personal score. Youngchul stares at him in terror, wondering what sort of revenge this lunatic has in mind. Shin recalls the mechanic's grim diagnosis from 3 days earlier. His car was still running, but only had a few days left before giving up completely. The mechanic's advice was to replace the car altogether. That suggestion nearly brings Shin to tears, because the car carries years of journeys and memories with him. And that is why Shin now announces that Youngchul must pay for cutting his beloved car's life short. Youngchul begs forgiveness for his crime, but Shin ignores every word and prepares to send him straight into the afterlife. The poor man becomes so terrified that he loses control of himself, horrifying the spectators and leaving even his own followers completely speechless. Elsewhere, everyone starts complaining about the unbearable smell caused by Youngchul's little accident. Cho Sung-ho, meanwhile, has no idea what he is supposed to do next. After provoking Shin, their MeTube channel is probably the least of their problems. Their entire future looks wrecked. As if things were not bad enough, Utopia Guild's manager, Moon Bikyun, arrives with a face that makes it obvious he is furious about the whole mess. Moon decides that assigning blame can wait until this immediate disaster is under control. The moment, his attention stays on Shin, a supposed newcomer who has just proven he can defeat a fighter like Youngchul. Curious to measure Shin's abilities himself, Moon walks over while pretending to come in peace. He claims that he has come to contain the situation and discuss appropriate compensation with Shin. Before entertaining the offer, Shin simply asks Moon who he is. Moon initially takes Shin's blunt attitude as pure arrogance. Then he reconsiders, realizing that this confidence may simply come from the exceptional talent Shin has displayed. Wanting to stay on Shin's good side, Moon introduces himself while offering an apology. He asks Shin to name his price, secretly hoping this gesture will build trust and eventually convince him to join the guild. Moon's confidence instantly disappears when Shin casually demands a transfer of 2 billion won. Shin had originally planned to ask for only 500 million won, but Youngchul's psychological damage convinces him to raise the bill. Moon knows the amount is enormous, but he is still prepared to pay, just not all at once, so he suggests installments. Following that incident, Shin's name suddenly starts spreading everywhere. Soon, reporters swarm outside his home, eager to dig into his connection with Kim and Eden Guild. Shin loses patience and drives them away, but the reporters refuse to give up. Eventually, Shin sighs and locks himself inside, baffled by everyone's obsession with his love life. He already has more than enough problems to handle, so romance is nowhere on his priority list. Instead, Shin is much more excited about putting on his new outfit and preparing for the next adventure. Kim then informs him that the gate raid she mentioned earlier is finally scheduled for today. Shin has spent the entire past week training specifically for this gate, the appraiser supplying him with more artifacts. Shin has managed to make impressive progress during that time. When Shin checks his status screen, the improvements leave him extremely satisfied. Skills such as Demon Bash and Dual Wielding have also reached higher levels. His odds of winning are much higher now, especially after gaining the Overwhelming Power title, which extends his skill's duration to 2.6 seconds. His delay skill can also last for 5 seconds, and he has awakened several abilities, including warrior-level blade wielding, training, and full charging, the last of which will support his energy release. With this many upgrades, Shin feels fully prepared to conquer the gate raid. His mind drifts back to his earlier battles, when his lack of abilities held him back, most painfully during the fight with the Wolf Lord. Even against Yangchul, Shin understood that the freezing skill could have ended him if his opponent had been just a little stronger. Shin now knows he must keep pushing himself before the past repeats itself. No matter how much he improves, he still remembers the approaching year 2040, the great server breakdown, and the loss of everyone he loves. To prevent that future, he intends to follow his hero's path and become stronger. His determination is interrupted by his ringing phone, and he is surprised to find Park Jong-min calling to remind him about today's interview, an appointment Shin had completely forgot. He answers, agrees to meet at a cafe, and immediately realizes he is in trouble. Only 15 minutes remain before the interview, while a gate raid is still waiting for him that evening. And to make matters worse, a pack of reporters is still camping outside like hungry vultures. Shin deals with them by activating psychedelic and warning the reporters to keep their distance. At the cafe, Park waits anxiously, but soon spots Shin arriving right on schedule. He greets Shin warmly and mentions that coffee for both of them has already been ordered. Once Shin sits down, Park awkwardly compliments his appearance, guessing that he came directly from a dungeon. Shin cannot exactly explain that surviving the reporters outside was more dangerous than clearing an actual dungeon. He simply apologizes for being late and takes his seat. Park waves away the apology and immediately asks Shin about everything that happened to him inside the quest area. He adds that Shin appears to have been caught up in one incident after another recently. Shin downplays everything and dismisses it as nothing serious. Park refuses to let it go and highlights how rapidly Shin's popularity has exploded among players. Players are beginning to rethink the old belief that experience and level determine everything under the new system. Still, nobody can ignore that Shin earned the Super Newbie title purely through talent, despite having such a low level. Shin continues pretending it is no big deal, but Park explains that this reputation is precisely why guilds are lining up to recruit him. Shin admits that Park is right, and reveals that he has already received countless unexpected recruitment calls. Park laughs and asks whether Shin wants details about Eden or the rival guilds before making a decision. That list does not even include the foreign guilds interested in him. That revelation catches Shin completely by surprise. Park continues, now sharing the newest information he has uncovered. Apparently, 5 overseas guilds have already conducted official background checks on Shin. These guilds normally scout promising players early to secure an advantage, but showing interest in a complete beginner like Shin is highly unusual. Park warns Shin to stay alert, because powerful people may already be watching his every move. Later, Shin makes his way through the back streets near Chunui Station toward the location of the upcoming gate appearance. Park's warning continues to occupy Shin's thoughts as he walks. Shin only planned to join a single guild, yet now he cannot stop wondering whether these foreign organizations operate on an entirely higher level. Even so, the painful memories of his ruined previous life keep him from trusting them completely. Kim's voice suddenly pulls him out of his thoughts. Since they still have time before the gate opens, Kim decides to introduce her sister, leaving Shin surprised when he sees her. With obvious excitement, Kim presents Terry, who is also one of her guildmates. Kim suggests waiting at a nearby cafe, but Terry steps forward first, extends her hand, and introduces herself to Shin. Shin returns the greeting with a slightly awkward smile and introduces himself. There was no chance Shin would fail to recognize Terry. Known as the Shadow Assassin, Terry possesses lethal abilities and ranks among Korea's elite players, making her one of the key reasons Eden Guild has climbed so high. Shin silently apologizes to his former self, realizing how fortunate he is in this life to meet players of such a high caliber. Just then, Terry suddenly asks Shin for a favor. Shin is stunned that someone of Terry's stature would need anything from him. After a moment's hesitation, he says he will help as long as it is something he can handle. Terry's favor turns out to be a sparring match with Shin. Kim immediately objects and tells her sister to withdraw that request. Terry remains unmoved, reminding Kim that she had already promised to personally test Shin and decide whether he was worthy of joining either. Clearly, Terry sees a real fight as the only proper test. Kim laughs nervously and apologizes on Terry's behalf, only for Shin to accept the challenge without hesitation. Shin wants to begin immediately, already reaching for the sword at his side. He explains that he could never turn down the honor of crossing swords with a top player like Terry. Terry is impressed by Shin's attitude and realizes Kim must have noticed something special about him. She apologizes for the sudden challenge and proposes that they trade 5 attacks, electricity already crackling around her fist. Terry tells him to begin whenever he feels prepared. One look at Terry is enough for Shin to know that he currently has no realistic chance against her. Even so, he wants the battle to measure his current strength and see how far his training has taken him. Also notices that Terry's aura transformed completely the moment she summoned her weapon, despite making no other move. Shin wastes no time calling for the start, his eyes shifting color as psychedelic activates, and he prepares to fight at full force from the opening second. Kim, meanwhile, can barely process the madness unfolding in front of her. Terry makes the opening move and disappears from Shin's vision almost instantly. Shin immediately realizes his mistake and curses himself for believing reaction speed alone would be enough to read her attack. Heartbeat later, Terry appears at his back, but Shin barely manages to catch her blow on his sword. Desperate to survive, Shin realizes he must anticipate each and every movement she makes. Terry, meanwhile, appears completely relaxed, as though this battle is nothing more than a game to her. She praises his defense, then casually warns that the remaining 4 moves will be much tougher. Terry suddenly accelerates so sharply that Shin can only swallow nervously. Shin shuts his eyes once more and tries to track Terry through instinct and his remaining senses. It quickly becomes obvious that this spar is on an entirely different level from his previous fight. He instantly spots Shin's strange decision to fight with his eyes shut. Knowing the enormous gap between Shin and her sister, Kim stares at his closed eyes and concentrated aura, calling him insane for attempting this. Ignoring her criticism, the supposedly crazy player concentrates completely on Terry's presence and successfully blocks another incoming strike. The blow carries noticeably more force than the previous one, which earns Terry's genuine admiration. Smirking, Terry remarks that most swordsmen cannot display this level of clarity and concentration until they gain far more experience. Her comment surprises Shin, making him realize that Terry must have noticed something unusual about him. After stepping away, Terry openly declares that Shin's combat style resembles that of a seasoned professional. Shin asks her for something in return, and Terry tells him to speak freely. Rather than finishing the remaining 3 exchanges, Shin asks Terry to deliver one all-out attack instead. Terry is genuinely surprised by such a reckless request. Shin admits that the request may sound arrogant, but he still wants to take the chance. As he activates psychedelic once again, Shin asks Terry to make that final strike count. Shin knows victory is impossible against Terry, and without the experience from his former life, this fight would probably scar him for good. Kim panics and begs Terry not to accept, but her sister agrees despite the warning. Terry does set one condition. With training mode disabled, she will not use every skill because the resulting damage would be excessive. She can only release her maximum speed, since her advanced abilities are far too dangerous for this location. Shin accepts at once, explaining that her full speed alone will be enough for him to measure his progress. As Terry gets ready, Shin realizes that one mistake in this exchange could cost him his life. That realization forces Shin to abandon his previous strategy. Rather than standing still and waiting, Shin tightens his grip and charges toward the point where he expects Terry to appear, intending to meet her with a counterattack. Terry is caught off guard when Shin suddenly charges straight at her. At that exact moment, Terry's shadow illusion skill kicks in. The illusion throws off her aim, causing the sword's hilt to slam directly into Shin's face. Terry quickly asks whether he is hurt, but Shin is more concerned about why she activated a skill after promising not to. He helps him up and apologizes, explaining that the skill triggered automatically out of instinct. Shin breaks into a broad smile and thanks her for treating him like a genuine opponent. After exchanging a few polite words, Terry promises that their next conversation will be much more serious. Shin agrees while accepting her hand, though Kim is visibly unhappy about how friendly the moment has become. Kim uses the opportunity to remind Terry that they need to leave for their raid. Besides, Terry still has to file a report about the chaos she nearly created. After saying goodbye to Kim, Terry finally heads off. Shin reflects on the encounter and recognizes it as the first real defeat of his new life. Still, Shin knows the outcome would have been far worse if Terry had unleashed everything from the opening attack. The encounter gives Shin more than a chance to speak with Terry, it gives him a new goal: become strong enough to defeat her someday. Harry looks back, and the challenge in her eyes silently tells Shin to give everything he has if he wants to reach that goal. Sometime later, unidentified Gate 727 materializes at Chunhui Station. Kim then introduces Shin to the two remaining members of their team. One is the mage player Park Tae-suk, while the identity of the other member has not been revealed yet. Shin is pleased to find himself surrounded by players of such a high caliber. Tae-suk says the honor is his, since meeting the famous newcomer everyone has been discussing is a privilege. He follows that up by formally introducing himself. Shin hears the term ignite. He becomes curious and asks Tae-suk about his pyromancy abilities. Tae-suk confirms that he uses it and explains that it belongs to the same skill category Yangchul possessed. Demonstrates a small flame and explains that he is capable of producing fire far stronger than this display. However, Tae-suk admits that he has reached only the blue flame stage, so advancing his ability further will take considerable time. Watching the demonstration, Shin concludes that Tae-suk is a dependable fighter. Shin recognizes that Tae-suk chose the smart path by concentrating on a single skill until he could master it properly. That difference explains how Shin defeated Yangchul, who collected numerous abilities but never mastered any of them properly. Their attention then shifts to the girl beside Tae-suk, Kang Joo-hee, a wielder who specializes in space manipulation. She is a mage too, with a particular talent for space-linking abilities. After a little hesitation, she shyly chooses to show them what she can do. Companion attempts to hold her back, but by then, the reveal has already happened. Shin studies the wind carefully and realizes that it is unlike anything an ordinary space user should be able to create. For a moment, they seem to be standing inside a giant sphere of wind, while the city lies far beneath them. She bashfully introduces the technique as her ability before greeting Shin all over again. Shin instantly gets the feeling that she is someone he can rely on. Once she joins them, the group finally feels like a complete team. Shin handles close combat, Kim covers long range, Tae-seok brings devastating firepower, and Joo-hee can get everyone out whenever retreat becomes necessary. Even without a healer, Shin can already tell that their team composition is nearly perfect. They plan the raid with impressive precision, preparing backup options while everyone remains clear about their own role. Shin can easily see that this group has fought together for years, and inside the gates, teamwork like that can mean the difference between living and dying. Their teamwork reminds Shin of the party he had in his previous life, and his expression suddenly turns gloomy. Kim notices the change and comes over, asking whether her sister hurt him during their battle. He gives her a deliberately unclear answer, claiming that he is simply distracted by a few thoughts. He then tells her to keep moving, forcing himself to stay focused on the present rather than getting lost in old memories. Beyond the gate lies Frosthell, a frozen world covered in icy hills. As they advance, Kim thanks Tae-seok for maintaining their warmth, because the brutal cold of this place could freeze them alive. Tae-seok's flame blessing lets the entire group withstand the freezing temperatures around them. The others thank him as well, pointing out that their previous raid had been far less harsh. Kim then spots a second weapon on Shin besides his longsword, something he had kept hidden during their last raid. Shin says he bought it recently for fights, where quick movement matters more than anything else. Kim is stunned when she realizes that Shin knows how to use several different weapons. Shin casually covers it up with an excuse, refusing to expose the secrets of his rare class. At that moment, Kim looks toward Joo-hee. Both of them sense a monster approaching from behind and realize that Plan C is needed. Kim silently signals Joo-hee to begin. Before the monster's fist can flatten them, Joo-hee tears open a space portal and moves the entire team out of harm's way. Kim grips her bow, settles into position, and waits for Shin's next command. Shin, meanwhile, charges straight at the monster with his sword ready, eager to take on the threat himself. Once the two are in position, Kim calls in Tae-seok, who is already prepared to unleash his flames. Kim releases an arrow coated in Tae-seok's blazing blue fire. The flaming arrow slams into the monster's face, igniting it as the beast screams in pain. Shin wastes no time following up with a sword slash, then signals Joo-hee to shift him away before the monster can counterattack. Believing Shin has been crushed, the monster wears a smug, victorious look. Unfortunately for the creature, Shin is already standing behind it, prepared to end the battle. He calls out to Joo-hee again and tells her to get her next move ready. At the same instant, Shin triggers his demon bash skill. A heartbeat later, he cuts the monster's head clean off, leaving everyone around him stunned. After landing from the exhausting fight, Shin looks confused when he sees everyone staring at him in disbelief. He explained that none of them expected him to finish the monster with a single attack. Kim admits she was just as shocked and says she hopes Shin still has plenty of hidden tricks left. She is especially curious to witness the other skills he has been keeping secret. With Kim putting him on the spot, Shin suddenly gets the urge to show her his entire arsenal. The upside is that their teamwork is already running smoothly. Perhaps their contrasting abilities balance one another perfectly, And now they are ready to confront another monster horde emerging from the mountain. Eventually, the entire horde is wiped out. Tae-seok is blown away by Shin's swordsmanship and keeps praising him nonstop. Kim explains that Tae-seok is this excited because he rarely gets an opportunity to display his pyromancy. Shin's presence finally allows him to use those abilities without holding back. Shin now understands that magicians usually serve as support, especially when a team lacks a dependable frontline swordsman. With Shin handling the front line, Tae-seok can finally unleash his true potential. The only problem is that Shin is starting to lose patience with Tae-seok's overly emotional admiration. Kim shifts the topic to the new skill Shin just used, admitting that it genuinely caught her off guard. Earlier, during the fight against the monster army, Kim spotted an armored demon ogre charging at them and warned the entire group. Tae-seok immediately asks what they should do next. Kim suggests bombarding it with fire first, but they will need to put some space between themselves and the ogre before doing so. She therefore asks Joo-hee to open a space portal. Before Joo-hee can act, Shin interrupts and tells her to open the portal right in front of the armored demon ogre instead. Kim points out that the ogre's armor is its strongest protection, but Shin's confident stance tells her he has a plan, so she trusts him and gives Joo-hee the go-ahead. Joo-hee opens the portal, and Shin bursts through it with full charging already active. Combining the charging skill with a devastating sword slash, Shin cuts the monster in half and leaves the team stunned once more. Kim then questions him about full charging, amazed that a movement skill can hit with such force. Shin dodges the question with a vague answer, claiming that having dependable teammates simply makes him fight more aggressively. Suddenly, Joo-hee detects a monster nearby and signals everyone to stay silent. They quietly proceed and discover the Frost Hell middle boss, a sleeping Cerberus. Because the beast is still sleeping, the team takes the chance to plan their attack. Joo-hee offers to prepare a portal beforehand, while Tae-seok proposes hitting the sleeping beast with a rain of flames. Shin, however, is far more excited because he finally has the perfect chance to use Age of the Night and Wolves. At last, he has found the ideal test subject for a skill designed to stun wolf and dog-type creatures. While the others debate their strategy, Shin rises with a dangerous fire burning in his eyes. The moment they see his expression, everyone flinches. That face clearly means Shin has come up with something completely wild. Shin confirms their suspicion and orders everyone to keep their distance while he handles the fight. The team wants to know what he is planning, but Shin checks the moon and realizes his window for using the skill is rapidly closing. Technique only works properly when the full moon is completely visible overhead. Even a small patch of cloud covering the moon weakens the skill. With no time left to explain, Shin charges forward, and the Cerberus opens its eyes the instant he lands before it. The moment it senses Shin, the Cerberus lets out a deep growl. His teammates prepare to support him, but Joo-hee stops them before Kim can issue an order, pointing out that the monster has not attacked. Once Joo-hee points it out, Kim realizes she has noticed the same strange behavior. Kim briefly considers that it may simply be waiting for an opening, then dismisses the idea because it had clearly been ready to attack them before. Cerberus finally steps forward, forcing everyone to remain tense and battle-ready. Then Kim catches another detail they had overlooked. The monster appears to be responding to Shin as if it were going to obey him. Her suspicion proves correct when Shin receives a notification stating that the Cerberus now regards him as the stronger being. In a moment, it will fully submit to his command. Shin is hardly pleased that the fight may end before he gets to test his skill. Since there is no other option, Shin finally puts the middle boss down. Shin hates having to kill what could have become his loyal pet, but the team cannot move forward unless the boss is defeated. Defeating it also rewards him with a rare title known as Reduction. This title lets him select one skill during combat and cut its cooldown time in half. Chooses to use the effect on his recovery skill. Later, Shin reaches for the Cerberus's gem, but Kim stops him before he can take it. Shin becomes uncomfortable because, as a former solo player, he has never had to divide loot with anyone. Starts worrying that Kim may demand a share or claim the item for herself. To Shin's surprise, Kim tells him to keep the gem because he was the one who defeated the monster alone. Shin thanks her awkwardly, then checks whether everyone else agrees. Everyone accepts the decision, so Shin thanks them once more, while silently deciding to be more careful about revealing his skills around the team. Kim then offers to give him some privacy so he can continue whatever he was doing. That immediately catches Shin's attention, and he asks what she means. Kim calmly explains that Shin always seems to have some business to handle with artifacts. Shin's eyes go wide as he realizes that Kim has discovered his secret ability. Kim admits that she figured it out back when they first cleared the quest area. She had wandered away, glanced back, and accidentally witnessed what Shin was trying to hide. Shin tenses up, knowing that for someone with a rare skill, that ability is their most valuable secret. He is obviously not pleased that someone has seen through him, and Shin is blindsided when Kim reveals that she thinks he is a weirdo who performs strange rituals with artifacts. She tells him to enjoy his little ritual and promises that the others will leave him alone. Juhi, meanwhile, can hardly believe that Shin is actually into such bizarre behavior. Poor Shin is left standing there, deciding that being mistaken for a creep is still better than having his real secret revealed. Eventually, Shin gets over the embarrassment and uses the jewel called Heart of Ice, an artifact containing enough freezing power to freeze the entire world. After some time, the team moves on, while Juhi struggles to gather all the dead monsters into a single location. Shin's plan is to pile up the corpses so the gate's final boss will come out, attracted by the feast. Juhi remains doubtful that the trick will actually succeed. Shin, however, is confident that the boss will show up once it smells the food. Juhi then asks him how he can be so certain. Shin nervously changes the subject and tells Taeseok to light a fire to help draw the boss out. With the fire burning, the team retreats a short distance from the corpse pile and waits. 20 minutes later, a deep growl announces the arrival of the final boss, a gigantic grizzly bear adapted to the frozen realm. Before long, the team is standing directly before the final boss. Kim watches Shin confront the beast. She thinks about how his help carried them this far, but his exhausted face now makes her realize how dangerous things have become. A few minutes earlier, while planning the raid's conclusion, Shin volunteered to act as bait. Kim initially doubted him, but he calmly explained that they needed to exploit the monster's instincts, since it follows a predictable behavior pattern once its health drops to a certain level, the gluttony state. Once this state activates, the creature becomes far more violent, and its body gains a massive boost in power. In that condition, it will tear apart and devour anything that crosses its path. That is why Shin arranged the corpses around the monster. He needs its attention locked onto the food. Kim then raises a concern. What happens if their prepared feast is destroyed or disturbed? Shin explains that this is exactly why he gathered juniper wood, since it will sedate the monster after it consumes the corpses. The real challenge is reducing the monster's health enough to activate gluttony. That is where Shin comes in as bait, drawing the monster's attention so his teammates can land their strongest attacks. Shin confidently assures them that he can handle the bait role without any trouble. Standing before the savage creature now, Shin regrets ever thinking this would be easy. He had foolishly believed that his current strength was enough to defeat a monster like this by himself. Blocking the bear's attack, Shin begins questioning whether he is really strong enough. Regardless, he knows he must survive after regressing once, so he focuses on dodging every strike. Unfortunately, the monster is faster than expected and can attack him again while he is still airborne. Just before the bear can finish him, Kim's arrow pierces its mouth, creating an opening. She screams for Shin to move, and he immediately leaps toward the final boss, thanking her for the rescue. Shin activates full charging and rockets toward the beast, leaving a frozen trail in his wake. The massive grizzly is frozen in place for a brief moment. Shin is stunned when the combination of full charging and the freezing ability gained from Heart of Ice works exactly as he hoped. He had feared that the monster's resistance might completely negate the effect. After piercing the bear's hide, Shin prepares to deliver the finishing sequence. As the monster roars wildly, Shin readies his demon bash skill. Kim calls on Taeseok, who unleashes his ultimate attack, Blue Flame Flamingo, and orders Shin to move aside as a massive wave of fire flies toward the monster. Watching the flames explode, Shin is impressed by their strength and expects the monster's health to drop sharply. The monster remains conscious, but its health bar suddenly starts behaving strangely. Its health has fallen far enough to trigger gluttony, allowing it to recover by consuming everything nearby. Kim warns Shin that the monster will now devour anything in front of it, and he happens to be the closest thing available. Beast snarls at Shin with a terrifying, ravenous expression. With the creature becoming more desperate and hungry by the second, Shin holds on and waits for Juhi's signal. Until she is ready, he has to keep the monster occupied by himself. Taeseok remarks that entering gluttony has transformed the creature into an entirely different beast. Kim turns to ask if Juhi is prepared yet. Taeseok checks on her and replies that she is still charging up. Kim worries that Juhi may not finish in time, while Taeseok is more concerned about whether Shin can survive against the starving beast. Meanwhile, Shin keeps sprinting away from the bear, desperately wondering how much longer Juhi will need. At this point, Shin is no longer thinking about clearing the gate. He is simply trying not to die. With no alternatives left, Shin activates Psychedelic State to predict the attack coming his way. Since dodging is impossible, he braces himself and chooses to take the attack directly. Fortunately, Juhi is still preparing her space technique at that exact moment. Despite being overwhelmed by the amount of power required, she forces herself to begin the warp. At last, she warps every dead beast's corpse directly in front of the boss. But as soon as the transfer ends, the enormous energy cost makes her collapse. Everyone hurries over, but Juhi weakly reassures them that she has only exhausted her mana. Shin also breathes a sigh of relief after successfully landing his attack. If he had missed, the boss would probably have eaten him by now. After consuming the juniper-treated corpses, the giant grizzly gradually starts becoming sedated. Team celebrates, relieved that the boss is finally under control, while Juhi struggles with dizziness after exhausting all her energy. A little later, they confront the severely wounded boss one more time. One final attack finishes the creature for good, allowing them to clear the Frost Hell Gate. Once the battle ends, Kim thanks Shin for all his help, but admits she feels guilty for depending on him so heavily. Shin dismisses her guilt, reminding her that the entire plan was his idea in the first place. After clearing the gate, every member of the team receives a level up. Shin stares blankly for a moment, feeling that he has definitely earned the reward. After all, he had only just escaped death inside the gate. Juhi then rejoins the group and apologizes for missing the final attack. Shin apologizes for pulling her into his reckless plan, but Juhi says the experience helped her surpass her own limits. Shin is genuinely glad he got to fight alongside them and hopes they can team up again in the future. He still remembers how everyone trusted him enough to obey his ridiculous orders, but his previous life had been nothing like this. Nearly every gate raid in his former life ended with him facing a devastating tragedy. A profitable raid usually gives everyone around a 90% chance of surviving. Yet Shin and his team somehow kept losing comrades despite those excellent odds. He often found himself wondering why fate never chose him as the one to die. Now, as he looks over his new teammates, a smile forms while he gives himself a fresh objective. This time, surviving will not be enough. He intends to keep his comrades alive too. With the first clear bonus appearing before them, everyone finally gets to inspect their rewards. Shin silently hopes that every teammate gets a reward matching their abilities. The moment Shin reaches for the rewards, the goddess of luck interrupts him, clearly eager to reveal what she can really do. The notification brings a challenging smile to his face, and he becomes curious about the prize she has prepared. Instead of receiving a single item, he is presented with a list of unique rank artifacts and told to pick one. Choices leave him stunned, since their quality is far greater than anything he imagined receiving. As if the artifact list were not enough, his chosen item also comes with a hidden effect ranked above unique. Shin realizes that this absurdly generous reward exists only because of the contract he made with the goddess of luck. The goddess then looks down at him proudly and orders him to show his gratitude. Feeling genuinely thankful, Shin suddenly feels willing to go the extra mile for her. He checks on his teammates, who are distracted by their own prizes, and hopes none of them catches a glimpse of his reward. When he returns his attention to the artifact list, his choice is already obvious. He selects the Great Sword of Fighting Spirit and physically draws it out from the display. Its hidden ability is called Knockback Burst. The weapon possesses tremendous power, carries a blessing, and raises his recovery speed by 10%. After comparing the information on his screen with the weapon in his hands, Shin decides that this sword is ridiculously powerful, even by unique artifact standards. Eager to put it to the test, he wraps his hand around the hilt. The instant he lifts it, the sword's weight nearly overwhelms him. Shin grumbles that the weapon is impossibly heavy, because his lightning effect is not functioning on it. The system explains that Devour's penalty has reduced the lightning ability's effect by half. That is why holding the sword feels like carrying a piece of equipment weighing 100 kilograms. The explanation only makes him more irritated, as if his own skill has pulled a scam on him. Kim notices his struggle and asks if something has gone wrong. After replying, he looks around and sees the others happily accepting rewards perfectly matched to their abilities. Everyone thanks him, though Shin awkwardly waves away their praise. Kim says the entire group agrees that Shin worked the hardest, so they want him to keep the final boss's corpse along with the magic stones. Shin hesitates, but Juhi assures him that they reached this decision only after doing all the calculations properly. Their sincere expressions catch him off guard, because he never imagined they would think so thoughtfully about him. His greedy side instantly starts doing the math and estimates that the loot, boss corpse included, could be worth roughly 150 million. Shin struggles to hide his excitement, even while pretending to stay composed around the team. Once all the loot is divided and the details are settled, they leave the gate in the evening. Kim proposes that the group celebrate with a meal. Our resident greedy genius is too busy counting his future earnings, so he promises to join them another time. After saying their goodbyes, Shin starts walking off alone until Kim suddenly calls him back. She asks whether it would be okay for her to contact him whenever she wants. The unexpected question leaves Shin momentarily speechless. He would rather keep her out of his life, but knowing that is impossible, he gives her a hesitant yes. She says goodbye with a bright, happy smile. Her cheerful expression lifts his mood too, and Shin tells everyone to reach home safely. Watching the two of them, Juhi and Taesuk suddenly feel like unwanted guests in a private moment. Shin is smiling because it has been years since anyone had spoken to him with such genuine warmth. Unable to wait until he gets home, Shin slips into an alley behind Chunui Station gate to consume the artifact. He successfully consumes the faded greatsword. Once it is absorbed, he activates its lightning effect as well. Just as he predicted, the sword also grants him an extra bonus effect. Now he can finally see exactly how much stronger he has become. He brings up his status screen and examines the increase in his stats. Hidden skill, Knockback Burst, also gives him the ability to blast enemies away from him. His rank has now climbed to C. The moment he sees the result, a downright insane grin spreads across his face. Once he understands how dramatically the greatsword has amplified him, he spends more points and pushes his luck stat to 200. That single investment expands his critical hit range from 120% all the way to 600%. Shin can hardly believe his progress after only 15 days, especially when people like Yun spend years struggling to reach level 50. At this pace, Shin is confident he will be powerful enough to overtake his rivals in the upcoming match. Dark energy suddenly sparks behind him, while the system warns him that something sinister has arrived. He turns around. Shin discovers that several constellations have appeared to offer him contracts. Among the many interested constellations is the Lion King, who has been captivated by Shin's swordsmanship. The owner of the beautiful beard and the Dark Hunter are also waiting among the applicants. Goddess of Luck urges him to take notice, explaining that his rapidly rising value is what attracted them. Shin never expected them to show up so soon, though he cannot deny that his growth has been incredibly fast. He also suspects the Goddess of Luck helped draw them in, which means he now has to choose carefully. The most famous candidates are the Lion King and the owner of the beautiful beard, legendary heroes from real life who eventually became constellations. Their fame does not help him at all, because even a brief look from Shin is enough for them to mistake his actions for disrespect and lose their temper. Shin can already tell that signing with either heroic constellation would make his life extremely difficult. Unfortunately, his remaining choice is hardly any safer. Dark Hunter is an actual bounty hunter who tracks live information from Dimensional Core to eliminate players. He generally hunts players who abuse the system or obtain advantages through forbidden methods. In his previous life, Shin witnessed terrifying incidents where this constellation slaughtered such players without mercy, leaving everyone else traumatized. Shiver passes through him when he realizes that, benefits aside, every one of these constellations would be a terrible fit for him. A constellation contract is a life-changing decision that can shape a player's entire career. The moment, Shin decides that staying loyal to the Goddess of Luck is the safest option. Still, Shin has much bigger ambitions. He wants a contract with a mythical creature, since hardly any player ever manages to bond with one. With that goal in mind, he rejects the others outright and tells them he has no intention of hiring them. His blunt response irritates them, especially since every constellation believes highly in its own abilities, but they eventually depart. Before leaving, the Dark Hunter gives him a creepy smile and promises to pursue him the moment she discovers what he is hiding. That threat rattles him enough to decide that he must be far more careful around constellations like her. He checks the clock next, hoping there is still enough time to reach his destination. His destination is a rift he knows from his past life will be crawling with kobolds. Fortunately, these creatures belong to the same dog and wolf category as the Cerberus he fought before. His abilities should work perfectly against them, and Shin is already confident about clearing this walking treasure chest. He then gets ready to complete 3 runs before the day is over. Shin knows he must grow far stronger before a mythical constellation will even consider choosing him. Meanwhile, a staff member in the Rift Management Bureau office of the Player Association receives an urgent call. Her face immediately turns pale when the caller reports that a gate has manifested at exit 1 of Bupyeong Station. She orders the combat team to prepare for deployment, but the caller's next statement makes her panic even harder. Caller reveals that a player is already at the location, battling the monsters alone. Learning that he is by himself, the worker becomes even more alarmed and orders the girl to evacuate immediately. The girl agrees, yet she cannot bring herself to leave because the battle in front of her has completely captured her attention. Shin is fighting with such relaxed confidence that he almost looks like he is having fun. The girl nervously reports that the player does not appear to be in danger whatsoever. In this world, a rift is something entirely different from an ordinary dungeon or gate. It is essentially a rupture in the unseen boundary, separating the human realm from the demon realm. Once one opens, monsters can flood into the human world and attack helpless civilians. The first such disaster occurred 11 years earlier. This time, Shin has one major advantage. He remembers this rift and is determined to prevent the disaster no matter what it takes. That is exactly why he reaches the station 10 minutes early, waiting for the rift to appear. And just as predicted, the moment he exits the station, the rift begins to take shape. For a brief moment, Shin is frozen by the memory, which remains shockingly vivid even after all these years. The memory still burns because this rift once caused a tragedy that claimed countless innocent lives. This time, he refuses to let anyone else suffer the same fate. Shin, this is personal as well. A rift once opened during his childhood and took away people who meant everything to him. Since he was an orphan, Shin had never experienced the pain of losing his parents. But after that disaster claimed the people from his orphanage, he finally learned how heavy true loss could feel. During that tragedy, his hero was the one who rescued him. Now that Shin is growing stronger, his true purpose has become clear to him. Power alone means nothing compared to the importance of saving people. As countless kobolds spill from the rift, Shin instantly activates Time of Dogs and Wolves, intimidating the creatures. He is pleased with the result but not completely satisfied, since they show none of Cerberus's obedience. After glancing at the sky, he assumes the clouds are blocking the moon. Far from disappointed, Shin becomes excited because this is the perfect chance to test his upgraded abilities, and with his new sword ready, he charges forward in full charging mode. Using his incredible speed and pinpoint accuracy, Shin cuts down the kobolds in rapid succession. He follows up with Knockback Burst, blasting several kobolds backward and wounding them at the same time. Seeing the devastating result of his skill combination, Shin smiles with clear satisfaction. The kobolds are utterly helpless against his overwhelming power. Their panic makes him realize that this combo works almost like an area attack, while his boosted luck gives every critical hit destructive force. The sight of wounded kobolds still clinging to life only strengthens his resolve. His next blow will end them. As he raises the sword, a terrifying glint appears in his eyes, making even the miserable kobolds tremble. That very moment, a car races toward the rift. The car screeches to a halt, and several players get out, identifying themselves as player association members. Lee Hyan at once asks to meet the person who reported the rift. Caller comes forward and directs his attention toward the newly opened rift. Lee Hyan prepares to charge inside, but his brother Li Zhang sharply tells him to look at the scene ahead before moving. Ahead of them, Shin is already battling a kobold with the swagger of an absolute monster. His blade crashes into the monster's shield, sending a sharp clang echoing through the area. Lee brothers prepare to join the battle, but stop cold when Shin warns them to stay back. Shin confidently assures them that this monster is his problem to deal with. He ignores their objections and instantly activates the face-off title. The title separates the kobold from the others and immediately increases Shin's abilities by 20%. Shin then activates Psychedelic. His real plan is to test the maximum power he can pour into Knockback Burst, while keeping his other abilities active at the same time. One fast swing combined with a violent burst sends the kobold flying backward, while the impact slices its body neatly in half. At the same time, the system warns Shin to stay away from the rift itself, because getting too close could cause serious damage. Two association players can only stare in disbelief at the overwhelming force behind his strike. Then one of them suddenly realizes exactly who Shin is. Lee Hyan approaches him and thanks him repeatedly, amazed that the incident ended without a single casualty. That is an especially rare result when a rift is involved. Shin pretends not to understand the fuss and casually claims that he was merely passing through. Lee Hyan is quick to figure out that Shin plans to enter the rift, just as elite players commonly do. Hyan immediately asks to go with him. His brother urges him to be careful, but Hyan refuses to back down. Hyan assures Shin that they will not interfere and only want to observe his abilities inside the rift. Shin eventually agrees, although these enthusiastic rookies already have him feeling like the exhausted old man of the group. After traveling for a while, the trio arrives at the center of the Bupyeong Station fissure. Shin cuts through the kobolds with smooth, effortless strikes, wearing a grin that shows complete confidence. Young, meanwhile, can barely believe what he is seeing. How could someone with such a low-level fight at this terrifying standard? Before Young can say anything else, his brother scolds him and tells him to focus on their mission instead of obsessing over trivial details like levels. Hyan is more interested in studying Shin, convinced that his unbelievable combat instincts are a natural talent. Still suspicious, Young quietly questions their mysterious companion, pointing out that Shin's health bar has not dropped even once during this brutal fight. That observation leaves Hyan completely speechless. Shin's health during combat is truly abnormal, and it is one advantage he has always trusted completely. The story now jumps back 30 minutes to the moment the trio first entered the rift. They are immediately stunned by the enormous swarm of kobolds filling the interior. Kobolds quickly draw their bows and aim every arrow directly at the players. Shin wastes no time telling both Lee brothers to take cover behind him. He had expected an ambush like this and brought a kobold corpse that could serve as an improvised shield. Seeing the fear written across Young's face, Shin briefly wonders whether bringing the brothers was a bad decision. Protecting them while moving through the rift could slow him down and complicate everything. But Shin immediately scolds himself for thinking with a weak player's mindset. He reminds himself that overcoming challenges like this is precisely how he will rise higher and become a genuine high ranker. With his resolve renewed, Shin grips his sword and prepares to slaughter the distracted kobolds. Another monster drops almost instantly. He never loses momentum, charging onto the second floor and tearing through the monsters with ease. Then Shin abruptly halts after encountering a notorious monster, the kobold champion. Finding a boss on the second floor is completely outside Shin's expectations. The boss suddenly rushes forward, and Shin feels the tension spike instantly. Shin considers using knockback burst to stop the assault, then immediately abandons the idea. Activating it at this moment could seriously injure him as well. His only option is to soften the impact and somehow block the kobold's attack before it reaches him. When his sword strikes the shield, Shin is stunned. The shield breaks apart, and the boss behind it suffers massive damage too. Shin knows his current stats should not be capable of producing an attack this destructive. The only answer he can find is that the great sword of fighting spirit must be responsible. Nearby, the minion kobolds are paralyzed with fear after watching their champion fall. With cold resolve in his eyes, Shin prepares to eliminate every last one of them. After cutting down most of the kobolds, Shin earns an artifact called Shoes of Rapid Movement, which can double his speed. He wastes no time and slips the shoes on right away. Shin already knows kobolds can carry rare artifacts, but his luck goes even further when the reward turns out to fit him perfectly. With his speed suddenly boosted, he expects to wrap up the raid much sooner. He looks below. He sees that his companions are managing to hold their positions. The kobolds they have taken down lie scattered across the area, proving the group is not completely helpless in combat. Thanks to his absurdly good luck, Shin is breezing through the raid far more easily than expected. The loot waiting at the end is just as impressive. He receives 5 silver rank items, 4 gold rank items, and a single platinum item worth 150 million won by itself. As a bonus for wiping out the kobold hordes, Shin gains the Clever Hunter title, which completely refills his stamina. Just then, Shin suddenly comes to a halt. Sinister presence radiates from the gate as red lightning snaps around its surface. This is the central chamber, where the king's treasure is being kept. The moment he enters, Shin is stunned by the mountain of treasure spread across the room. Gold coins sparkle from every direction, instantly sending a wave of excitement through him. For a brief moment, he seriously considers retiring after taking all this treasure. With this fortune, he could afford practically anything he has ever wanted. While Shin is lost in greedy fantasies, an unseen kobold quietly draws its bow from the shadows and takes aim at him. The arrow shoots toward him, but thankfully, Shin reacts in time. He instantly identifies the attack pattern. It is the same old kobold trick, familiar enough to bring a confident smirk to his face. Shin sweeps his sword at the incoming arrow, only for the kobold to move faster and effortlessly evade the counter. That is when Shin finally sees the real strategy behind their attacks. The weaker kobolds had only been bait, designed to make him careless, while the rift's final boss patiently waited for him to enter its trap. Compared to the others, this boss monster belongs to an entirely different tier. The boss immediately launches another arrow, and Shin survives the shot only by using a full-powered charge to evade it. If his reaction had been even slightly slower, that arrow would have finished him. Shin lands directly before the boss, only to find it drawing yet another arrow from its supply. At the same time, the Lee brothers finally discover the room where the boss is waiting. The fierce sounds coming from inside tell them Shin has already started the fight, so they hurry in while apologizing, but the boss immediately activates King's Gaze. Overwhelm takes hold, freezing both brothers in place. Shin, however, remains standing because he used recovery beforehand and cleared the status ailment before the gaze could affect him. Shin lifts his sword and locks eyes with the boss, challenging it to focus on anyone but him. His following strike connects cleanly with the Kobold King and finally draws blood. That moment of triumph disappears almost instantly. The boss's resistance ability completely cancels out his demon bash skill. Shin feels a sharp twinge of frustration. Even after recovering from overwhelm, he still has no way to stun the Kobold King. The condition of his level 100 companions makes one thing obvious. This kobold is overwhelmingly stronger than them. Still determined to bring it down, Shin charges straight at the boss. He is caught off guard when the Kobold King unleashes indiscriminate barrage, sending a storm of arrows in his direction. With nowhere to retreat, Shin relies on his sword to deflect and evade the lethal barrage. Watching the creature closely, Shin realizes just how far above the other kobolds this monster really is. The boss fights intelligently, carefully maintaining the perfect distance from him. Even worse, its supply of arrows seems practically endless. The real danger is that overwhelm refreshes faster than Shin's recovery can respond. If the boss exploits that gap even once, Shin could end up dead. For the moment, his priority is making sure the battle does not become a drawn-out battle of exhaustion. After studying his opponent, Shin concludes that he needs a way to attack from range. Then a flash of gold catches his eye, and the solution immediately falls into place. Meanwhile, the Lee brothers finally break free from overwhelm. Being frozen by the monster has rattled them so badly that they struggle to understand what just happened. They begin suspecting that Shin possesses a healing skill capable of countering the overwhelm effect. Hyan, however, watches the fight with an increasingly bad feeling. His eyes widen as he recognizes the arrow pattern and realizes the Kobold King is deliberately hurting Shin farther into the chamber. Hyan desperately yells a warning, telling Shin that he is heading directly into a trap. Hyan is right. While Shin taunts the Kobold King without noticing the setup, his foot is seconds away from landing on a specific spot. The Kobold King smiles in victory and fires, striking the marked spot with perfect accuracy. King begins to celebrate, but its grin vanishes when Shin's voice calmly declares that the match is already checkmate. Shin's unbelievable luck lets him trigger sacrifice at exactly the right instant. The skill not only protects him from the attack, but also restores his HP completely. Shin, the result could not have been more perfect. He immediately rubs salt in the wound, mocking the king for failing to realize that Shin had been accepting those attacks on purpose. Shin then activates Psychedelic and links it with Knockback Burst for the finishing attack. Knockback Burst launches the gold coins, like a volley of bullets, directly into the Kobold King. The spectacle makes both brothers stiffen in shock. Hyan admits he has never witnessed another player radiate such overwhelming pressure during a fight. Unfortunately, even after taking all that damage, the Kobold King refuses to fall. Shin simply challenges the wounded boss to end the fight once and for all. They collide once more, and Shin finally shatters the king's sword before delivering the killing blow. Kobold Raid's final boss has finally been defeated. Once the boss falls, Shin receives a level up and a new title, before the drink goes cold. For the next 2 hours, this title makes him immune to overwhelm. It is Shin's first constellation-granted title, once held by the owner of Beautiful Beard, a figure famous for defeating enemies before his drink could turn cold. Shin then checks the remaining rewards for clearing the raid. First is the Talisman of Despair, an item that overwhelms enemies and crushes their desire to keep fighting. Next comes Evasion Boost, letting Shin avoid attacks through a controlled backstep. Final reward is the gold-level Necklace of Searching, which reveals enemies within a 100-meter range. Shin's plan is to find somewhere private and consume all 3 rewards. Before he can do that, Hyan warns him that the rift is about to close and they must leave immediately. Shin already knows the rift will close, but he cannot understand why everyone is panicking so much. His gaze falls on the treasure, and disappointment hits when he realizes none of it can leave the rift with him. Shin protests, but the 2 brothers forcefully pull him outside. Outside, the crowd watches the rift begin to collapse as 3 people step out. Several of Shin's fans are waiting there, but their excitement disappears the moment they notice his devastated expression. Hyan attempts to comfort him, but Shin is too upset to pay attention. A reporter from Player magazine then asks Shin how it feels to be hailed as the hero of Bupyeong Station. The unexpected label throws Shin off, and he immediately becomes nervous. Elsewhere, Terry is training inside the Player Town building's basement rank 1 training room. In front of her stand 3 B rank golems, summoned by Player Association member Cho Lee Hyan. Terry immediately begins, cutting through the golems with fast and perfectly controlled strikes. A few minutes later, all 3 golems are already defeated. The effortless victory leaves her disappointed rather than satisfied. Terry understands that these simulated fights can no longer push her any further. Her mind returns to the battle against Shin and the unusual feeling she experienced during their clash. Terry wants another chance to speak with him, but she never got his contact details. She could have obtained it that day if her irritating sister had not interrupted them. Just then, a TV report reveals the rift incident, including the fact that Shin was the one who stopped it. As she watches his interview, his nervous expression makes him appear surprisingly humble to her. The reporter then asks how Shin managed to fight a level 150 monster, an enemy far above his own level. Shin calmly replies that level alone cannot decide a winner, because it is nothing more than a statistic. Harry realizes that Shin clearly understands his own strength, especially because his experience as a player is impossible to miss. She begins wondering who trained him, and whether he might be connected to a combat-oriented constellation. Darker thought follows. Perhaps Shin has a contract with a divine being rather than a constellation, just as she does. The following day, Shin lays his newest rewards on the mat and prepares to consume them. He then slips into a brief unconscious state while the process takes place. This latest gourmet grants him the overwhelm, search, and backstep skills. Shin is thrilled with the new abilities and credits his luck stat, hoping to grow stronger before the real era of players arrives. This makes him remember the early days of the warrior era. In those days, most warriors believed that raw strength was all a player truly needed. When more powerful monsters began appearing, the warriors who depended only on strength were quickly wiped out. Despair continued spreading until Go Kyung-soo, the man known as the Sword Demon, appeared. He silenced everyone by compensating for his weaknesses with dexterity and superior evasion abilities. Rather than pursuing brute power, Kyung-soo developed abilities that remained useful in any situation. His flexibility in battle was exactly what allowed him to overcome every kind of situation. Sadly, Shin had been too narrow-minded in his previous life to recognize that path. This time, however, Shin chooses to build around skills, and that decision is finally beginning to pay off. His system consumes the artifact and rewards him with two surprisingly delicious dishes. There is mushroom soup from the fresh cobalt forest and black pepper, steak from the intense cobalt plains. The dishes make Shin happy, and he assumes the Kobold King must have possessed excellent taste in food. The next dish appears and instantly destroys his mood. Fresh larvae seasoned from the Kobold swamp. Shin immediately regrets praising the Kobold King's culinary taste. Later, several reporters attempt to photograph Shin outside his gate, but his guards block them. Watching the commotion from his window leaves Shin irritated. It stepped outside only to get fresh air after choking down that horrible larvae dish, and this is the chaos waiting for him. With no better option available, Shin decides to stay indoors and rest. He turns from the window and decides staying home makes sense, especially since he has nothing planned. Just then, his phone rings, and the caller is Kim Jae from Player Management. She tells him the association wants to present him with a plaque for clearing the rift. Shin feels it is excessive. First, they give him a hero title, and now they want to add a plaque. Compared with the catastrophe approaching the world, such honors mean absolutely nothing to him. Since clearing one rift is far from sufficient, Shin declines the recognition. Caught off guard by his refusal, Jae-hai quickly asks him to accept a dungeon priority card instead. Mention of Silent Ground sends a chill through Shin, who immediately asks whether his entry has been approved. She confirms the approval and explains that his recent rift victory earned him the privilege. Silent Dungeon is especially dangerous because its monsters can inflict players with a silenced debuff. Even so, Shin views the dungeon as another opportunity to save a life. He remembers the companion who adored his younger sister, only for her to disappear while attempting to clear Silent Dungeon. Ever since then, his friend has carried the regret of not going with her. Back in the present, Shin prepares to step into Silent Dungeon himself. At last, Shin abandons his old car and buys himself a modern replacement. He enjoys the surprisingly fun experience of driving it on the way to the dungeon. Shin originally planned to spend everyone on artifacts, but after strangers mocked him on public transport, he decided that owning a car was the wiser investment. While Shin is behind the wheel, Jae-hai calls to remind him that the Silent Dungeon raid opens today. Shin calmly says he remembers and tells her that he is already heading there. Jae-hai assures him that other staff members will guide him because handling the raid entrance is not her responsibility. As Shin listens, he thinks back to the week he spent training after returning from the rift. He used that week to sharpen his abilities, and now his hunger for real combat is pushing him toward his next serious battle. Suddenly, the traffic freezes completely. Shin frowns in confusion, since it is nowhere near rush hour. A sudden worry hits him. Could another rift have opened somewhere nearby? Then Shin's eyes widen when he recognizes Gi Young-soo standing directly outside the dungeon. Near the entrance, Kyung-soo is surrounded by a huge crowd of enthusiastic female fans. A reporter asks Kyung-soo how he feels about being this overwhelmingly popular. Kyung-soo gives a calm reply, saying that it is an honor. Unsatisfied with that icy response, the reporter asks what strategy he plans to use inside the dungeon. Kyung-soo remains just as mysterious, calmly stating that he will do what he always does, cut down monsters. That short, confident answer completely wins the reporter over. The cameraman then taps her shoulder and directs her attention to Shin, who has stepped out to inspect the commotion. The moment Shin realizes he has been spotted, he regrets coming outside. Reporters immediately start imagining sensational headlines. Kyung-soo notices Shin as well, and his assistant explains Shin's achievements, pointing out the remarkable similarity between their swordsmanship and combat styles. Kyung-soo only says that he already knows Shin, leaving his subordinates completely confused. The instant Shin exits his car, a mob of reporters closes in around him. Questions fly from every direction, from whether he came to challenge Jeong-soo to the absurd question of how expensive his car is. Shin tries not to meet Jeong-soo's eyes and has absolutely no clue how to escape the media storm. Shin finally looks over. He starts wondering whether Jeong-soo is deliberately challenging him, or perhaps that smile carries a completely different meaning. Whatever Jeong-soo intends, meeting his gaze forces Shin to recognize his current limits and strengthens his determination to surpass them. Meanwhile, Jeong-soo prepares to enter the dungeon alongside his subordinate. A glance at Shin is enough for him to realize that the young man is far from ordinary. Unlike everyone else, who looks at him with admiration, Shin sees Jeong-soo as someone he must eventually surpass. Jeong-soo silently repeats Shin's name, sensing that their paths will inevitably meet again. Silent Ground Dungeon, Shin gets out of his car with Jeongsu still occupying his thoughts. He cannot stop thinking about how someone could exist on such a completely different level. Instead of feeling intimidated, Shin becomes even more fired up. Having such an incredible target ahead of him actually excites Shin. Suddenly, the entire journey feels much more exciting. Whatever it takes, Shin intends to reach Jeongsu's level, and he wants to get there as fast as possible. Nearby complaints suddenly pull Shin out of his thoughts. They are angry because their turn has arrived, yet they still are not being allowed inside. They accuse the staff of giving Shin special treatment, simply because his popularity is rising. One girl, especially loud and angry, even calls Shin shameless. When Shin gets a proper look at her, relief replaces his irritation. She is the younger sister of his companion, the person he has been trying to save, even though he cannot remember exactly when she vanished. Huge contrast between the siblings' personalities surprises him, but Shin decides she deserves an answer. Calm but firm, Shin tells her she has no right to speak to him that way, because he entered only after receiving the association's permission. He brushes her off and walks away, making her even more furious. Her dramatic outbursts and hollow threats make him wonder whether staying home would have been the smarter choice. The moment he enters the dungeon, a horrible smell reaches his nose and ruins his mood. Still, he knows there is nothing he can do about it. Everywhere he looks, the dungeon is crawling with undead creatures. Without warning, a monster corpse suddenly charges at him and reaches out to seize him. Surprise attack catches him off guard, and the monster's strike prevents him from using any skill for half a second because of its silence debuff. He is stunned that a simple touch was enough to activate the silence effect. He regains his composure instantly and slices the ghoul apart with one clean swing. Facing the undead horde, he understands that dodging every attack is the only way to keep using his skills. Fortunately for him, these monsters have no idea that our boy specializes in this careful, evasive fighting style and trusts it completely. Elsewhere, Shin becomes the central subject during a strategy meeting for Player Association Scout Team 4. His image appears on the large screen, while the presenter announces that Shin will be their next major project. The elderly man leading the meeting is impressed by Shin, especially because he managed to stand out even beside someone as notable as he, Gyoksu Enos. Team 4's leader, An Ik-yoon, has already received plenty of praise about Shin from the Lee brothers, despite knowing that Shin awakened only recently. His deputy, Shin Minyi, points out that their young hero has certainly gained a lot of attention lately. An agrees and admits that Shin's rate of growth is unlike anything they have seen before. Even so, he is unsure whether Shin can already stand beside naturally gifted elites like Terry and Kyungsu. Minyi initially shares that view, but Shin's profile makes him admit that the data reveals enormous potential, particularly after the Kobold Rift. However, he argues that Shin's achievements cannot be judged fairly until they understand the actual dangers he encountered inside that rift. He even suggests that Shin may have used the media to make his accomplishments look bigger than they really were. Lee Gahi, the team's strategist and Minnie's usual opponent, immediately rejects his argument. She rises from her chair, politely apologizes for interrupting, and reveals that she has been personally monitoring Shin for quite a while. Gahi starts laying out the results of her discreet observation and asks everyone to examine the information she has gathered. She switches on the projector and begins with the standard development curve of an ordinary player. Next, she brings up Shin's own growth chart. The difference between the two charts is shocking, proving that Shin is nowhere near ordinary. For a few seconds, nobody speaks. The undeniable proof of Shin's incredible growth leaves the entire room stunned. Minyi, however, believes Gahi is either being unreasonable or viewing the evidence without proper objectivity. He argues that Shin's skills and collection of titles already place him near Jeongsu's level, and Jeongsu did not earn the nickname Sword Demon by accident. Gahi does not lose her composure. She calmly insists that every piece of data was collected after a completely objective review. To verify her conclusion, she personally interviewed every companion who had joined Shin on dungeon and gate raids. Her first conversation is with Yoon, and she asks whether he has ever noticed anything unusual about Shin. Yoon pauses briefly before joking that Shin himself is strange from head to toe. Gahi clarifies that she is asking about Shin's presence and ability during combat. Yoon admits that Shin is exceptional with stun abilities, but says his real advantage is an instinctive understanding of battle that other players lack. Gahi then puts the same question to Juhai and Tisuk, asking about Shin's battlefield instincts. They both call Shin remarkable, but Gahi pushes for a more precise answer. Is he remarkable even by ordinary player standards? Tisuk struggles to explain it exactly, yet says Shin fights like a veteran who has spent years on the battlefield. Gahi asks him to clarify what he means. Tisuk explains that Shin seems to predict his opponent's next move and respond before it can become a threat. Unlike normal players, Shin leaves almost no opening for an enemy to exploit. Gahi agrees, pointing out that such precision normally takes years to develop, Without that experience, mistakes are unavoidable. Taesuk insists that Shin is an exception. Shin's body has been trained so thoroughly that it reacts automatically, before his conscious mind even catches up. After considering his words, Ga-hee concludes that Shin possesses an extraordinarily refined combat instinct. Taesuk agrees, explaining that this instinct helps Shin discover a counterattack regardless of how dangerous the situation becomes. Back in the meeting, Ga-hee declares that Shin stands apart because his instincts are almost as accurate as foresight. On top of that, his fighting ability is already comparable to an A-rank player. Based on all this evidence, she believes Shin could eventually rise to S-rank. While Ga-hee discusses Shin's potential, the man himself is worn out after cutting through wave after wave of monsters. Yi remains unhappy with her conclusion, reminding everyone that reaching S-rank is an enormous achievement. Ga-hee assures him that she understands that perfectly well. Yi loses his temper and practically dismisses her claim about Shin's foresight as absurd. He argues that if her theory were true, Shin's latest results would suggest that he has actually become weaker. That argument catches Ga-hee by surprise and forces her to consider whether he might be right. Before Minnie can continue, An cuts in and tells Ga-hee to stop turning every meeting into a childish argument. Still, An admits that Shin is clearly far from ordinary. Despite Minnie's objections, An gives Ga-hee complete responsibility for gathering additional information on Shin. Ga-hee gladly accepts the assignment. Back in the silent dungeon, Shin is still suffering through the awful smell coming from the surrounding ghouls. Monsters continue spawning from nowhere, yet not one of them is kind enough to drop an artifact for him. Suddenly, Shin freezes and curses himself for forgetting to activate his detection skill. Detection allows him to feel the presence of every enemy within a 100-meter range. The instant he turns it on, his tension rises. Even after defeating countless monsters, a massive group is still lurking nearby. Among the creatures, he spots something strange that resembles a giant fly. For a moment, he questions whether the creature is even a real monster. The moment he reaches toward it, the creature suddenly explodes. The explosion throws him back, but he had already moved away just in time to avoid the suicide fly's attack. Seeing so many suicide flies together, Shin quickly realizes that nearby mage-class monsters must be controlling them. With even more suicide flies closing in, Shin knows he cannot afford to lower his guard. He keeps away from them and prepares himself as 3 distant mages begin setting off explosions all around him. As the discussion calms down, the deputy leader decides to examine Ga-hee's investigation more closely. He asks whether she found anything important beyond Shin's exceptional combat instincts, especially regarding his mysterious titles. He suspects that Shin's way of obtaining those titles may be just as unusual. To his surprise, Ga-hee agrees and says she already has her own theory about it. In the dungeon, Shin activates defensive sword at the perfect moment, creating a shield that blocks the chain of suicide fly blasts. Protected by the shield and fully focused, Shin prepares to eliminate the mages. Meanwhile, Ga-hee becomes increasingly convinced that Shin is far too complicated for anyone to understand easily. A few days earlier, our boy had been training inside the underground practice room. He deflects every arrow fired by the automatic bows with precise sword swings, a technique refined during his battle with the Kobold King. He has maintained this brutal training routine for 3 straight days. Shin knows that apart from obtaining rare skills, relentless training is the only other route to learning new abilities. The drawback is that repetitive practice can only produce passive skills. Active skills, however, require a carefully designed training regimen. Almost nobody knows this secret, and the few players who do are not willing to reveal it. Shin understands it only because of the experience he gained over many years. In the present, his intense training has rewarded him with the support skill defensive sword, which can save him during crucial moments. Mage monsters are furious that Shin survived, so they send another swarm of flies charging at him. Shin recognizes defensive sword as a powerful ability, though it comes with one serious weakness. Shield cannot move independently. That forces him to remain stationary whenever he wants its protection. Our hero is not the type to accept a limitation without finding a workaround. Shin finally discovers a trick that lets him get around this restriction. As an explosion erupts, he redirects the shield above his head through his sword. This turns the shield into a movable, umbrella-shaped barrier that follows his sword. When Shin charges at them, the mages unleash Inferno, summoning hellfire and launching fireballs straight at him. Smirking confidently, Shin tells them they have already missed their chance. Then triggers knockback burst through his sword, violently shaking the skeleton mages until they fall apart. At that exact moment, the dungeon's middle boss, a Death Knight, turns its attention toward him. After defeating the mages, Shin discovers a rare purple magic stone. He is excited to obtain a reward valued at 100 million after surviving the dungeon's trials. He plans to collect the stone on his return once the raid is completely cleared. His next objective is to reach the dungeon's center, so he activates detection as he moves forward. Almost instantly, he detects a nearby monster and realizes it has to be the Death Knight. Shin is stunned when the many monster signatures he sensed earlier disappear within seconds. Now, the Death Knight is the only creature he can detect. Before he can react, the monster materializes behind him. Argyle notices the presence immediately, but the attack comes too quickly for him to locate the monster precisely. With no time to find the exact position, he relies entirely on instinct and prepares to block. He jumps into the air, praying that his prediction is correct. The knight's blow lands with such force that the ground beneath him breaks apart. Seeing his new opponent, Shin understands that the other monsters did not disappear. They fled because they feared the knight. Everything about the creature suggests that it exists to slaughter anything in its path, perfectly matching the name Death Knight. At this point, the Death Knight has locked onto Shin completely. Shin is confused about why a monster of this level is here, rather than waiting in the central chamber. One fact is certain. This is the creature that killed his friend's sister. The middle boss, known as the Death Knight of Penance and Rage, gives off nothing but murderous hostility. Shin lets out a fierce shout, gathers his courage, and meets the knight's attack directly so the past will not repeat itself. Blocking these attacks is no easy task, because every strike from the Death Knight carries overwhelming weight. Before we continue the battle, let's first understand what exactly a Death Knight is. Death Knight is a fallen knight whose soul becomes trapped inside a corpse, transforming it into an undead being. Its signature ability is Swamp of Silence, a permanent purple marsh that spreads beneath its feet. Anyone who touches that swamp immediately receives a silence debuff. That is why the association permits only properly prepared parties to enter this dungeon. They publicly describe clearing it as an easy assignment. The real problem comes from the way the dungeon's difficulty is measured. The calculation focuses on creatures like ghouls, whose difficulty rating is merely 120. As a result, unsuspecting teams enter the dungeon and end up walking straight into disaster. Dungeon is not the real threat. The Death Knight is. Silence debuff is dangerous enough, but the true nightmare is the power contained within the Death Knight's soul. The more experienced souls it has absorbed, the more difficult the Death Knight becomes to kill. That is why the association raises the dungeon's danger rating. This Death Knight is far from a normal monster. While desperately evading its strikes, Shin realizes that the battle feels like an A-rank challenge, or possibly even S-rank. The Death Knight knocks him backward, and blood begins leaking from Shin's mouth. For the first time, Shin is convinced that death is genuinely closing in. Even so, he forces himself back onto his feet. His old habit resurfaces whenever death is near, causing him to question his own ability. Shin understands that overcoming this weakness is necessary if he truly wants to become stronger. His eyes burning with resolve, Shin tells the Death Knight to attack with all its strength. The Death Knight answers his challenge with a sinister grin, but Shin suddenly abandons the direct fight and sprints away, mainly because his HP is barely holding on. As expected, the Death Knight follows closely behind, making Shin's first priority restoring his health. Detection reveals 17 monsters, gathering throughout the surrounding area. Shin had anticipated this, since the monsters are rushing toward the dungeon center to escape the Death Knight. The moment he reaches the area, countless undead notice him, but Shin immediately cuts them down one after another while the Death Knight remains right behind him. Then he activates his Clever Hunter title, earning 1 stamina point whenever he defeats a monster. By farming those monsters, he manages to raise his HP back to 35. The artifact he consumed from his previous rift gives him enough speed to stay ahead of the Death Knight. His new strategy is simple. Carve a path through the monsters, restore his HP along the way, and lure the boss into the dungeon's deepest section. When he forces open the door to the deepest chamber, a huge crowd of monsters is waiting inside. Shin has no trouble cutting them down for extra HP, but then the Death Knight suddenly appears directly behind him. Shin drops low just in time, avoiding a single slash powerful enough to cleave through every monster in front of them. That is when the truth finally hits him. The attack had never been aimed at Shin. Death Knight targeted the undead simply to prevent Shin from using them to recover HP. With his recovery plan ruined, Shin begins charging knockback, bursts the instant he notices a gap in the Death Knight's guard. Halfway through the attack, the Death Knight releases Swamp of Silence and completely disables all of Shin's active skills. Trapped inside the swamp, Shin is forced to endure the Death Knight's non-stop assault. The attack makes him bleed, and his HP drops into the danger zone, but he barely blocks the next fatal blow with his greatsword. As he reaches his limit, a memory from his past life returns. When his dying friend begged to be buried beside his little sister, Shin told him not to give up and promised that a rescue team was coming. But his friend died anyway, leaving Shin utterly broken. Returning to the present, Shin recognizes his biggest mistake. He had been saving every trump card for the final boss. This fight has already become a genuine matter of life and death. Knowing he cannot surrender here, Shin finally activates his psychedelic skill. Driven by his desire to protect the people important to him, Shin charges straight at the Death Knight. A moment later, Shin's blade collides violently with the middle boss's weapon. Unfortunately, the Death Knight's heavy armor makes the fight incredibly difficult. Even a shallow cut from the Death Knight could tear his hand apart, so overpowering it with raw strength is not an option. Yet while exchanging blows with the monster, Shin notices something important. Despite everything, he is the one holding the advantage. When the Death Knight attacks again, Shin slips past the strike and instantly appears behind it. Death Knight spins around to retaliate, but Shin disappears once more and materializes on the opposite side. He mocks the boss, reminding it that attacks mean nothing if not a single one can connect. And he swings at the monster, empowering the blow with critical hit and using his player luck state to boost the critical range from 120% all the way to an absurd 600%. He Datenos, he Nitenos, he Pichenos, he Hattainos, he Hainos, he Lakenenos, 600 he Ptatashetenos, he Criticalenos, he Degenos, he Valeanos, he Varenos, he Kienos, he Tacatenos, he Oceanos, he Purienos, he Tarhenos, he Depesenos, he Meanos, he Janeanos, he Parenos, he Majburenos, he Carenos, he Datienos, he Haenos. With a grim smile, he orders his enemy to stand, fully aware that this fight is nowhere near finished. Meanwhile, the Death Knight's faceplate breaks apart, exposing the glowing skeleton beneath it. The middle boss activates its ultimate, Life Flames, sacrificing itself to push every attack stat to its absolute maximum. Guy had already anticipated this, because although Death Knights possess different abilities, they all share one common trait. The moment their HP Anos reaches 0, every one of them turns to self-destruction. Now the deadly game of tag begins, with only 10 seconds on the clock. The boss begins charging its finishing move, and Shin knows that one clean hit will be enough to kill him. Direct fight is impossible, leaving him exposed like a helpless target in front of the middle boss. Still, he refuses to give in. Even as the hunted one, he has a task to complete, and every second matters. All he has to do is survive 10 seconds of the Death Knight's fully boosted power, because once that timer ends, the creature will destroy itself. The boss charges, but he slips out of the way. The instant he gets an opening, he takes off running. 9 seconds remain, yet the Death Knight stays glued to his back, already preparing another attack as Shin glances over his shoulder. 8 seconds, the Death Knight throws its sword straight at him, but Shin knocks it aside with his own blade. 7 seconds are left, and the Death Knight lifts its sword for another blow. With 6 seconds left, his body reaches its limit, and every breath feels crushed out of him, but he forces himself to endure a little longer. At 5 seconds, another strike finally catches him and sends him stumbling completely off balance. 4 seconds are left when Swamp of Silence seals the entire area, preventing him from activating any skills. As the Death Knight's claws move closer, every survival instinct inside him demands an escape route. That moment takes him back to his previous life, when silence-using ghouls used to drive him completely insane. He also recalls a friend who handled those ghouls easily and told him to use a he status, enos, he abnormality, enos, he potion, enos. At the time, Shin dismissed the idea as pointless, since the potion's 2-hour cooldown meant the ghouls could simply apply silence again afterward. But his friend had one crucial detail to add. Even with that cooldown, the potion creates a short opening, just long enough to clear a raid when everything goes this wrong. Back then, he had written the advice off as nonsense, thinking that if becoming strong were really so simple, he would already be a top-rank player. Now, with death practically breathing down his neck, he is desperate enough to try that very trick. His recovery effect activates, clearing the silence debuff from his body. Just before the attack reaches him, he activates Backstep, leaving only 3 seconds on the timer. 2 seconds remaining, the monster roars and charges again, while Shin has neither mana nor usable skills left to defend himself. As the enemy reaches him, Shin releases his sword and throws himself backward. 1 second, exhaustion has completely paralyzed him. He cannot even move a finger and can only wonder how much longer remains. Then the enemy appears above him, and Shin curses his luck, convinced this terrifying sight may be the final thing he ever witnesses. With death closing in, he regrets misjudging his opponent and blames himself for wasting the advantages his regression gave him, even after fighting this hard. When the claws are only centimeters from his body, the timer expires and the Death Knight finally begins dissolving. As the monster fades away, Shin gives a faint laugh, realizing how close he came to dying, and the feeling brings back memories of his first regression. Defeating the Death Knight earns him an enormous mountain of experience points. Several of his skills level up at once, while the restored HP Inus is the only reason he survives this critical condition. When he looks at his shaking fingers, a brutal reality finally sinks in. His health has returned, but his stamina tank is totally empty. As if that were not enough, Psychedelic's penalty is now hitting him all at once. Now he has to make a decision. He can keep accepting more penalties to finish the dungeon, or he can give up for now. However, facing the final boss, while this weekend will be anything but easy. For the moment, his only option is to cancel psychedelic. His plan sounds straightforward. Restore his stamina, then endure whatever penalty comes next. Because no attack landed while the skill was active, he assumes the consequences should be manageable. Unfortunately, he could not have been more mistaken. The instant he cancels the skill, unbearable pain surges through him, slamming him onto the ground as he struggles to breathe. Canceling the skill forces all the stored damage to hit him, leaving him completely drained. Since the accumulated damage has gone beyond the allowed threshold, the exhaustion becomes vastly more severe. Remaining in this condition for much longer could genuinely cost him his life. A moment later, his consciousness fades completely. The silent grounds entrance. The dungeon gatekeeper is panicking because their tracking says Shin should have returned already. Meanwhile, his companion's younger sister pretends to stay calm and dismisses her friend's concern for Shin. She quietly complains that Shin had better take responsibility for acting so recklessly. But inside, she is frantic, wondering what he is doing in there without realizing that he has already passed out. While Shin lies unconscious, a crowd of undead quietly gathers around him, ready to attack. One undead is just about to strike when the goddess of luck suddenly appears and threatens anyone who touches Shin. The undead flee in terror, and she tries to wake him by mocking him and asking whether this is all he can amount to. When he still does not move, she looks around and notices something. Some time later, Shin finally opens his eyes. Initially, Shin has no idea where he is, but recognition hits him and he sits up abruptly, wondering how long he was unconscious inside the dungeon. Then the brutal aftereffects of psychedelic hit him, convincing him to reserve it for monsters like the Death Knight and use it far more cautiously in the future. He is relieved to learn that the undead did not attack him while he was unconscious. When he turns around, he finds the goddess of luck sleeping beside him and quickly realizes that she must be the one who rescued him. He decides to question her later. Right now, the loot comes first. Unfortunately, his reward is limited to a single artifact, the Silent Ring. Ring grants 4 times the usual mana recovery, but only inside a dungeon at night when the moon can be seen. During the day, however, wearing it actually causes the user's mana to drain. Shin is irritated that all this effort produced such a weak reward and that he missed Silence, the dungeon's true prize, probably because the Death Knight was not the final boss after all. Then he recalls a status window appearing after the Death Knight's defeat, displaying the biggest experience gain of his entire life. He could not inspect it during the battle, so he opens the status window now. Barely registers the numbers at first, until his eyes go wide. One victory has launched him from level 58 to level 83, nearly a 20-level jump. The enormous experience payout leaves him thrilled, and it finally explains why the artifact rewards were so disappointing. At this rate, he realizes he could reach the top ranks incredibly soon, and he is absolutely fired up. His sudden cheer wakes the goddess with a start, though the excitement immediately makes him cough blood. Once he settles down, he lights a fire and focuses on recovering the stamina he still lacks. He notices the goddess taking things far too easy, so she teases him that someone who never enjoys life's small pleasures can never claim to be truly lucky. The words soften his expression. He once tried living that way in his former life, but everything has changed now. This time, he is determined to seize control of his destiny, tossing the ring into the air like a coin. Once the ring is in his hand, mana synchronization starts, and he gets ready to absorb it. The preparation is complete, including a dish of bone marrow topped with quiet greens gathered from the forest. He starts drooling at the sight of a rare meal he had only watched in YouTube videos during his previous life, where people used tiny spoons to eat bone marrow. Without wasting another second, he digs in. After absorbing the silent ring, Shin finally shakes off his post-coma haze and enjoys the simple satisfaction of eating real meat beside a campfire. Goddess of Luck first reacts noisily to his expression, but curiosity soon wins as she wonders how he obtained an ability with no growth restrictions, a remarkably rare power. Shin casually answers that he received it the same way every player receives an innate ability. The goddess calls him ridiculously lucky, and Shin awkwardly agrees, pointing out that even regressing through time was an unbelievable piece of luck. She says meeting someone with a growth-type ability makes her equally fortunate, and confirms that becoming his constellation was the right choice. Shin jokes that if his growth continues like this, the whole country will know his name soon enough. Still, Shin knows human potential has no true ceiling. After surpassing an entire country, his next target will naturally be the whole world. And beyond the world lies a level that ordinary players cannot even dream of touching. It is a monstrous realm where the limits of mage players are crushed, and one genius commands all 4 elements alone. That person is Jeron Deke, the defender of the S-Class Rift, a monster among monsters, and the United Kingdom's first high-rank archmage. Shin knows that level is still far away, yet he decides Deke will one day become his ultimate benchmark. As he looks at the goddess, Shin understands the deeper reason he wants to grow strong enough to challenge that legend. The goddess is confused at first, but soon smiles and proudly claims that she clearly knows how to spot potential. Puffed up with pride, she hugs him tightly and promises to grow beside him while supporting his journey. Her faith in Shin grows stronger, although the hug quickly becomes tight enough to choke him. Strangely enough, the same crushing hug comes with an unexpected advantage. The pressure somehow accelerates Shin's stamina recovery. With his stamina restored, Shin is finally ready to continue. Later, deep inside the audience chamber of silence, the Silent Ground's final boss awaits him, the exhausted King Archalik. Archalik begins in an ancient language, then switches to modern speech to praise Shin for reaching this point and hopes he will provide a worthwhile fight. Shin answers with a taunt of his own, calling the Archalik quite the character for letting him recover right outside the boss room. Now Shin is ready to put on a fight the boss will not forget. He has had enough of this irritating dungeon and wants to finish everything immediately. Final boss proves exactly how troublesome he is by opening portals all around Shin and launching attacks from every direction. Shin keeps charging forward while weaving around each incoming attack. Amused by Shin's evasive moves, the boss creates 2 additional portals beside him and attacks both sides at once. Shin barely avoids the attacks at the last possible moment. Grinding his teeth, Shin realizes the subspace skill makes defense nearly impossible, especially when attacks arrive from every angle and leave no room for his sword techniques. He cannot keep dodging forever at this pace, so Shin starts wondering if the monster even has a limit to its mana. Meanwhile, his own mana is rapidly disappearing from repeated skill usage. By now, he has already cycled through his skills 4 full times, and the ugly truth becomes clear. Draining Shin's mana was the final boss's strategy from the beginning. Immediately afterward, the boss begins its next move to end the battle. It summons a storm of magical portals and announces that the game is ending now, exactly as Shin requested. The boss tells him not to panic, but Shin is completely fearless because he has already prepared a strategy of his own. Archalik is an undead being capable of using advanced magic. He may be weaker physically than the Death Knight, but as a mage, he is a terrifying opponent. Shin knows that mages normally require both hands for proper casting, since one-handed spells lose power and precision. Archalik, however, has found a way around that restriction. Since he is undead, he simply grew extra arms and can now cast several spells at the same time. Flawless triple cast should be impossible in theory, but firing 3 spells in rapid succession is still a brutally effective technique. That is why Shin prepares his skill now. He must kill the monster before those spells can be released. As Shin charges in, the Archalik activates Language of Silence, but Shin dodges the wave directly, avoiding the debuff that would have disabled his skills for 3 seconds. Shin continues his charge, certain that he can remove the boss's head without depending on his active abilities. Just before Shin's blade reaches its neck, the boss performs a point-blank blink and vanishes, then declares that Shin has made a fatal mistake. With Shin now standing beside him, the boss immediately casts Flames of Purgatory. The boss mocks Shin's bad luck, only to freeze in confusion when Shin's sword suddenly stops just an inch from his face. Before the boss can react, Shin cuts off 2 of its arms in one swift motion. The boss can only stare in disbelief, while Shin proudly declares that his luck is not bad, luck is the only thing he has. As the defeated boss collapses, it desperately demands to know how Shin managed that move. Shin reminds him that since the boss had observed him throughout the battle, it should have known he possessed a counter to silence. The boss admits it studied Shin's every move and understood his fighting style completely, but it had also accounted for his limited mana, assuming he could no longer use skills. By its calculations, the outcome should have been certain. Shin raises his sword and reveals the flaw in that calculation. He has already grown beyond the limits the boss knew. After consuming the Silent Ring, Shin gained mana circulation, an active effect that gives him 3 times the normal mana recovery. That hidden boost is what ultimately allows Shin to defeat the final boss. Sometime later, Shin finally exits the dungeon, leaving everyone stunned, while the media instantly starts filming and rushes in for an interview. As the crowd and chaos build around him, Shin is struck by an intense feeling of déjà vu. A medical worker and a reporter immediately reach him. One checks his condition, while the other thrusts a microphone toward his face. Shin begins yelling at them to keep their distance, but abruptly falls silent when he notices who is standing behind the reporter. The person standing before him is his closest friend from his previous life, the brother of the girl who once called Shin for help when he failed to return from a dungeon. His friend looks at him with complete amazement, and for a brief moment, the chaos around them disappears as the 2 men from a former life silently reconnect. In that moment, Shin can think of only one thing: finally repaying the debt he has carried for so long. He recalls how, after awakening his skill in his former life, he poured everything he had into the next 10 years. He severed every relationship around him, eventually reaching a point where even his own growth came to a standstill. Before long, he had completely shut himself away from the rest of the world. During that lonely period, this same friend invited him on a raid after another guild member suddenly backed out with a stomach problem. Even back then, his friend had an unstoppable habit of talking nonstop. Being completely alone had made him consider accepting the offer for some protection, but his stubborn pride won out, and he refused because he wanted to raid by himself. That arrogance nearly got him killed. After tracking him into the dungeon, the same friend saved his life and helped him overcome the crushing inferiority complex that had controlled him. Without that rescue, Shin would never have changed. He eventually accepted the invitation and joined the guild. It was not some elite organization, but a group of weaker people, and being among them reminded Shin why he had become a player to begin with. Just then, his friend drops a bombshell. He plans to retire from being a player. This is not some impulsive decision he made on the spot. He is seriously considering a part-time job or a quiet life as a farmer rather than continuing to gamble with his life. The real reason is simple. He cannot bear witnessing death repeatedly or watching people die directly in front of him. He explains that after losing his sister, he created the guild to rescue people in danger. But after another member landed in the ICU and walked away, he finally reached his limit. In that former life, Shin had received countless favors from him, yet he never found a way to return them. Shin had wanted to help him leave, but by then the guild had become so large that shutting it down was impossible. Far too many people depended on it for their living. Shin had never managed to say any of that to him back then. Back in the present, Shin tells him to stay away from forming a guild, warning that it will eventually make him unhappy. And Shin suddenly remembers that this version of his friend has never met him, leaving the man completely puzzled as he asks whether they have crossed paths before. At that point, his sister storms over, furious that Shin is bothering her brother after allegedly snatching the dungeon away from them. As Shin walks away with a painful but comforting sense of closure, he silently wishes that his friend will live a genuine, happy life this time. Elsewhere, in the slums of the Dimension Core's residential sector, the late bloomer model student advances through monster-infested streets with his face hidden beneath a hoodie. He quietly notes that the late hour is making things too dangerous, meaning he must put his plan into action right away. After finishing his interview, Shin watches the news as the anchor announces that the Silent Grounds danger rating is being revised, pointing out how many casualties the dungeon has already caused. Since the Death Knight turned out to be much more dangerous than expected, entry to the Silent Grounds is being restricted until officials finish reassessing its rank. Hearing the report from home brings Shin relief, because he knows the deaths from his previous life will no longer occur. For the first time since regressing, he feels certain that he has genuinely saved someone. The dungeon rewarded him with more than experience, titles, and ordinary artifacts. It also gave him crucial information about the late bloomer model student. Among his rewards was the subspace dimensional bag, a platinum-grade artifact. The bag allowed him to store or retrieve objects regardless of their size or weight, while also letting him escape the normal limits of physical reality. He had also acquired the Lick Ring, classified as a gold artifact. The ring constantly invoked Swamp of Silence magic, and the silence energy trapped inside it threatened to swallow every trace of light and warmth in the world. The other gold artifact was the telekinesis necklace, which let him call forth objects designed to work with it. Shin had expected a silence-based reward, but the addition of subspace and telekinesis left him stunned, since both abilities would massively expand his combat options. With enough use, each one could grow stronger depending on how creatively he employed it. Shin was practically overflowing with excitement, and wondered whether these unprecedented rewards might even earn him a special title. Unfortunately, the Goddess of Luck was annoyed that he had not credited her, so Shin quickly gave her the thanks she wanted. Still inside the dungeon, Shin began synchronizing the 3 artifacts, mana so he could consume them. His bizarre menu consisted of a purple soul macaron, a Whispers of the Void meringue, and finally, the meal foe of infinite layers. Shin stared at the strange desserts in disbelief, wondering what kind of meals an Archelic consumed, and judging by this menu, that monster clearly loved sweets. In the end, he chose to sample the final dish first. The moment he took a bite, he understood the name completely. The flavors kept unfolding in endless layers across his tongue. Taste was surprisingly delicious, so Shin happily moved on to devour the remaining desserts. Once the artifacts were absorbed, Shin felt completely satisfied and silently approved of the late monster's culinary preferences. Before leaving, Shin had to bind his 2 new skills, silence and telekinesis. For telekinesis, he instantly paired it with greatsword fighting spirit. Silence was trickier, since the skill did not directly stun or freeze its target. He also knew that abilities such as full charging and knockback burst would barely complement it. Delay-based skill was one possibility, but in the end, he decided to attach silence to his basic attack. The moment he made that selection, a notification appeared with an extra condition for binding silence to the attack. Adding silence would consume 1 point of mana every time he performed a basic attack. That requirement immediately put him on edge. He realized that paying 1 mana per strike could empty his reserves in no time, even with a title that boosted his mana. He then reviewed his B-rank title, End of a Twisted Desire, which increased his mana by 150 points. Shin carefully ran through the numbers. Mana circulation would keep his reserves replenished, but being swarmed by enough weak monsters could still push him into serious danger. He paused for a moment, weighing the risk. Then a grin spread across his face. If taking the risk made him stronger, he was willing to go for it. With that, he locked silence onto his basic attack. From then on, every basic attack could inflict silence, depending on how much resistance the enemy possessed. All at once, the atmosphere around them grew dark and oppressive, prompting Shin to ask the goddess whether she had called another constellation. She denied being responsible, yet 3 unfamiliar constellations appeared before Shin regardless. The first visitor was the Sun King, who immediately offered Shin his support. Goddess of Luck angrily interrupted before he could continue. She berated them for trying to steal her hero, while she was standing right in front of them. Another goddess arrived, arguing that the Goddess of Luck had no right to keep the player all to herself. Everyone was stunned when the new goddess appeared between the Sun King and the legendary Mongol conqueror. She carried herself with incredible arrogance, ordering the conqueror to get out of her way. She had been so impressed by Shin that she came personally to meet him. She suggested that a man of Shin's caliber belonged at her side, taking an indirect jab at the Goddess of Luck's lack of sophistication. That remark pushed the Goddess of Luck to openly challenge the newcomer's authority. 2 goddesses immediately descended into a full-blown catfight, convincing Shin that this place could only handle 1 goddess at a time. Still, the new goddess regained his attention by claiming she possessed important information and wanted him to contact her. She then revealed that her information concerned the late bloomer model student. Shin's interest spiked instantly, and he demanded to know whether the student's constellation had contracted another player or what condition the student was currently in. She said she had located him in the Dimension Core's slums, where he was deeply obsessed with the Dimension Core's eschatology. If Shin wanted the rest of the details, she demanded that he form a contract with her. Back in the present, Shin turns those words over in his mind. He knew absolutely nothing about the Dimension Core's eschatology, since none of the constellations had ever mentioned it in his previous life. The Goddess of Luck, then, adds that she also failed to locate the constellation in the slums, though she is relieved Shin refused the other goddess's proposal. Shin cannot understand why any constellation would be hiding in the slums, a place reserved for beings who failed to become proper constellations. Frustrated, he keeps wondering what drove the student there and what he is planning. Elsewhere, the president of Hyunjong Corporation scans the upcoming open markets participant list and notices Shin's profile. She smiles, clearly finding him to be a very intriguing participant. This woman is Han Hyunjong, a level 900 player with an S+ rank. Shin continues digging into the late bloomer student and the Dimension Core's eschatology, but his research turns up absolutely nothing. Contacting the new goddess directly is also too dangerous, since she is obviously chasing the mythical constellation rank and intends to exploit Shin because a constellation's status can rise alongside its player's growth. After examining the matter, Shin realizes that even if he contracted with her, any accident would leave him unharmed and prevent her from ascending to the mythical constellation rank. They finally reach their destination, Hyunjong Market, and Shin pulls the car to a stop. The place is an open exchange where players can freely trade artifacts. Most artifact deals used to happen privately between players, but this marketplace offers transaction security by charging steep commission fees to cover the risks. That guaranteed safety has made the market extremely successful, attracting major guilds and heavy business. At present, Hyunjong Market stands above every other open marketplace. Although the market bears the Hyunjong Guild's name, the guild alone is nowhere near strong enough to protect such a gigantic operation. Its real foundation is the guild leader, Han Hyunjong, the only S+ rank buff player in the entire world. Her reputation draws elite players from across the globe, and their presence naturally keeps everyone in line. That overwhelming reputation is exactly why Shin came. His first task is to verify his identity code at the entrance. Because his access was newly approved and he had no official code yet, Shin simply provided his name. Staff immediately authorizes him for the 8th basement level, the VIP floor, leaving Shin nervous and wondering whether Han Hyunjong truly considers him important. His thoughts are cut short when a group of boys start gossiping, assuming Shin is dating Kim Miso and casually mentioning that her former boyfriend is dead. They claim they normally would not date her, but if she made the first move, they would accept just to play around with her. Their filthy conversation makes Shin realize that Kim Miso has been dealing with rumors like these. Ignoring them would be the sensible choice, but Shin cannot bring himself to let the insult pass. Instead, he casually remarks to the receptionist that this market must be extremely permissive if customers are allowed to spread such disgusting trash. Not long afterward, guards drag the boys outside despite their complaints, and the market blacklists every one of them. Watching the chaos unfold, Shin feels proud of himself for handling the matter in such a mature way. He then steps into the elevator and heads toward his assigned level. As he rides upward, Shin calculates how much money he has available. After selling the dungeon loot, he has 3,900,000 credits. That sum is nowhere near enough for a VIP purchase, but Shin plans to enjoy the window shopping and finally see the treasures he could never access in his previous life. As soon as Shin reaches the VIP room on the 8th basement floor, his guide, Song Ayun, arrives to show him around. For a second, Shin feels like a kid wandering through a luxury shop, but he lets her guide him, figuring he may become a regular visitor. Song assures him that she can answer whatever questions he has. A book on display grabs Shin's attention, but its price nearly stops his heart, making him wonder whether the shop accidentally added several extra zeros. Song explains that the item is an epic-grade artifact known as the Book of the Abyss. Shin casually pretends not to care, claiming that a swordsman like him has no use for a book-type artifact. She offers to take him to the Swordmaster section, but he declines while desperately hoping she did not notice him mentally collapse at that ridiculous price. Just then, a disturbance erupts nearby. A crowd gathers around the sacred display stage, stunned that an item of such extraordinary quality is even available for purchase in their country. While Song tries to explain the situation, Shin heads over to inspect the item himself, assuming it must be incredibly rare to cause this much disbelief. The instant he sees what is on display, every thought in his head comes to a complete halt. The item is the Mage Stone, an almighty-grade treasure, and its seller is none other than Jaren Deke. Shin is stunned when he reads the information placard. He realizes that this makes it one of the most powerful artifacts in existence, and bidding starts at 3 trillion credits. Shin figures that if Jaren is willing to sell something this valuable, he must be hiding even better almighty-grade treasures. He came here hoping the VIP treasures would motivate him, but instead, they leave him feeling even more discouraged. Eventually, Shin retreats to the 4th basement level, known as the Platinum Zone. The items there are still costly by ordinary standards, but compared with the VIP treasures, their prices are at least somewhat believable. A boy named Young-jun Hyuk notices Shin, approaches him with a greeting, and offers his assistance. The name triggers Shin's memory. In his former life, this boy was known by the alias Perfect Storm. Shin honestly tells him that he came only to browse and has no intention of purchasing anything. Upon hearing that, Jun Hyuk asks Shin to examine an artifact he recently obtained, although it does not suit his class. He takes the artifact from his pocket and brings up its information window for Shin to inspect. It is a platinum artifact called the Stream of Life Ring, granting over 50 maximum mana and increasing maximum stamina by 5% every 10 minutes. Shin immediately realizes that the boy is probably aiming for a private transaction to avoid the market's fees. The open market normally charges a hefty 5% fee for security and maintenance, but players who trade privately outside its official registry can avoid that charge. Ring would pair perfectly with Shin's mana-based title, but he politely declines and says he is searching for another kind of item. In truth, the artifact is so specialized that ordinary players would find it useless, meaning nobody else is likely to buy it. Shin, however, can simply consume it and put it to work. Before they can continue, both men hear a girl arguing with the guards after being confronted for eating inside the store. She ignores every bit of store etiquette, keeps eating, and even offers one of the guards a bite of her spaghetti. But as Shin watches the scene, his attention shifts to the artifacts the girl has placed on display. He asks to see the item's information windows. She coldly tells him to inspect them on his own. After checking their details, he realizes that both items suit him perfectly. First item is the He Dig Enos, He A Penos, He Speed Enos, a speed-focused artifact that grants more than 10 points of dexterity. The other is a potential reinforcement ring, whose unique effect slightly accelerates the user's growth. From its description, he suspects the activation will come with a lightning-style effect. There is one major catch. Both rings drain an enormous amount of mana, which explains why every other customer has ignored them. The moment he shows serious interest, the girl starts playing hardball, claiming she likes the rings herself and pricing the speed ring at 1.2 billion and the potential ring at 1 billion, though she offers both together for 2 billion. One look at his face is enough for her to slash the combined price to 1.8 billion. In the end, our guy talks her down to just 1.3 billion, with some truly ridiculous bargaining skills. Being broke in his previous life apparently had one benefit: it turned him into a world-class bargainer. The purchase finished, he is ready to leave, but one unexpected detail suddenly stops him. The girl casually reveals that she plans to buy herself a decent meal and donate whatever money remains to an orphanage. She then raises a picture of that orphanage for him to see, and it turns out to be Joy Orphanage, the very place where he spent his childhood. Noticing his face suddenly lose its color, she asks what is wrong, and he says he knows the orphanage but had heard it completely fell apart. Basically, her parents once ran the orphanage, and after its collapse, she rebuilt the entire place and took over its management herself. She even hands him a card made by the children, covered with cheerful drawings of money surrounding them. The revelation makes him wonder if his old orphanage friends are still alive, though he manages to hide his reaction. Seeing another person protect those same precious memories touches him deeply, and he resolves to visit the orphanage one day. Some time later, he arrives at the Eden Guild headquarters in Yeouido. Jinho personally welcomes him and prepares to lead him upstairs. Jinho's personal greeting makes him uneasy. He had come here on impulse, but now he is determined to treat the training seriously. The story cuts back to an hour earlier, when he was still with the girl and had just promised to visit the orphanage. That was when Miso called to tell him that they would soon be assigned a gate raid. She explains that the target is the Black Gate at Noan Station, which requires a two-person team with both members at level 130 or higher. The name immediately feels familiar to him. Unfortunately, the memory refuses to come back right away. A moment later, his eyes widen as the memory finally returns. This was the very dungeon where Kangboa, known as the Arbiter of Swords, completed her first successful raid. He later made the Black Gate strategy public, allowing others to learn the method. That gate's basic condition is that the two participants must complete a lockstep with each other. He and Miso already cooperate smoothly, although the sword and bow combination is also known for its strong compatibility. From his previous life, he remembers that the Black Gate rewards its clearers with an epic-grade artifact. Its exact abilities are unknown to him, but the item can apparently fetch as much as 120 billion. That news gets him completely fired up, and he is instantly ready to head over to her guild. Miso asks him to come to the guild so they can work out the raid plan together. He is desperate to claim an epic-tier artifact for himself, rather than merely staring at expensive loot in the open market. He is so fired up that Jinho can practically sense a dangerous aura coming off him. As they walk, Jinho apologizes and explains that Miso is occupied with the guild president, leaving him to show Shin around. He tells Shin that they are headed for Eden Guild's prized training room, a facility reserved for approved users. Shin remarks that the atmosphere feels different from this point onward, and Jinho admits he had the exact same impression during his first visit. Opening the training room door, Jinho tells him to enjoy the facility as much as he likes, since no one has booked it today. Shin quickly proves him wrong by pointing out that someone is already training inside. The person inside is none other than Miso's older sister, Terry, battling a gigantic golem. After evading the golem's strike and touching down, Terry is asked by Jinho whether she booked the room, since the reservation records show nothing. Even if the system made a mistake, they are willing to wait outside because they need the room starting at 6. Jinho therefore asks when she expects to finish. Terry completely ignores the question. Her attention is fixed entirely on Shin. She walks over and greets him directly. Shin explains that he came to practice teamwork with Miso before their gate raid. Terry immediately teases him about becoming close to Miso, making Shin visibly uncomfortable. Jinho grows irritated at being deliberately ignored, while Terry walks outside and casually tells Shin they can spar another time. Before leaving, she casually drops the real bomb. She used the room without booking it at all. That extremely late confession leaves the older man absolutely exasperated. After she is gone, Jinho apologizes for her behavior, but Shin simply lets it slide. With Miso still missing, Jinho suggests that Shin relax for a while, then ominously points out that waiting will be dull and claims he knows how to pass the time. Jinho drives his sword into the floor and challenges him to a spar, leaving Shin stunned as he begins removing his equipment. Shin nervously wonders whether challenging complete strangers is simply an Eden Guild tradition. Jinho assures him there is no need to feel pressured, but since both sisters have already witnessed Shin's abilities, he wants to judge them personally. Besides, Jinho considers these duels a hobby, a swordsman's way of revealing his true self to another swordsman. Shin's eyes light up when he realizes that Jinho genuinely wants to test his limits. Noticing that Shin has no weapon in hand, Jinho offers to lend him one from the training room. Shin politely refuses because he already has what he needs. He opens his subspace and draws the sword he always carries with him. Jinho is initially stunned that Shin can use subspace, but the surprise quickly turns into delighted laughter, making him even more curious about the boy. With a grin on his face, Jinho launches the match without wasting another second. He had intended to take it easy at first, but the atmosphere changes his mind, and he decides to unleash everything immediately. Elsewhere, Miso is arguing with her father in the CEO's office, while he looks genuinely worried about her. Misreading his concern, Miso storms out with tears in her eyes and tells him to never contact her again. The instant she is gone, her father calls Chief Jang and orders him to contact the association and dig up every detail about Shin. At the same time, that very hero is anxiously facing Jinho's enormous transformed body inside the training room. Inside the facility, Shin and Jinho officially begin their practice duel. Surrounded by crackling energy, Jinho asks Shin whether he is prepared. Mock battle cannot begin until both players confirm their readiness, and so far, only one name has been locked in on the screen. Jinho asks whether 2 rounds will be enough for Shin, explaining that a couple of clashes should reveal everything he needs to know about an opponent. He tells Shin to signal the moment he feels ready. As he studies Jinho's gigantification ability, Shin's thoughts begin racing. Jinho may be shorter than the giant before him, but his aura carries crushing pressure, hardly surprising for a level 700 player. Everyone in the player world knows that Kyungsu revolutionized swordsman combat with his balanced style. But that approach works only because he is the one and only player capable of mastering it. Most other swordsmen reject that method and instead push their bodies and raw physical power as far as humanly possible. In his former life, Shin belonged to that strength-first group. It naturally leads to a much bigger question. If Kyungsu represents the absolute peak of balanced swordsmanship, then who stands at the top of the pure strength school? The world has never reached one universal answer to that question. But in Korea, the answer is standing right in front of Shin. His gigantification ability lets him sweep enemies away as if they were nothing. Jinho's strength-based swordsmanship has rewritten the rules of combat, and he has earned his place at the summit. For the first time, Shin is truly thrilled to measure his own strength against a monster like Jinho. Shin finally confirms that he is ready, and training mode goes live. As Jinho prepares his swing, he admires Shin's confidence and declares that a true man lets his actions do the talking. A simple sweep of Jinho's blade unleashes a massive pressure wave, followed by a roaring blast of wind. In less than a heartbeat, Shin considers blocking with a defensive technique or stopping the charge with a stun, then discards both options. Against an opponent this massive, the only answer is to meet overwhelming power with power of his own. Shin lifts his blade and powers it with psychedelic, massively enhancing his strength and speed before triggering face-off. Jinho is practically glowing with excitement as he launches an attack he dismisses as nothing more than a light swing. Blade tears toward Shin, and he barely slips past it in time. Shin forces himself to stay calm, fully aware that meeting this giant head-on would amount to suicide. Instead, Shin targets the arc's weakest point and drives his sword straight into Jinho's incoming blade. Much to Jinho's disbelief, Shin stops the devastating blow head-on with nothing but his sword. Jinho is thrilled because Shin could have avoided the strike with countless tricks, yet deliberately chose a direct clash to test pure strength against pure strength. That fearless decision is the one thing this battle monster never saw coming. Before Jinho can process it, Shin's voice breaks through and announces that his turn has arrived. Jinho privately acknowledges that Shin's presence is astonishing, and his counterattack is far more threatening than expected. A moment later, Shin's blow lands hard enough to make the giant stagger. Rather than getting angry, Jinho is delighted that a smaller kid managed to knock him back, something no one has done in a very long time. He confesses that he had assumed the Kim sisters were exaggerating Shin's talent, and that Shin was merely impressive because his surroundings were weak. After witnessing Shin's real power, however, Jinho can no longer deny his strength. Jinho launches another swing while openly praising Shin, amazed that such a compact body can hide the power of a complete monster. Shin dismisses the praise internally, knowing the result came from psychedelic combined with a critical hit on his knocking burst. That combination normally sends entire groups of monsters flying. Since Jinho remains standing, Shin simply treats the result as a lucky critical hit. Jinho immediately tells him to stop pretending it was nothing. While charging his ultimate, Jinho apologizes for misjudging Shin and declares that he will now fight at full strength. Shin recognizes the technique immediately. It is the very attack Jinho used repeatedly during the second collapse. That catastrophe will strike 20 years later, when monster spellcasters rain down endless meteor bombardments. Meteors, this giant once erased with casual single swings of his sword. The technique is Jinho's signature ultimate. He stabbed Enos. In the present timeline, Starbreaker is still unfinished, and Shin is the first person Jinho has ever shown it to, even in its imperfect state. Inside, Shin can barely contain his excitement. Seeing Jinho go all out is more than enough proof that the giant has genuinely become stronger. Shin searches for a counter, aware that blocking the attack directly is impossible, yet surrendering is not an option either. Tightening his grip, Shin prepares his strongest available move, a fully charged psychedelic boosted into a high-speed knocking burst. This is his trump card, and he intends to rely on a strategy he knows well. He will aim for the precise flank, where Jinho's power is weakest. Trying to overpower a level 700 giant in a straight contest would be insane, so Shin knows he must rely on strategy. As Jinho completes the charge and raises his weapon, Shin reminds himself that he has always found a way to beat impossible odds. Determined to repeat that miracle, Shin braces himself and prepares to confront the colossal strike head-on. Outside, Miso remains hurt by the argument with her father, but she lifts her head and forces her attention back onto the training session planned with Shin. A huge tremor suddenly shakes the building, but Miso quickly realizes it is no natural earthquake. The violent vibrations are coming directly from the training room. Overcome by dread, Miso races to the room and throws the door open, discovering a wrecked floor buried under thick dust and no clue what happened inside. By then, both fighters are utterly drained. Jinho is nothing short of a genuine monster. Even with the training mode limiting the fight, he unleashed his frightening full power, and Shin endured the attack head-on. Shin awkwardly thanks him for the compliment, then admits that the clash actually wrecked his own wrist. Jinho casually promises that Eden's elite medical facilities will fix him up quickly so he can resume training, especially now that Miso is watching. Beneath his relaxed exterior, Jinho is quietly hit by a wave of despair. He hides it well, but a rookie has genuinely injured him, making Jinho question whether he even belongs on the same level as Shin, someone the system still labels a beginner. Trading blows with Shin felt nothing like battling a beginner. It was more like crossing blades with a veteran forged by countless wars. Jinho can barely believe such a thing is possible, yet the encounter inspires him to chase a much higher level of strength. With that final exchange, the training session comes to an official end. Afterward, Jinho tells Shin that a brutal match like this can make anyone rethink their abilities for an entire week. He adds that after witnessing this battle, nobody in Eden Guild will ever question or underestimate Shin again. Offering a handshake, Jinho asks whether Shin would like to try another test. Jinho admits that Shin's sudden rise from nowhere to fame was so unbelievable that he had to witness the truth personally. He even throws in a casual invitation for Shin to join his exclusive Real Man Club. Miso is not amused by any of this. Jinho's reckless Real Man routine destroyed the training room and ruined the practice session she had scheduled with Shin. She scolds Shin for abandoning their scheduled training to accept Jinho's random challenge, leaving both men to apologize awkwardly. Miso's punishment is clearly in effect. Shin trudges toward his car in the Player Town building's underground parking lot, looking ready to collapse at any moment. Accepting Jinho's duel, Shin is forced to endure 18 straight hours of training with Miso. If he were still the same person from his past life, this schedule would have killed him. Still, he admits the training was worth it, and with 2 days remaining before the Black Gate raid, he has enough time to recover. Just then, he encounters a blue-haired girl who calls it a coincidence and asks if his training is over. But Shin has absolutely no clue who she is. The girl introduces herself as Lee Gahai, a scout from the Korean Player Association, and presents her ID card. Shin is startled that she already knows his name and wonders whether they had met in his previous life. Gahai explains that she works as a strategy scout, and her division has been collecting information on Shin as part of a recruitment effort. Shin is mildly surprised that details like this could be classified information. He shows no interest at all and starts to leave, saying he is exhausted but promising to answer her scouting questions later. She stops him with one last question. She wants to know if he genuinely has no desire to become a player affiliated with the association. He gives her a straightforward no, and she already knows the answer. She switches to something more personal. Even though he is running on empty, our guy reluctantly lets her continue. With a sly smile, she asks whether his power steals skills, copies abilities, or perhaps lets him see what is coming. He nearly chokes on his own breath, barely managing to conceal his surprise. 2 days later, Miso reaches the Yodo Black Gate entrance early, expecting plenty of time to prepare. But when she notices our hero looking completely worn out, she hurries over and suggests warming up together since they arrived early. She stops mid-step at the sight of his lifeless expression, though he weakly insists that everything is fine. The truth is, Gahai's question about future sight has been stuck in his head ever since she asked it. 2 straight days, he investigated the woman instead of sleeping, but found nothing, leaving him completely miserable. He cannot understand how anyone guessed his regression ability, especially when he has no memory of meeting her in his previous life. When they parted that day, she hinted that their paths would cross again after he dodged her questions. The possibility that someone truly suspects his regression leaves him stunned. It feels as though she has uncovered his secret, and he has no idea how to divert her suspicions. Thinks about keeping his distance or acting extra friendly, then realizes either move would make him look even guiltier. Miso pulls him out of his thoughts and asks if they should call off the trip, but he claims he is fine and refuses to miss the raid. That is when he spots the new bow she is carrying. She proudly reveals an epic-grade artifact borrowed from Japan's Kurakawa Guild, an Aegis partner, determined to give everything she has in the raid. He is amazed that someone can simply borrow an epic-grade item, but consoles himself by remembering that he will soon own one too. That thought helps him push the petty jealousy aside. He refocuses on the raid and the epic-grade reward, choosing to deal with Gahai later. Miso watches in surprise as his nervousness disappears, and his entire stance becomes confident. With him ready at last, the two of them move ahead. Even while walking, he has to keep forcing his mind toward the epic-grade prize, instead of panicking about Gahai exposing him. Meanwhile, Miso thinks he has absolutely no idea how obvious his behavior is. She borrowed the bow precisely because she is already aware of how unnaturally fast he is growing. Memory goes back to that 15-hour training session. He said he had unlocked a new skill and wanted to test it, only for one strike to demolish a supposedly indestructible training ground right in front of her. His biggest concern back then was whether the academy would make him pay for the damage. That is why she secured the epic-grade bow. She wants to keep pace with him and refuses to remain his follower forever. Soon, they reach the Black Gate's hollow forest entrance, where he notices her tense expression and tells her to relax slightly because constant vigilance consumes stamina. She explains that the real terrain differs from the preliminary report, which worries her since they were warned this forest is filled with paranormal activity. He has also studied the area using memories from his previous life, yet nothing around him matches what he remembers. The completely altered surroundings make him uneasy. A monster growls nearby, and Miso assumes it is an orc. One look is enough for him to realize that this world has seriously diverged from his past life. Corrects her, identifying the creature as a giant goblin instead. That is far too major to dismiss as a minor difference. When the creature charges, he gives Miso a silent finger signal. Before entering the Black Gate, he had proposed using hand signals for dangerous, high-pressure moments. Miso doubted they had enough time, but he explained that memorizing a few basic patterns would be enough for the rest to happen instinctively. Because pressure could make them forget everything, he insisted on repeated drills until those signals became automatic for every possible situation. They practiced the signals specifically to survive the upcoming raid. He raises 2 fingers, and after a brief blank, she remembers that the sign means they must split and dodge in opposite directions. She mirrors Shin's move perfectly, slipping away in the opposite direction. That completes the opening move, so they proceed to the next step. The monster naturally chooses her as its target, assuming she is the weaker fighter. The giant goblin fixes its gaze on her, unaware that her arrow is already drawn and waiting. After reading its trajectory, she shoots directly into a joint and cripples its mobility. He tells her that with the goblin pinned down, she can force an opening without wasting a skill. Still firing, she warns him that predictive shots have limits and doubts she can deliver a killing blow. Then her eyes go wide as the fire arrow rips through the goblin's leg. Since she had not even used her full strength, she can only blame the epic-grade artifact. That convinces her that a full-powered shot could finish the monster instantly. The wounded creature still attempts to pounce on her. Knowing she may not have time for a lethal shot, he exploits the gap she created, leaps over the monster, and ends it with one sword strike. Once the monster is down, Miso proposes adjusting their plan around her newly enhanced firepower. He agrees and tells her that next time she can go straight for the head. In his mind, he calculates that her firepower has tripled, meaning the epic-grade weapon should let them clear this gate far quicker. Her teamwork has also improved, thanks to Miso spending her free time drilling those signals before the raid. With practice finished, he tells her to advance and experience the real battle as several giant goblins look up at them. The giant goblin perched on the cliff watches them without blinking. Because it does not attack, he suspects the goblins saw their companions get crushed so easily and are now investigating. He activates detection, choosing to exploit their hesitation. Detection reveals only 10 monsters nearby, fewer than expected, which he attributes to their proximity to the entrance. Based on the initial survey, he assumes the remaining enemies include kobold assassins hiding with stealth skills. Miso recommends their Fort 2 formation, but he proposes another method because none of the enemies are ranged attackers. She is stunned by his suggestion and flatly rejects it, insisting that Fort 2 is superior and stealth enemies can be handled with Formation 4. He refuses to budge, leaving her visibly irritated. With no alternatives left, she perches on his sword with her bow ready, still sulking over the plan. He explains that the tactic makes the most of her upgraded firepower and asks her to view it as their best option. She agrees unwillingly, and he launches her skyward with a sword swing, believing the air will give her the safest firing position. As she screams through the air, she realizes they are basically using a human cannonball tactic. She despises being airborne, but activates Flight Level 4, a skill that lasts 5 minutes and slows her descent, leaving her to pray the ridiculous plan actually works. Shin storms the monsters from below, while Miso's arrows instantly blast one enemy off its feet. A second monster freezes in confusion, only for Miso to smash its head too. Her accuracy tells him the one-shot kills are not solely thanks to the epic-grade weapon. Her aim itself has become much more precise. As he watches her, he can clearly see the future divine archer of carnage from his past life emerging within her. He is genuinely stunned to realize that he is not the only one progressing at an incredible speed. Unexpectedly, watching her improve pushes him to grow even harder. He activates detection once more and catches a kobold assassin hiding nearby. The assassin takes aim at Miso, but Shin notices it first and swiftly cuts off its head before it can fire. He laughs nervously, never imagining that one day Miso would be the one doing the heavy lifting while casually one-shotting everything. That leaves 7 enemies standing. Miso activates multiple Lacan and marks all 7 targets at once. She follows with Stardust Rain, sending a storm of arrows toward every monster simultaneously. The first group is wiped out completely. By the time darkness falls, they arrive at the World Tree region of the Hollow Forest. He lights a campfire, but Miso is furious because he has already launched her through the air 6 times with his human cannonball plan. He argues that the battlefield was packed with monsters, but she only wants to know why she is always the one being launched into the sky. He privately admits he may have gone too far, but the experience felt strangely fun, like taking a bus ride for the first time, and he got carried away. He decides to apologize with a gift, then remembers that ordinary presents are pointless when she can already buy whatever she wants. An idea strikes him. Instead of buying something, he will cook for her. He pulls out a pan from his subspace bag, and the smell of fresh food soon draws Miso's attention. Claiming that a good meal will keep their spirits high during the long journey, he presents her with a beautifully made beef Wellington. She is baffled at first, but one bite wins her over completely. The unusual texture makes her ask where he got the meat, so he nervously claims it came from a rabbit, hiding the fact that he used kobold meat. They eventually polish off the meal, leaving Miso delighted as she thanks him. He reminds her that this is the final location included in their preliminary map. She confirms that the Shadow Defender should appear here, but beyond this point, they will be entering unmapped territory, and she can only hope things go smoothly. He tells her to get some sleep. Her attitude eases, though she remains troubled by the mess created by the rumors. He jokingly brings up the rumor that he is her boyfriend, and that she bought him as a money-making slave. Miso immediately denies that anyone is spreading such nonsense. He insists that people absolutely say it, then tells her not to worry because he has no problem doing the work. She admits that working with him has shown her how impressive he really is, while blaming the media for twisting the truth. He says the attention he received through her is actually helpful, but she fires back that his abnormal growth would have made him famous regardless. In the end, whatever stories the media spreads, the two of them know they can depend on each other when it matters. She goes silent when he casually labels that arrangement as nothing more than their business partnership. Staring directly at him, she asks what would happen if their connection went beyond business. The reaction reminds him of a YouTube video that taught him how to prepare kobold meat safely. According to the creator, kobold meat is basically normal meat without disease concerns, though a few people may be allergic to it. Symptoms include mild confusion, reduced inhibitions, and an uncontrollable tendency to speak honestly. Seeing her behavior, he realizes that the kobold meat must have triggered an allergic reaction. This allergy affects roughly 1 person in 10,000, so Miso was the last person he expected to suffer from it. Previous incident involving an allergic party member comes back to him, and he quickly starts planning how to deal with this problem. He chooses to follow the advice from that old incident. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter and announces that he wants to become an actual bird. Miso is stunned by the bizarre statement, but her face soon relaxes. He is only faking the same symptoms to make sure she does not feel ashamed of her unexpected confession. Following day, they enter the deeper regions of the Hollow Forest. Neither of them feels comfortable after the awkward events of the previous night. When Miso reaches for the leftovers, he quickly stops her, claiming the previous meal caused powerful hallucinations and should not be eaten again. He feels mortified, remembering the ridiculous bird act he performed the night before just to protect her from embarrassment. He swiftly changes the topic, pointing out that their destination is near and they need to get ready for battle. Miso is relieved that he is pretending nothing happened, though she still cannot believe she nearly confessed her feelings the night before. Her thoughts about those feelings end abruptly when a group of monsters appears directly ahead. Enemies are clearly visible, an entire pack of shadow defenders. He studies the pack and asks Miso if she can take them out from a distance. He hesitates because their thick hides will probably survive a single arrow. He realizes they cannot count on another easy victory like before. Even the epic grade artifact cannot yet give Miso enough power to pierce those hides, although she will eventually surpass that limit. He lifts his sword and recommends attacking them head-on. Miso agrees and asks him to signal when it is time for her to move. Just before charging, he pauses after noticing something strange about the creature's formation. He asks whether shadow defenders are normally known to travel in packs. Miso has never heard of that behavior either and wonders if the initial survey completely missed it. A moment later, every monster turns toward them with unmistakable hostility. He instantly understands that the creatures knew they were approaching, because ordinary monsters would never coordinate this perfectly. He orders Miso to run as the monsters attack, collapsing the ground under them before leaping forward. Shin immediately senses a commanding presence nearby, and a boss soon appears. The middle boss, the impenetrable Defender King. They evade its first strike and land on a tree branch, only to panic when another defender suddenly appears in front of them. Shin shows Miso 3 fingers, signaling a rapid close-range assault. They attack together, Shin slashing with his sword, while Miso fires a relentless storm of arrows. After a fierce exchange, Miso finally knocks her target down. She announces that her enemy is down, but the middle boss interrupts her by suddenly charging straight at her. Shin instantly intercepts the attack, activating his speed boots to rush between Miso and the boss. He brings his sword down, smashing the ground and burying the monster beneath an immense force. Yet the middle boss emerges without a scratch and calmly gets back up. Seeing that, Shin understands that this boss truly earned the name Impenetrable. He could wear the creature down eventually, but wasting all his energy here would be foolish when the final boss is still waiting. That means it is time to bring out a very particular skill. He quietly calls out to Miso, but the moment she sees one finger raised as their signal, tension immediately takes over. Miso instantly retreats to a higher position. From above, she realizes that a monster with this much defense demands his strongest technique, but she has never witnessed him use it in a real fight, and that uncertainty has her seriously concerned. Our man steadies himself and prepares his sword. Middle boss answers with a roar of its own and begins gathering power. The instant he triggers the skill, violent flames wrap themselves around his blade. He gives a small laugh, knowing the monster has no idea what is coming, and promises to end everything with one strike. The middle boss barrels straight toward him. As the monster closes the final bit of distance, he unleashes a savage swing that makes the earth under his feet collapse. With complete confidence, he drives the blade forward, eager to see what his newly acquired skill can really do. This technique is called the Sword of Destruction, and it burns through an enormous amount of mana to fill the blade with raw, destructive force. The strike carries such absurd power that it slices through the monster and reduces entire sections of its body to rubble. Just like that, the middle boss is finally subdued. He bursts out laughing because, for the first time since returning to the past, he finally possesses a genuine one-hit kill technique. The system immediately ruins his celebration by announcing exactly how much mana that attack drained. According to the system, he will hit mana exhaustion in less than 3 seconds. Several days earlier, while Shin was practicing with Miso inside her guild, a notification suddenly appeared informing him that he had obtained a new skill. He paused Miso's training and eagerly checked the screen, unable to hide his grin. At long last, the Sword of Destruction had become his. It had been his signature finisher in his previous life, so he wondered if he had unknowingly met the mana requirement needed to learn it again. Either way, he had unlocked it far sooner than he ever did in his previous timeline. In reality, every swordsman eventually gains the Sword of Destruction as a finishing technique, making it something like a standard privilege of the class. It is usually treated as a finishing move, but the countless ways a skilled user can apply it also reveal how talented that swordsman truly is. One swordsman might compress the destructive force into the tip, while another could empty their entire mana pool to create a sword style overflowing with energy. Once his Devour artifact ability lets him handle the required mana technique, he should be able to master it naturally and restore the finisher he relied on in his former life. Still, toward the end of his previous life, he had come to understand that he never truly unlocked the technique's complete potential. This timeline is moving differently. Obtaining the skill so early has given his growth speed an enormous boost. And now that very technique has erased the middle boss, leaving his companion completely stunned. Her shock soon turns into worry when the dust clears, and she discovers him unconscious from having drained all his mana. Fortunately, Miso carries a mana drink, and she quickly makes him swallow it to restore his reserves. And she starts chewing him out. She asks how he planned to preserve his stamina when he spent everything on one attack and immediately collapsed from mana loss afterward. Tries to explain that excitement got the better of him because it had been so long since he used the move. but Miso reminds him that this was actually his first time using it, making his confident act look ridiculous and forcing out an awkward laugh. He begins with some absolute nonsense, making her even more doubtful, before diverting the conversation by blaming the Eden Guild's ridiculously concentrated mana drink. Miso offers him a place in the guild and promises an unlimited lifetime supply, casually insisting that the drink is not even outrageously expensive. Shin refuses to accept such an expensive benefit without paying for it. When Miso reveals the drink costs 500 million won, Shin first hears 50 million. After she corrects him, he stares at the bottle and yells in complete disbelief. Miso tells him to stop worrying and drink it, since she has no intention of asking him for the money. Eventually, the two arrive at the deepest zone of the Hollow Forest, Breathless Village. The village looks nothing like the version described in his memories from the previous life, and that mismatch leaves him with the persistent sense that something is seriously wrong. Different monsters alone would not explain it. He had never seen or even heard of a monster settlement this large, making this the biggest difference he has encountered between either timeline. Because of that, he decides to share what he remembers about the final boss from his previous life. The moment he brings up the final boss, Miso freezes before she can even ask how he knows, leaving Shin staring in shock and wondering whether time itself has stopped. A second later, the goddess of luck materializes directly behind him. She tells him that his speech has been sealed, preventing every constellation in the Dimension Core from hearing what he says. Shin is stunned by her appearance, because constellations are never supposed to interfere with the physical world. And she gives him a warning he cannot afford to ignore. If everyone discovers the secret behind his uniqueness, that uniqueness will disappear. Ardu is left completely confused and asks her to clarify, but the goddess offers no further explanation and disappears. Time starts moving again, and Miso immediately asks about the final boss he had been about to mention. Shin dodges the question by claiming he must have mistaken the village for something he watched in a YouTube video. Miso accepts the explanation and tells him to remain alert because the final boss should appear any moment. But Shin cannot stop thinking about the goddess's warning. Perhaps she was referring to his regression, forcing him to wonder if he had grown careless. He reminds himself that an enemy could come after him at any time, just like that dark hunter from before. The moment a constellation objects to his regression, he will become the first person on its hunting list. It would not matter whether they attacked personally or acted through a contract. Either way, he would be in serious danger. And unfortunately, the constellations are not his only concern. He also needs to watch out for a criminal organization called the Predation Network. It is made up of heretical players who murder others through special techniques, steal their contracted constellations, and even absorb their powers. These black players use fake identities to stay hidden from the association, and they are the very organization responsible for nearly destroying the world in his previous life. Their leader, Luca Viola, is the most dangerous of them all. If Luca ever captures him, Shin knows he will not survive. To stay alive, he must become stronger in secret, while keeping a low profile and avoiding unnecessary attention. He then proposes that he and Miso search the area separately. Miso agrees, and they decide to signal one another if either of them discovers something. As Shin moves ahead alone, he decides that until he understands the goddess's warning, he will reveal absolutely nothing that could expose his regression. The raid may become more difficult, but that is still preferable to getting himself killed. After searching for some time, he discovers dead monsters near a tree scarred with enormous claw marks and surrounded by blood. Recognizing the final boss's handiwork, Shin smirks and remarks that the creature is marking the village like a kid, showing off its personal collection. He provokes the creature, saying that if boss monsters want to act like hunters, then he will hunt them on their own terms. Miso discovers the bodies as well, confirming that something dangerous must be hiding close by. Though the corpses are scattered across the area, they have decomposed at nearly the same rate, proving that the killer moves unbelievably fast. A presence suddenly appears behind Miso, so she fires without hesitation, only for the arrow to miss completely. Her eyes widen when she realizes the monster is much faster than expected, despite feeling it directly behind her. That makes confronting the creature by herself far too dangerous. She tries to signal Shin, but the chance is already gone. Terror locks her in place when she realizes the monster is once again hovering dangerously close behind her. The creature slashes at her, but Maria's pendant activates and blocks the killing blow, sacrificing itself under the impact. Miso stiffens as the reality hits her. The next successful strike will kill her, and panic floods her with urgency. She retreats at once, opens up some distance, and keeps firing arrow after arrow. By now, Miso has identified the creature as an assassin-type monster, the exact enemy she has spent most of her training preparing for. She forces herself to remember everything Terry taught her about combat. Terry's first lesson about fighting assassins was simple: Never get dragged into a speed contest or a head-on clash. Anyone lacking close-range strength should stay away from one-on-one battles whenever possible. If the enemy can move faster than she can fire, she will be in massive trouble. Harry had warned her that dungeons are impossible to predict, particularly if the vanguard falls and she is suddenly left to survive on her own. Prepare her for that nightmare scenario. Terry made her practice countless stances until she gained real experience dealing with dangerous close-range situations. Those lessons now come rushing back to her. Unless the difference in ability is overwhelming, an assassin-type fighter avoids direct attacks because its entire strategy depends on speed. If you read their movements and maintain your timing, even a beginner might find an opening and bring one down. That is precisely why true assassins never leave victory to chance. As the monster charges, Terry's instructions replay in her mind. Track the leading foot, study the breathing, notice repeated habits, predict the next movement, and only then pull the bowstring. That is the most effective way to counter an assassin. Miso remains nervous because she has not fought the creature long enough to fully understand its patterns. So far, the only pattern she has detected is that it enjoys materializing directly behind its prey before playing with them. Using that clue, she whirls around and releases an arrow instantly. She is confident she has predicted the movement correctly, and this time her arrow lands exactly where intended. But before she can celebrate, a second assassin suddenly materializes behind her. The monster is about to attack when Shin cuts in between them and saves Miso at the last possible second. They are now facing two identical monsters. Shin boldly challenges them, declaring that the hunt has become a proper 2 versus 2 match. Even while facing them, Shin cannot ignore how different this dungeon is from his memories, especially since its early monsters are already absurdly powerful. Still, their appearance tells him that the boss monsters themselves seem mostly unchanged. These creatures are called the Lobless, better known by their title, the Twin Predators. Both possess monstrous speed and enjoy hunting players with savage cruelty. Kang Boa, who cleared this dungeon in Shin's previous life, had provided this information, including the key detail that perfect coordination between partners is essential for completing the raid. Shin apologizes for arriving late, only to freeze when he notices Maria's pendant has already been destroyed, proving the battle is more dangerous than expected. To defeat two monsters moving in perfect harmony, Shin must keep Miso, their long-range attacker, safe while handling both beasts himself, an extremely difficult assignment. Shin clicks his tongue, realizing their current formation gives the monsters every chance to spot an opening and rush Miso first. So only one strategy remains. He tells Miso that signals will no longer be enough for this fight. From this point on, he will depend completely on her judgment, even though that means he cannot shield her himself. Miso understands exactly how serious this is and steels herself. She promises to announce her next skill before using it, believing that should give him enough information, and Shin accepts the plan. Miso is determined to stop leaning on Shin so heavily. She wants to fight beside him with pride, starting by unleashing rapid fire. While sending a storm of arrows at the monsters, she reminds herself that she has something to prove too. Shin recognizes the perfect opening and combines her attack with his psychedelic and speed skills. Miso's never-ending arrow barrage leaves the monsters little room to respond, while the unfamiliar combined speed makes their situation even worse. Shin dashes toward one beast and unleashes a relentless series of sword strikes, boosted by his enhanced speed and power. The plan works perfectly for a moment, but as Shin prepares to push one monster back, the other suddenly appears behind him. Luckily, one of Miso's arrows smashes into the monster's claw at the perfect moment, giving Shin the opening he needs to turn and cut into its shoulder. Miso's arrow storm shows no sign of stopping. When the second monster goes for Miso, Shin is already prepared. He spins around and removes its head in a single clean strike. The surviving monster stares at its dead twin, completely unable to process what just happened. A deafening roar follows, and the system informs Shin that the remaining Lobless has triggered its transformation. Its body immediately starts shifting into a completely different shape. Seeing its huge, muscular new body, Shin realizes that the creature has exchanged its incredible speed for overwhelming physical power. That transformation is proof that the creature has become desperate and is no longer thinking clearly. Shin gives it no time to recover. He launches himself forward and drives his sword straight through the monster's head. By giving up its speed, the monster surrendered the very advantage that had kept it alive, and the brutal battle finally ends. Shin has successfully defeated the final boss. The victory sends his level soaring to 90, and Shin is thrilled to be only 10 levels away from crossing 100. He never received such a huge boost after defeating the Death Knight, so that fight may have been an unusual exception. More importantly, securing an epic grade artifact gives him several choices: the Helmet of Heavy Silence, the Updraft Belt, or the Disburdening Bracelet. Even with only a few options available, Shin is practically overflowing with excitement at the thought of claiming one. Any one of these could sell for 100 billion. And Shin is already imagining himself becoming so wealthy that this single item could buy every artifact he has consumed so far, with money left over. So technically, any choice would be profitable, especially because one of the core pieces for his ultimate build is among the rewards. After reviewing the rewards, Shin instantly identifies the item he wants. His companion congratulates him for the effort, but Shin tells her that their success was not simply because of teamwork or the equipment she contributed. The real reason was how dramatically her own abilities had improved, making the entire raid far more manageable. Those words touch me so deeply. As Shin looks at her, he realizes how much pressure she has been carrying. With so many articles falsely calling him Kim Miso's backer, she must be under enormous pressure, which could explain why she has been forcing herself beyond every limit. Shin suddenly recognizes how foolishly he once treated her, and remembers that they used to look down on one another, so he openly praises her while gently patting her head. Miso completely freezes, while Shin realizes that he has begun treating her more like a younger sister. Snapping out of the moment, Shin realizes how strange that must have looked and awkwardly apologizes, pretending he was only removing a bug from her hair. Before Miso can fully move on, she spots the updraft belt in Shin's hand. Shin explains that he selected it because it fits his current condition the best. He also notices her new bow, and Miso confirms that she plans to replace the one she had requisitioned from the Japan Guild. When she asks what he thinks, he forces out a weak compliment, secretly seething because her ridiculous wealth lets her treat such an expensive item like it is nothing. He suggests examining both artifacts together so they can check their stats at the same time. She accepts, figuring they may end up working together again someday. Miso goes first and tries out her bow. He is rendered speechless when one fired arrow suddenly splits into multiple projectiles and unleashes an absolutely devastating attack. Miso insists that she released only one arrow, making her wonder if the bow uses an illusion ability, but he quickly rules that out. The truth is that the bow carries a duplication-type skill. No matter which arrow she fires or whether she activates a skill, the bow naturally produces 9 arrows, each carrying the same effect and power. That ability is called the 9-splitter. He has watched this skill on television before, and it is precisely what eventually gives Miso her worldwide title, the Divine Archer of Carnage. That proves her growth is gradually catching up to the level she had reached in his previous life, after which she asks to see his item too. The moment he hears that, he gets suspicious and accuses her of simply being curious, leaving her visibly flustered. Still, he is secretly just as eager to find out what the item can do. He equips the new gear at once and tests the updraft belt by sending Miso flying vertically into the sky. Miso is absolutely terrified and screams in panic, feeling completely betrayed. As it turns out, the belt's hidden effect is an airborne launching function. Still crying high above the ground, she yells that she knew he would try something this crazy. Later, a news report announces that a player named Jean has been discovered frozen to death, adding another case to the growing list of missing players. Inside the predation network, one mysterious member casually asks who devoured him this time. The boss claims responsibility, and that answer clearly gets on Nietzsche's nerves. Nietzsche warns Luca that his careless behavior could bring down the entire network, especially since he never listens to anyone's warnings. Luca fires back by asking when this group ever had anything resembling a true sense of unity. He points out that they are nothing more than a loose collection of people telling one another which prey they plan to consume next. Nietzsche is obviously not amused by that response. Another member cares less about the argument and more about how the hunt actually turned out. Luca explains that Jean possessed the immortal marathon runner constellation, causing his endurance stats to rise at a geometric rate. She therefore warns everyone that a target's stats can vary dramatically depending on the nature of their constellation. Then, with obvious excitement, she displays our hero's profile and declares him her next prey, hoping the others will stay out of her way. 2 members offer no resistance, which she conveniently interprets as unanimous approval and officially reserves him for herself. After she departs, Nietzsche chooses a target of his own as well. Later, after taking down another player, she goes home and settles in before her computer. She cannot understand why nobody else has spotted his explosive growth, but she is certain that even if another hunter comes after him, she will reach him first. That woman called Torai is actually Jahai, the very same girl who earlier approached our protagonist while posing as an employee of the Player Association. Our protagonist hears about Jean's frozen body too, and the timing confirms that history is lining up. The predation network is entering the very period when it begins acting more aggressively. Now, their attention on Korea remains limited, but his latest dungeon clear may have changed the future, so he knows he cannot afford to act carelessly. That thought makes him consider moving somewhere safer. For a moment, he considers disappearing from sight, but he quickly abandons the plan. If they have already marked him as a target, hiding now would not accomplish anything. Instead, he chooses a clear next objective, reaching level 100. Reaching that milestone will grant him a special point, capable of guaranteeing an upgrade to one of his core skills. On top of that, he must continue hiding the truth about his regression at all costs. If his explosive leveling slows down, all his efforts so far will be wasted, so he resolves to eliminate anyone who comes hunting for him. At last, he arrives at his destination, Joy Orphanage. He feels relieved when he sees that, apart from sharing the name, this place bears no resemblance to the orphanage where he was raised. Almost immediately, he hears chaos inside. Someone is munching on potatoes while forcing pineapple pizza onto the children, slicing it up and insisting they need to eat fruit. He soon discovers the manager, harassing the children, while casually stuffing herself with potato slices. A little later, he gives the children their gifts, a Nintendo Switch 2, and their eyes instantly sparkle with excitement. As the children admire their presents, the manager casually asks whether he enjoys pizza, but he instantly realizes she is trying to get rid of her pineapple slices because she cannot stand them herself. One child then turns to him and asks how someone becomes a player, since they have already heard that he is a famous one. The excited child says being a player sounds incredible, swinging swords and charging straight into danger. That immediately starts a class-wide argument. One child champions arrows, another argues for daggers, and a young girl declares that assassin players are obviously superior. Their words awaken a distant memory of his own orphanage days, when he proudly dreamed of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, just like the hero from Dragon Warrior. His old friend had disagreed, reminding him that becoming a swordsman made no sense in the modern era. According to him, swordsmen were merely underpaid-looking workers drowning in paperwork every day, even if their salary happened to be decent. Now, looking at the children, he recognizes that same innocent excitement shining in their eyes. Those eager faces make him realize that he could become their source of hope, the way someone once became one for him. He tells them to obey their teacher if they want to become awesome players like him, only for the children to instantly rank him far below their actual idols. One child dreams of becoming a swordsman like Kyung-soo, the archery fan chooses Miso, and the aspiring assassin wants to follow Tyree's path instead. Turns red with embarrassed irritation and tries to play it cool, grumbling that these children are far too sharp for their age. Afterwards, the manager pulls him aside because she knows he did not come solely to see the children. She then reveals something she had kept aside for him and assures him that it will not disappoint. The item is a diamond-grade artifact known as the Flame Talisman Shield. It can enchant a shield once, granting it a minor fire skill that grows stronger with repeated use. From its description, he recognizes it as an artifact that bestows the fire attribute. The manager confirms his guess while pointing out the shield's drawbacks. It is highly specialized, unreliable in ordinary combat, and too ambiguous for most buyers, which is exactly why it suits his needs. Internally, he knows this is precisely the kind of item he needed. Although fire is an excellent offensive attribute used by swordsmen, archers, and even certain assassins, tanks usually have little reason to choose it. A frontline tank capable of delivering a lethal single strike would naturally spend money on an enchantment that boosts defense instead. So this artifact has almost no market among them. He realizes that Hamjian's luck is bizarrely unpredictable, just as it was before, yet she somehow keeps uncovering items perfectly suited to him, convincing him to stay in regular contact with her. Meanwhile, the Eden Guild's meeting room is occupied by a discussion about the upcoming K-Song subjugation. Once the briefing ends, Jinho asks whether anyone objects to accepting the mission and assigns Miso the task of recruiting players above a certain rank for deployment elsewhere. As the meeting continues, Miso reflects on how the player era truly began. The day rifts suddenly appeared across the globe. Other nations raided their rifts quickly and managed to contain the danger with comparatively few casualties. North Korea was different. Its society collapsed, and the government's limited support for players left its rifts completely neglected. As a result, monsters kept flooding out until the entire country became a nightmare ruled by them. Now those monsters are beginning to spill into South Korea, turning the situation into a time bomb that could detonate at any second. That is exactly why their guild has to take complete responsibility for stopping the threat. Miso is just about to recommend bringing Shin into the operation when Terry makes the suggestion first. Jinho immediately sees the merit in it. Their guild has plenty of raw destructive strength, but not enough flexibility to handle unpredictable situations. Miso's report has already convinced him that our protagonist may have exactly the kind of potential they are missing. Jinho tells Miso to negotiate a contract with Shin. Terry cuts in and claims the job for herself, ignoring her younger sister's instant objections. She also mentions that there are a few personal matters she wants to discuss with him. At the same time, our hero is desperately downing cartons of milk after devouring the fire attribute shield. To consume the shield, he had to eat a 50,000 Scoville Buldak noodle from hell, and the spice makes him feel moments away from death. At least the suffering rewards him with a fairly useful skill. He can now kindle a small flame using only 1 mana point, and the skill will gradually rank up on its own over time. He realizes that even one ability like this could completely alter the way he fights. He can now inflict debuffs, while also dealing significantly more physical damage. His development has accelerated massively, increasing his speed and allowing him to cast skills a little faster. The Updraft Belt and Hyper Awakened State added to the mix, he expects these improvements to raise his combat performance by several levels. Still, none of that matters unless he learns to combine and apply these skills properly in actual battles. Powerful abilities mean nothing if he lacks the practical skill to use them, because then they are no better than useless tools. His immediate priority is gathering as much experience as possible, so he needs to enter a dungeon and get some genuine combat practice. He considers contacting the association and asking them to assign him a gate or dungeon. Because he still cannot outbid the major guilds for dungeon access, his only option is to depend on the association. But just as he reaches for his phone, he stops and realizes that calling them would be a mistake. His current level is still too low, and his exact player rank has not even been finalized, meaning the association would offer him barely any worthwhile dungeon options. That creates a serious bottleneck. His growth may keep accelerating, but without a proper environment to progress in, his development will eventually stall. Luck has carried him this far, but he has finally run straight into that obstacle. Lost in thought, he hears the doorbell and immediately gets annoyed that someone is disturbing him despite the hefty rent he pays for the building's security. He is ready to yell at whoever came this late, but freezes the instant he sees the visitor. It is Terry, and she looks just as surprised before apologizing for showing up uninvited. Once she enters, he offers her black tea, admits he has no snacks, and apologizes for the lack of refreshments. Terry waves off the apology, pointing out that she was the one who arrived without warning. After a brief stretch of small talk, she finally gets down to business. She explains that this late-night visit concerns national security, then places a top-secret document in front of him. He pauses, unsure whether he should read the contents. Terry tells him the information cannot be found anywhere else, because the decision was made in a confidential internal meeting. He then reveals the real request. They want to hire him as a scout for the upcoming K-Song subjugation. The opportunity is too perfect to ignore, so he accepts on the spot without even bothering to finish the report. This mission offers exactly the rapid leveling opportunity he has been hunting for. K-Song is practically an unknown monster-filled world, so uncontrollable that it has become a living hell known by several horrifying names. Its unstable and unusual environment has made completely clearing K-Song of monsters impossible. Even after all this time, the region carries an A-rank difficulty rating, meaning only a large guild has any real chance of raiding it successfully. From his previous life, he remembers that the Eden Guild was chosen to lead this exact subjugation. It was one of the first 3 major subjugation campaigns, and went on to set Korea's record for the most monsters eliminated in a single raid. That legendary battle was what made Kim Miso, Jinho, and Terry famous across the entire world. And now, he has the chance to participate in that very same mission. Since it is an A-rank zone, the monsters should be level 100 or higher, giving him an excellent shot at valuable high-tier rewards. He immediately asks how the loot will be divided, hoping the massive guild uses an individual contribution system. Terry bursts out laughing at how seriously he is taking the issue. Seeing his confused face, she tells him they can sort out the details afterward. The raid is scheduled for 3 days from now, with everyone gathering at the same building as before. She promises to send him the rest of the information soon. He agrees to meet her there in 3 days, secretly wishing the raid were happening tomorrow instead. He says goodbye, yet Terry remains exactly where she is. He even offers her food, but she declines, explaining that she has already eaten and does not eat late at night. He accepts her answer, but is completely baffled. If the important conversation is over, why is she still sitting there and staring at him? He cannot figure her out, and starts wondering if this is some kind of S-rank dominance display. Then Terry begins coughing theatrically, and the not-so-subtle hint finally reaches him. He remembers the signal, raises one finger, and asks whether that is what she wants. Her expression lights up when she confirms that she wants a sparring match too. Not long after, the two of them arrive at Jamsil Training Room 43. He is surprised at first, but gladly accepts, seeing the fight as a perfect test of how much he has improved since their previous spar, which had limited their skills heavily. Before Terry can finish warning him, He asks what would happen if they removed every skill restriction. He argues that fighting with their full abilities would make the match far more exciting. That argument is enough to win her over. While agreeing, she adds a condition of her own. Whoever wins will be allowed to make one request of the loser. Instantly claims his prize in advance. 1 full day of Terry's coupon time so she can personally train him. Terry draws her twin daggers and responds with a condition that will last permanently. If she wins, he must officially become a member of the Eden Guild. He points out that the deal is rather unfair because her condition binds him permanently. Terry fires back that he is free to add a permanent condition for himself as well. She will help him whenever he calls for assistance, and he can attach any additional terms he wants. He decides that arrangement works for him and draws his sword from the subspace bag. The instant the blade appears, the atmosphere changes, and Terry is hit by an overwhelming aura of pure death. She has never experienced pressure this horrifying from any monster or dungeon she has faced. As before, he unleashes that frightening skill without warning, catching Terry totally unprepared. The fight feels unbearably intense to her, as though she is standing against someone vastly stronger than herself. That is why, after their earlier encounters, every other battle left her with a strangely empty and meaningless feeling. That crushing pressure returns in full force, reigniting her determination to bring Shin down regardless of what it takes. And with that, their training match officially gets underway. Shin immediately realizes this bout won't resemble their previous spar, since that fight tested only raw physical ability and Terry never activated a single skill. She wastes no time activating Shadow Mode and charges straight at him, creating the illusion that countless bare-handed versions of her are coming for him. Elsewhere on a rooftop, veteran player Reporter Park, Jiangmin talks with junior reporter Jiang Yuna about reaching S rank, since she assumes his ties to major guilds must have taught him how players gain experience. Jiangmin reminds her that knowing influential people doesn't automatically grant him access to every secret they keep. He first insists that he truly has no definite answer, though his experience around S-rank players has taught him a few details he plans to use in an article. The first and most important point is that S-rank players are extraordinarily powerful in every category. Meanwhile, that very S-rank player is keeping Shin fully occupied in the training room below. She fills the arena with copies of herself, making the fight so chaotic that Shin can barely keep up. As she launches another assault, the reporter explains that high-level players aren't defined by character level alone. They dominate combat, skills, proficiency, physical stats, and even their basic abilities. 2 more clones rush Shin, while the reporter adds that S-ranks even enjoy absurd levels of luck, because they represent power in its most concentrated form. Terry is caught off guard when a powerful shield stops her strike, revealing that Shin has obtained a high-tier defensive skill capable of surviving even a clone's shadow stab. Instead of being discouraged, Terry becomes even more thrilled, because she had been hoping Shin would prove strong enough to make this spar worthwhile. After pushing harder, she eventually shatters the defensive barrier. Shin is equally confused, since his detection skill has been active from the beginning, but every clone is giving off exactly the same amount of mana as the real Terry. She isn't merely controlling 7 separate clones. She is dividing her mana evenly between them while coordinating every movement with flawless timing. Shin becomes convinced that nobody else could possibly perform something this precise. Even so, Shin hasn't run out of options. He triggers his status effect, Overwhelm. The level difference prevents Overwhelm from affecting the real Terry, but her clones are another story, letting Shin smile as their reactions expose her true position. Shin lifts his sword, and the sight instantly sends a chill through Terry. Back on the rooftop, Yuna wonders if unusual attacks can expose a weakness in S-rank players. Jiangmin dismisses the idea, joking that she has clearly been reading far too many webtoons. He points out that she missed the entire point. S-ranks master every part of combat and can adjust flawlessly to whatever situation appears. In the training room, Shin tries to exploit what he believes is Terry's main body, only to discover that he has targeted another decoy. Terry appears behind him without warning, praising the attempt while reminding Shin that her clones obey her with absolute precision. Every clone attacks at once, surrounding Shin with strikes from all sides. Yuna asks whether S-rankers have any weakness at all. Jiangmin invokes the old rule that only one powerful enemy can truly challenge another. Shin immediately proves the point by tearing through her clones one after another. His real plan from the beginning was to lure Terry into the open, which is why he intentionally kept his true strength hidden. Terry suddenly understands the trick, but by then Shin has already crushed 4 of her clones with ease. As the remaining clones close in, Shin activates Updraft and blasts Terry's real body high into the air. Terry is shocked to encounter another skill she has never seen from him and wonders whether it is meant to disarm opponents. Despite losing her position for the moment, Terry remains convinced that neither fighter has gained a real advantage. She also assumes Shin cannot land a meaningful attack from so far away, giving her enough time to plan her response. A moment later, the sheer force gathering beneath Shin makes the floor crack apart, leaving Terry completely stunned. Terry instantly understands that this ability has nothing to do with simple disarming. Shin prepares the Sword of Destruction once more, though this time he won't recklessly pour every drop of mana into it. He intends to wield it with controlled precision. He adds his small fire skill, heating the blade until its temperature reaches the maximum possible limit. Destructive energy coils around the sword's tip, and Shin gradually guides it upward with painstaking control. The moment Terry sees the preparation, she recognizes it as Shin's deadly finisher. She realizes Shin has slipped past her defenses and is deliberately taking time to complete the skill. So she answers his dangerous resolve by releasing everything she has. Although she has never unleashed this technique on a human before, Terry chooses to use it now. The ability she summons is Pitch Black Needle, her most lethal killing technique. Shin recognizes the technique at once, having watched it on television during his previous life. Now that his skill is ready, the only question is whether Shin's finisher can actually hit Terry. The two fighters charge at one another, each releasing the horrifying full strength of their ultimate attacks. Their weapons collide head-on, and a suffocating wave of power floods the entire room. Once the aura fades, the result of the clash becomes clear. Terry is the fighter left standing defeated. She honestly concedes that Shin surpassed every expectation, admitting both that she lost and that he has somehow become much stronger than she is. The following morning, Shin wakes to a screaming alarm, drained from the previous night's battle and already regretting how intense it became. Backlash from Sword of Destruction has his back feeling ready to break, making him wonder how he survived using it in his former life when he is already suffering this badly in his 20s. His first move is to silence the unbearable alarm. Then he notices Tyree's message, reminding him that their wager means she has promised to assist him whenever he calls on her. Shin knows exactly which promise she is talking about. Terry is the kind of person who never breaks her promises. Instead of worrying, Shin is hit by a strong sense of relief. He had been concerned that his growth was slowing down, but last night's training against Terry gave him an opportunity most players could only dream of. After defeating Terry, Shin gains confidence that battling different classes will give him a major edge, and that he can truly stand toe-to-toe with S-rankers. The thought energizes him so much that he tries to leap out of bed and prepare for the K-Song subjugation, but a stabbing pain in his back forces him to remember that recovery comes first. Later, near Gyuro Station's open market, a merchant presents a diamond-drank sword supposedly used by level 200 Jeongsu, instantly drawing a crowd. The seller claims the blade's hidden skill was once Jeongsu's famous signature technique. Crowd reacts in disbelief when they learn that the hidden ability is a stun effect. As one customer considers buying it, the crafty merchant piles on another lie, claiming the edge slices through steel as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Shin steps forward and openly challenges the seller's story. He pretends to be interested in purchasing it and asks for a test swing. Believing Shin has taken the bait, the seller happily agrees and brings out an anvil he prepared specifically to demonstrate the sword's supposed durability. Privately, the seller is delighted, certain this little demonstration will make his fraud look completely legitimate. Technically, his pitch isn't pure fiction. It is a carefully manufactured version of the truth. The artifact he really possesses is only a silver rank item, though it does carry the innate toughness trait. Shin swings the sword once, and casually remarks that the weapon feels unusually heavy. Scammer intends to blame Shin's technique if the blade fails, then use its unmarked surface as supposed proof that the sword is genuine. But his supposedly perfect plan falls apart when someone recognizes Shin and loudly calls his name. The moment the scammer hears Shin's name, he goes completely rigid. He understands that anyone famous enough to be identified by name must be an extremely influential and powerful player. Panic sets in as he realizes Shin has probably seen through the entire con from the start. Shin lifts the sword once more and announces that they are about to find out whether it can really cut steel, prompting the scammer to beg him to stop, but Shin ignores him. Fortunately for the seller, another person calls out to Shin at that exact moment, making him stop. The scammer seizes the opening and immediately tries to escape, pretending that an urgent matter is waiting for him. The man who stopped Shin introduces himself as Ju Sung-hoon, the auction manager overseeing the open market. Ju admits that he deliberately interrupted the scene so the scam could be exposed in front of everyone. Ju takes the sword and explains that even a tiny amount of mana is enough to shatter the fake weapon, so Shin no longer needs to test it himself. The blade breaks the illusion completely, shocking the crowd and leaving even the scammer crushed by how quickly his fraud was revealed. At that point, however, the scammer is already running away while yelling that his shop is closed for the day. Apparently, every open market besides Hyunjeong is crawling with sellers like this. Shin only came here because Hyunjiang was closed, and now he starts considering returning home. Manager Ju apologizes for the trouble and offers to help Shin find whatever kind of item he needs. Shin gets straight to the point and tells him exactly what he wants. He wants bronze to gold rank artifacts, costing less than 100 million won, preferably items with unusual specialized traits that other buyers ignore. Ju responds by offering Shin a look at the underground secret market run by his organization. That hidden market is normally restricted to select members, but Shin's reputation is enough for Ju to make an exception and let him browse for suitable artifacts. The word secret alone is enough to get Shin excited. After a brief walk, Ju takes Shin underground, and Shin immediately starts examining one of the daggers on display. Ju points out that weapons like this are unavailable on the regular market, and compliments Shin for having the eye of a serious player. He even encourages Shin to test the dagger as much as he likes. The dagger is unique rank, and Ju sweetens the offer by promising Shin a special member discount. When Ju offers to remove the dagger from its display, Shin pretends not to notice anything suspicious, and Shin suddenly rejects it outright, calling the artifact a complete fake and making it clear that he knows Ju is far more than an ordinary manager. Shin had already figured things out, especially because the unmistakable smell of blood clings to Ju. Ju casually admits that Shin knew from the beginning and wonders why he followed him underground despite that. Was Shin driven by arrogance, pride, or simply an outrageous level of confidence? Shin scans the room as figures step out of the darkness and box him in from all sides, activates detection at once, and identifies exactly who he is dealing with. The group consists of one longbowman, 2 archers, a spearman, 2 swordsmen, 3 tanks, and 1 mage. In total, 10 opponents are surrounding him. This is obviously far more organized than an ordinary street gang. They are a trained criminal organization operating professionally. One tank complains that Shin isn't carrying any notable items, meaning his corpse may not contain anything worth taking. Shin fires back that he doesn't need to carry valuables around because he already has everything he wants. Their leader only smiles, assuring Shin that cheap mind games and taunts won't shake their focus. He swings his weighted chain and promises that Shin will never be allowed to disrupt their formation. Shin studies them carefully and notices that their rotation speed and coordinated tactics are far superior to those of common criminals. Even eliminating several members won't make dismantling their tightly coordinated formation an easy task. Criminal sneers that an ambush would have been simpler, but they prefer the excitement of hunting their prey. He lifts the chain and prepares to launch its heavy weight directly at Shin. Shin answers with a sword swing that hooks the chain, then rips it forward with overwhelming strength and slams the criminal onto the floor. The man struggles desperately to reclaim the chain, but Shin's hold on the sword refuses to budge. Shin stares them down and says he has no sympathy for vicious criminals, but he does agree that hunting is thrilling, especially when the prey is garbage like them. Shin is now ready to invoke the Special Player Act, the law that allows players to use deadly force when defending themselves. Looking back to the beginning of the player era, players and ordinary citizens were initially governed by identical laws, yet those laws repeatedly failed the players. Whenever criminals hunted, targeted, or killed players, the traditional justice system offered them virtually no protection. This constant danger, particularly from rival criminal groups, made it essential for players to gain a legal method of protecting themselves. That need led to the Special Player Law, which recognized self-defense without exception, even against certain death. Because Korea's older self-defense rules had been far too restrictive, a swordsman charges in as though he plans to rescue his fallen teammate. Shin throws the pinned criminal straight into his path. Unfortunately, the swordsman is completely devoid of mercy. He treats his own teammate like a disposable obstacle, cutting through the fallen man and splitting him apart without hesitation. The sheer cruelty of the act makes Shin stop and reconsider his next move. If this group truly belongs to an organized syndicate, Shin starts wondering what their real objective could be. Their goal clearly goes beyond ordinary money or territory disputes. Could Shin himself be the carefully chosen target? Swordsman advances with another attack, mocking Shin for wasting time worrying about meaningless details. Shin slips past the incoming blow and immediately answers with a sweeping counterattack. The swordsman mocks Shin again, claiming that all his analysis is pointless because he is destined to die there, then raises his weapon and continues the assault. Shin abandons the conspiracy theories and calmly admits he was only searching for a legitimate reason to kill them all. With deadly intent, he raises his sword and cuts the swordsman down effortlessly. The instant execution leaves every nearby criminal frozen in disbelief. Ju, a specialized combat mage, finally enters the fight and declares that the rumors about Shin must have been accurate. Ju instantly casts Robin Hood Protection Level 3, a potent buff that raises both the firing speed and attack power of the two archers aiming at Shin. Watching Ju empower his teammates so openly, Shin realizes this is no harmless support mage. He is concealing some seriously dangerous buff skills. Shin reacts immediately, using Updraft to shoot himself into the air and evade the incoming arrows without effort. Ju is stunned by the maneuver and realizes their informant never mentioned that Shin possessed mobility skills of this level. Floating above them, Shin points out that the arrows may be buffed, but their basic projectile speed remains slow, proving that a mage's enhancement cannot fix poor natural efficiency. Insulted by Shin's comment, one archer desperately fires upward, but Shin dives down at full speed and drives his sword straight through him. Remaining archer watches her partner fall in an instant, panics completely, and runs away after realizing this battle is far beyond what she agreed to face. Next, the master swordsman enters the fray and signals Ju, who immediately applies the high-tier swordsman's blessing level 3. Jo follows up by placing a level 2 blessing on the spearman as well. Two elite mercenaries take positions on opposite sides of Shin. The B+ rank spearman Zio grumbles that life as a mercenary never seems to go according to plan. Across from him, the rank mercenary and swordsman Chen Lei agrees with a dark, humorless grin. Shin calls to them in Korean and tells them to use a language he understands, because their foreign conversation means absolutely nothing to him. Chen Lei skips the small talk entirely. The next instant, he unleashes a blindingly fast slash aimed directly at our hero's throat. Our boy drops his head at the last possible moment, narrowly escaping a clean decapitation. Sword drawing technique is ridiculously powerful, making our hero realize that Chen Lei is not merely relying on buffs. The player himself is naturally dangerous. Before he can even regain his balance, he Janenos, he Leienos, he Akenos, he Tarapenos, he Seanos, he Chutenos, he Partainos, he Hainos, he Arenos, he Spiadmenenos, he Tarapenos, he Seanos, he Chapatainos, he Hainos, he Donoinos, he Milicarenos, he Akenos, he Padpectenos, he Pisadenos, he Achakenos, he Legatenos, he Hainos. Glancing over his shoulder, our hero has to admit that their battlefield coordination is seriously impressive. Rather than panic, a rush of excitement hits him, and he grins at the thought that the real entertainment has only just started. A spear nearly scrapes him, yet he simply dips under it without breaking a sweat. Chen follows up with a sword strike, but our hero springs away and touches down perfectly behind him. Lifting his blade, our hero acknowledges that the move was well executed. Just as he is about to take the swordsman's head, the spearman thrusts his weapon into the way. Chen grabs the spear shaft, while Zio yanks him away with force, pulling him clear of Zin's blade at the very last second. The two men reset their stance, weapons lifted as they prepare to challenge him once again. At the same time, Chen starts questioning whether accepting this mission was a massive blunder. Our hero is just as curious about their identities, because these men are obviously far more than ordinary hired muscle. They are elite professionals. Rather than answer him, Chen tells his partner that defeating this opponent will require everything they have. Battle instantly turns into a savage exchange of sword strikes, sparks bursting every time their weapons collide. Meanwhile, the remaining mercenaries observe the fight carefully from the edge of the battlefield. Ju is clearly losing patience, since our hero's real abilities are nothing like their intelligence report suggested, and he fears the mission is heading straight for failure. The longbowman Barrett Fletcher finally speaks up, warning that if things continue like this, they are going to lose the contract. Ju fires back that the entire mission will collapse unless Barrett starts contributing immediately. Barrett explains that his payment is based on killing the target with precise individual shots, but this close-range chaos gives him no safe opening to fire. Two A+ mercenaries, Alexel and Alexander, approach Ju and demand clarification, saying the outcome is already obvious and asking whether he plans to give them a separate bonus contract. Ju silently curses their never-ending hunger for more money. Sending them in at full strength will cost a fortune, but the operation is practically dead already if he refuses. While all this unfolds, our hero keeps a close eye on every complicated movement his opponents make. The swordsman swings first, and although our hero catches the blow on his blade, the spearman immediately charges in for the kill. As the two-pronged attack closes in, Shin triggers Overwhelm and unleashes its fear effect on Zio. Zio freezes on the spot, leaving his partner desperately yelling at him to wake up and move. The hero wastes no time exploiting the gap, sweeping his blade through and severing Chen's arm in one clean cut. Even with such a gruesome injury, the swordsman proves he is built unbelievably tough. He does not even flinch, immediately binding the severed limb's bleeding stump with a tight bandage. The seriousness of the situation finally sinks in for Chen. They made a disastrous miscalculation, because this hero is anything but weak. In fact, the ones being completely outclassed are them. Then Chen unexpectedly asks for our hero's name, shouting the question in his own language. Unable to understand a word of the foreign language, our hero bluntly tells Chen to speak Korean instead. There is no time for further conversation, and their swords crash together again. Chen launches an uninterrupted assault, activating his 11-chain slash technique and firing a storm of razor-sharp cuts at our hero. But when Chen lands and the dust clears, a curse escapes him. The target is standing there without a single injury. Hero concedes that this guy genuinely has what it takes to become a legendary one-armed swordsman. At that moment, our hero chooses to end things himself, tightening his grip and gathering every ounce of strength for one final attack. Chen charges straight at him, roaring that the fight ends here. Our hero has no idea what Chen is shouting, but his sword finds its mark and finishes the swordsman with one final, decisive slash. Behind him, Chen's partner erupts into a furious roar after watching his senior collapse. Then a powerful wave of light suddenly sweeps over our hero, leaving him confused because Zio did not appear to be preparing any attack. When he looks up, he sees Barrett pointing a blazing, radiant arrow directly at him. A deadly threat is already locked onto him, and our hero knows blocking it head-on would be suicide. His only option is to get out of the way. A fraction of a second later, Barrett lets the string fly. The arrow carries such monstrous force that it detonates in a huge explosion exactly where Zin had been standing. For a moment, the blast blinds everyone nearby with a storm of light and dust. Mercenaries wonder whether the arrow connected, but our hero soon steps out of the dust completely unharmed. The twin tanks realize their mistake and admit that our hero is far more agile than expected. Staring at the enormous crater carved into the wall by Barrett's arrow, Shin is shocked to discover that the mercenaries still standing are playing on an entirely different tier. And as if things were not bad enough, his psychedelic effect expires right then. He never expected the effect to disappear this quickly, since he believed his ultimate awakening would let him sustain the buff for much longer. Now Shin is left wondering how he will survive the remainder of this complete battlefield disaster. Elsewhere, Barrett knocks another arrow and reminds Ju that every shot fired before the target dies will cost extra. Ju accepts the demand because he has run out of alternatives. The mission still unfinished, he cannot afford to obsess over the cost. Barrett might be slow on his feet, but when it comes to killing power, he is an absolute S-rank monster. On top of that, the twin brothers are tearing through the battlefield, using their one-of-a-kind innate ability. Ju concludes that securing victory will require him to unleash his A+ level assets. His biggest annoyance is directed at the client, who insisted on getting personally involved with our hero. Our hero is surprised when Barrett suddenly holds his fire instead of shooting at once. Barrett turns toward the twins and orders them to quit posing like bodyguards and activate their abilities, since Ju has just transferred their advance payment. Once they hear that the money has arrived, the twins agree and compliment Barrett's incredible archery, leaving the archer visibly uncomfortable with praise from two other men. Twins move forward as the skin on their faces starts melting into one another, announcing that they are ready to show their real form. From his elevated position, our hero watches the brothers fuse into one hideous creature and loudly curses at the bizarre sight. Their innate skill, fusion, is now active, and the brothers warn him that the actual battle is only beginning. Our hero quickly runs through every possible choice in his head. Came here expecting to kill them and take their artifacts, but the battle has escalated so badly that defeat is now a real possibility. Escaping would be humiliating, yet he genuinely starts considering retreating if it means keeping himself alive. At that exact moment, a voice he recognizes suddenly resonates inside his mind. It calls out to him and reminds him that this is the perfect moment to attack. The voice catches him completely off guard, yet he immediately knows exactly who it belongs to. Rather than retreat, our hero charges straight at the merged enemies with his sword, telling them to take their money and go enjoy a drink. Barrett is delighted to see the target expose himself, instantly preparing another arrow for the shot. Without warning, a massive chain bursts from nowhere, coils around Barrett, and locks him firmly in place. Our hero has just made an enormous gamble by putting his faith in the mysterious voice inside his mind. He might have questioned the voice if it came from one of the Kim sisters, but there is no way he can doubt this one, not when it belongs to someone he never imagined would contact him. The unexpected person secretly embedded within the enemy's ranks is none other than Park Youngmin.